Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was rank A police healer with a dangerous sunlight quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. An introduction. The sludge villain was laughing, fires surrounding him and smoke pouring out of nearby buildings, leering at the heroes who stood by and stared with clenched teeth. Now, usually, Izuku didn't get involved during villain attacks when heroes were on scene. He stepped in sometimes when there were intense injuries, or if they looked overwhelmed, but not often. Sure, he wanted to help, but he wasn't on duty 24/7, it wasn't his place to step in for usual villain attacks. So most of the time he just watched and catalogued everything he could as it panned out. Usually it went fine, the heroes proving themselves perfectly capable, and he'd move along with his day. This time, however, there was a hostage, and the heroes weren't moving. This time, the barely visible blonde child being held as that hostage by the villain was his best friend. Katsuki was a pain in his butt and everything, but Izuku'd be diamond before he let Katsuki get hurt while he stood by doing nothing. Izuku glared at the scene and unslung his backpack from his shoulder. Placing it on the ground and rifling through it, he pulled out the item he promised his mother he'd only use in self-defense. Well, technically it was self-defense. She didn't want Katsuki to suffocate now, did she? He also grabbed his main weapon for situations like these. Gripping both items, Izuku sprinted forward, past the police officers holding back the crowd, past the stunned and still heroes, and into the fire zone. Idiot! Stop! Death arms, it's sort of cute he thought he could stop Izuku. The sludge villain turned, eyes coming into view with Katsuki's head seemingly in his mouth, and pulled back a massive hand for a slimy punch. Izuku narrowed his eyes and flicked his wrist, launching his throwing knife straight into the villain's eye. The villain cried out, head reeling back with pain and surprise, punch forgotten. It was a dumb mistake really, letting Izuku get close. Not that he was any less dangerous at long range, it was stupid to touch those Izuku valued at all. Izuku reached the sludge body of the villain, he flicked his taser to live, and pressed it into the sludge. Izuku ignored the warbled screaming, the sludge trying to pull away, the crowd and heroes yelling behind him, even the roaring fires surrounding him. For every move the sludge made backwards, Izuku advanced with his taser in the mass of green goo. Izuku grinned a little bit ferally when the sludge villain started shaking apart, wobbling screams and toppling goo falling off until he was nothing but a pool of green glob, eyes rolling on the ground uselessly. Katsuki, of course, was coughing his lungs out in the middle of said pool of sludge, and Izuku grabbed his arm and hauled him back towards the crowd. Someone collect the villain. Izuku ordered loudly, Katsuki finally slumping in realization. Izuku was in charge right now. I have secured the hostage, but we need a way to contain the villain. We need immediate medical attention for the victim, someone call an ambulance and a team of medics. Now. Izuku had walked all the way to where the heroes were still frozen, and with one glare he had Katsuki sitting on the ground, arms folded with a pout. Hey, kid. What right do you have to order us around? Izuku raised his eyebrow at the hero. The baseball hero, Slugger. Izuku drawled as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his card. I am Midoriya Izuku, healer identification number 177908, ranking A. The hero paled and took a step back. I'm not finished. Izuku clicked his tongue as he flipped the card over to show the other side. I am Midoriya Izuku, and I am a police investigator for the Musutafu prefecture. I outrank you on 2 levels, and if you don't follow my orders I'll take it up with your hero manager. Do as the healer says. Death Arms yelled. He then eyed Izuku more seriously. How old are you, healer Midoriya? Izuku hummed and started checking Katsuki over slowly. No burns from the taser, good job not removing the RBB inserts I added to your uniform, minor oxygen deprivation, no concussion. Izuku nodded. You'll need immediate chest x-rays to check for lingering sludge in your lungs, but otherwise you're just fine. Katsuki growled at him but said nothing. Healer, I'm talking to you. Izuku glared up at him, not moving from where he had crouched with a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. And I am with a patient at the moment. You've seen my credentials, so my age is irrelevant. He narrowed his eyes at the hero. Speak to me in such a way again and I'll add to my report that you impeded my medical examinations. You understood, sir? Izuku rolled his eyes and started tapping on his phone, calling the precinct. Hello, Musutafu Police Department. Hi, this is Investigator Midoriya. I need 10 officers at XXX Street Crossing XXX. We're in need of a cleanup crew for a villain made up of an unknown slimy substance. Gloves recommended, hazmat suits are unnecessary. Understood, Midoriya. We'll have them sent over right away. ETA approximately 10 minutes to your location. She hung up and Izuku sighed. Izuku stood, pocketing his phone, and cupped his hands over his mouth to yell loudly, Kamu Woods. Healer on scene. I need every person you pulled from the fires brought to me for immediate medical screening. Right away. Kamu Woods yelled back. Izuku turned back to the other two heroes, just in time for an ambulance to show up. Although, the press had also finally stopped filming subtly from the back and were approaching. Medics spilled out as backdraft seemed to be finally getting the fires under control. Thanks for coming. Izuku said to the medics, here, this group likely has smoke inhalation and should be checked for minor injuries. Izuku pointed to the growing number of people being brought down by Kamu Woods. They weren't involved in the main fight. Several nodded, over half heading over and speaking gently to the group. This here is the main victim, he'll need to be transported to the hospital for x-rays of the lungs. His name is Bakugo Katsuki. He was being suffocated and I wouldn't be surprised if he has sludge in there. Don't worry about rushing or using the sirens, just get him there. Paramedics moved, some heading for the second vehicle and some headed closer for Katsuki. Young man, Katsuki growled at the medic, baring his teeth, and Izuku frowned. Katsuki. He looked up at the sharp tone, face surprised. You will go to the hospital. You will sit quietly. You will do exactly as they say, and when you are done you will be discharged and Mistuki will pick you up. Are we clear? Katsuki's eyes widened. Izuku never used his authority on Katsuki, and clearly the boy was surprised. Oh well. Fine. Let's just go already. Katsuki got slowly to his feet, and crossed his arms defiantly as the medic beckoned him to the ambulance. Izuku nodded his approval as Katsuki looked over his shoulder, and the boy scowled. Same old Katsuki. Hey! You! I saw you take down the villain. Damn it, Izuku hated the media. He turned and headed over, several cameras and mics pointing at him eagerly. Can you tell us who you are? You're ordering people around as if you're in charge. Izuku didn't glare, but looked into the camera seriously. I am Healer Midoriya, also a police investigator of the Musutafu Police Department, and I am in charge. The reporter grinned, clearly elated. We've seen footage of a new rank A healer in the area, but you avoid the media so much we never get anything. Tell us, are you really rank A? You're so young. Some healers never make it past rank D or C. Do you have any comments? She smiled at him, several nearby looking just as hungry. My training and the process of becoming a healer is private information. Izuku said firmly. However, I will say I am perfectly qualified, as you're already aware. Despite this, can you tell us the qualifications? Do you have a healing quirk? Every good healer needs one. Some yelled. Izuku glared at the camera, actually glared, and a few people holding the mics flinched. Anyone can be a healer, regardless of their quirk status. Izuku said firmly. Anyone can be whatever they wanna be, hero, healer, teacher, plumber, whatever. They could be quirkless for all I care. Asking people about their quirks as if it was their worth is barbaric. Several reporters looked annoyed, and others looked astonished. My qualifications are none of your concern, though anyone wishing to be a hero or a healer should be strong, and definitely no basic defense at the very least. AMIC was shoved closer as a man struggled forward, eager and completely ignoring Izuku's small speech. Being a rank A is a big deal. The only other living rank A healer in Japan is Recovery Girl. You didn't answer the question about your quirk. He yelled, changing the subject. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 lightened his glare. My quirk is my business, and mine alone. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said, but he faced the camera and let his eyes flash with glowing gold irises for a single moment. There was immediate screaming for more, for interviews, for details, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 didn't react. If you'll excuse me, I have to file a report with my senior officer. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 strode away, towards the police putting the bags of slime into a truck for transport to Tartarus. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 didn't approve that villains didn't get trials anymore, and it wasn't a secret, but he never challenged the rules. It wasn't his job. Medics. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded to a few on his way by. Anything to report? A few stopped. A few with minor smoke inhalation, as you said. Not much to be done, just handed out water bottles and said to head to the hospital if any other symptoms showed up. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded in approval, and looked to the next medic who approached. My group had some minor cuts and bruises, some reluctantly admitted it was from the wooden bindings used on them. I recommended ice for their bruises, and I cleaned and bandaged the cuts. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 nodded again, and looked at the last medic. Nothing to report from my group. No injuries or smoke inhalation, just people who looked scared from the attack. None were in shock. Good, thank you for your hard work. Make sure all of this goes in your medical report. Tell the hospital to send me the file for inspection. Number 177,908. They all nodded, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 approached the officer standing with his hands on his hips who was staring at the vehicle full of bags of slime. He turned as 𝐒𝐿 approached and grinned. Midoriya, we've finished up here. Would you like a ride to the station? One officer asked. He was a supervisor, by the look of his clean uniform and lack of gloves. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. That would be appreciated. Thank you. The officer smiled, and led 𝐒𝐿 to a waiting police car. Do you want to drive? The man looked suddenly unsure of himself, and 𝐒𝐿 resisted a laugh. I'd love to, but I'm still underage. Go ahead. The officer looked as if he was trying not to look too relieved. He wasn't succeeding, but he was trying anyway. Hop in, then. 𝐒𝐿 slid into the passenger seat and the officer started the car. They were off, leaving the nearly cleared scene behind them. So why'd you step in? Witnesses say there were 4 heroes on scene. Death Arms attempted a single punch to the slime, with no effect. He did not engage again. 𝐒𝐿 reported. Backdraft was focusing on the fires, and Kamu Woods was leading the rescue of nearby civilians. Slugger just stood there staring. MT Lady claimed to be unable to help, but was just using her quirk badly. The police officer on scene had his hands full with crowd control, and people were yelling about suitable quirks. The man driving winced. The whole precinct knew how 𝐒𝐿 felt about that. Understood. How did you execute the takedown? The officer asked. I threw my knife into his left eye, and then used my police taser on his main body and held contact for over 10 seconds. 𝐒𝐿 said blankly. The officer paled. But you're not supposed to. Mutation quirks aren't included in the regulation files that prohibit an officer from administering shocks for longer than 3 seconds. 𝐒𝐿 said, shrugging. It's because of the increase in the possibility of villains exactly like the sludge villains who can just tank the electricity. The officer pulled into the station and parked, nodding slowly. Man, I need to reread those regulations and restrictions. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. I have a list of every one of them in my bedroom. Handwritten, of course, without the embellishments added by the commission. I read it every morning. Geez, Midoriya, don't you think that's a little excessive? The officer laughed nervously. No. 𝐒𝐿 denied as he got out of the car. I don't get to make mistakes. He shut the car door and didn't wait for the man as he entered the station and flashed his card at the front desk lady. Jizuno. 𝐒𝐿 nodded to her. I need to file a villain incident report. I already have it ready for you, Midoriya. She smiled, handing the paper on a clipboard over the desk to him. I figured you'd want to do it, since you called it in. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Thank you. I'll be in the back room. The main part of the station wasn't large, but it was big enough. There was a main lobby, and Tsukochi's office to the left with a meeting room attached to it. The back room was the main area for the officers. It was separated into two halves, with a sitting lounge on one side and cubicles on the other. There were also two bathrooms attached to the lobby, without genders on either, and a barracks with places for officers to sleep during the graveyard shifts. Of course, there was the area for criminals, which was much larger. Holding cells, quirk nullifying areas, labs, interrogation rooms in different sections, the whole works. It was the reason there was only one station in the whole of Musutafu. They were well equipped and ready for villains. Izuku found his desk and plopped down with a sigh. He reluctantly took out his phone and dialed his mother. "I saw you on TV," his mother said immediately upon picking up. "Hi Mom, good to hear from you too," Izuku drawled. She huffed into her speaker. "Don't take that tone with me. You're lucky it was Katsuki, otherwise I'd be very disappointed in you. I didn't buy you knives for you to throw at villains randomly," she scolded. "I know, I only used them because it was Katsuki. I'd otherwise have thrown a rock or something. I'd probably have stepped in regardless due to the hostage and lack of action from the on-scene heroes, though," Izuku said tiredly. "Also, the taser is police authorized, and the knives are small enough to be legal, you know that." "That's so not the point," she exclaimed. Then she sighed. "Oh, when will you be done with your report?" 3 hours maximum," he hummed in response. "I called to tell you I'm completely uninjured, and I didn't use my quirk. Katsuki should be at the hospital still, so send Mitsuki over to get him, will you?" "I can do that," his mother said firmly. She then softened her next words. "Are you really all right, sunshine?" "Yeah, Mom. I'm good." Izuku smiled, a soft smile only for his mother. "Thanks for understanding. I'll be home soon. Ish." She laughed. "I'll push dinner back so we can eat together, but please have a little snack soon to tide you over." Izuku huffed. "I know. I have granola bars in my backpack, obviously." She laughed again. "Bye, Izuku. Focus on your work." "Will do. Bye." He hung up and sighed before clearing his mind to begin his report. He didn't know the name of the villain, never getting the chance to ask before he'd shocked the man unconscious. Nor his age, but he did put a villain name down. He dutifully filled out page after page of work, including details about what he'd said, how he'd managed the press if applicable, on-scene heroes, and how many civilians were caught up in the attack. Izuku never minded the paperwork, though it could be tedious if he did it often enough. Izuku was lucky he barely did daylight work. He hated the press as much as Tsukochi. Thank the stars Izuku never had to do interviews. Izuku finished about 2 hours later, since the incident had been large and in broad daylight, and he headed back to the lobby to turn in his report. He had his backpack in one hand, the clipboard in the other. "Jizuno, I have my report." He handed over the clipboard of papers, and she smiled at his serious face. "Tsukochi wants you. Says it's the Night Stalker case." Izuku sighed. "Thanks, Jizuno." With that, Izuku turned towards Tsukochi's office and knocked lightly. "Tsukochi, it's Midoriya. Come on in, Midoriya." Izuku swung the door open, eyes on the floor as he made sure not to hit anything Tsukochi may have left lying around, and shut it behind him. Izuku looked up and blinked. "You didn't tell me Eraserhead was coming. He's a graveyard shifter," Izuku said curiously as he took a step closer. It was true, Eraserhead only worked the overnight shifts due to his underground hero status. Tsukochi was seated, but Izuku didn't join him because the hero was standing. Power balances, and all that. He's joining the case. You're the main investigator, so he'll be reporting to you. Izuku eyed the hero and nodded. "Nice to meet you." Izuku bowed slightly. "I am investigator Midoriya Izuku." The man nodded, eyes assessing but stance bored. "You failed to mention he was so young," came Eraserhead's tired voice from behind his capture scarf. "Midoriya is our best investigator. He's been an asset to this facility since he was 8 years old." Eraserhead's eyebrows shot up, and Izuku finally took his seat, the hero sitting as well. Izuku placed his backpack at his feet. Isn't that a little young to be recruiting officers? I started my healer's training as soon as my quirk came in. Izuku said, Eraserhead turning to him. By the time I was 8, I had my emergency medic certificate and a junior healer license. As a healer, I was allowed on scenes. That's where I met 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 here. Izuku gestured to the man. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 nodded. Kid's brilliant. The officer said bluntly. I asked him what his thoughts on the string of minor robberies causing the injury scene, and he went into full analysis mode. He even picked up on their patterns of attack. We caught the main leader of the group in under a week. So you recruited a child? Eraserhead sighed. Not quite. When Midoriya started realizing his ideas were helping, he started just showing up to see me, asking for 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Jizuno was so surprised, she rang me and we talked every time. His mother got sick of Midoriya sneaking out for this, and eventually said he was allowed to help with 1 case a week, as long as he was paid for his work. I accepted. I recruited myself, basically. Izuku nodded. By the time I was 10, I had a full healer's license, which grants me mild privileges to things that are usually age-capped. That's why I have a gun license as well as a motorcycle license, and of course, my investigation position within this facility. He may be young, but you'll be reporting directly to Midoriya during this investigation. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said firmly. Eraserhead nodded. I can do that. Izuku pulled out his wallet and slipped out a card. This is my contact card. I have my work phone on me at all times, but please keep in mind I am still in middle school. Izuku handed the card over. It was nothing special, a white card with his name in larger letters and his information below that, but Izuku was rather proud to have the need for them at all. That's not to say I won't answer. The school is very understanding of my position, so if it's an emergency, don't hesitate to call me. The ringtone on said work phone will also wake me from dead sleep. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow, and Izuku grinned. Not a smile, but a full-on nearly feral grin. I take my work extremely seriously, and I don't have room to make mistakes. If you treat me the same as any adult in this precinct, you'll see why people don't mind my age around here. Understood. Eraserhead nodded, eyes a little bit more curious. Good, he really did understand then. I'm going to head out now, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. My mother is expecting me. Izuku received a nod, and everyone stood as Izuku did. When are you next scheduled to come in? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 asked, glancing at his MSTR schedule a little warily. Izuku resisted a grin at his exhaustion, and picked up his backpack to heave over one shoulder. I work mornings on Saturdays, so tomorrow morning I'll be reporting in around 4 to relieve graveyard. I'll be off just after noon, and then I'll be at the healer's center until 6. Izuku waved to Eraserhead as he headed out. I hope you get in touch soon. Izuku was glad the station had a motorcycle at the precinct for him to use. He could have asked for a car, but it would have been a bother for whichever officer drove him home. No, the bike was much easier. Besides, the station had 3 total and any staff member with a license could take a vehicle from the station for 24 hours, no questions asked. Very useful indeed, and he took advantage of it nearly every day. Izuku picked his usual bike that was unofficially his, and snagged the helmet that was specifically his. He was a kid, so the usual helmet sizes they provided wouldn't fit him. Izuku unzipped his backpack and pulled out his leather jacket and gloves that he'd folded and stuffed into the bottom of his bag under all his school supplies. There was also a medical kit there, of course. He never went anywhere without those. He threw his riding jacket over his school uniform and pulled on his gloves before securing the motorcycle helmet, and then he tightened the straps of his backpack as he climbed onto the bike. Izuku started it up, and then he was off. His mother had been hard to convince when he'd first gotten his license at the ripe age of 11. However, Izuku had won out in the end. Izuku knew he was lucky. His mother had always supported his decisions, even if she didn't always agree with them. She knew Izuku could do anything he put his mind to, and she'd also accepted that sometimes, kids got hurt. And that was okay, as long as they got right back up and were ready as ever to try again, because that's what kids do. Once he'd been hurt after his accident, she'd finally understood. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had never been more grateful for her understanding in that moment. He kicked the stand out on his bike and swung his leg off, dismounting fully. Unclipping his helmet and shaking out his helmet hair, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 set the helmet on the bike and headed towards the stairs up to his floor. Upon finding his apartment, he turned the key and found himself being embraced by the warm air inside. "Mom, I'm home," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 called softly. "Perfect timing." His mother's joyful voice came from the kitchen. "I just finished cooking and was about to put all the food away to keep it warm until you arrived, but I'll set the table instead." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 took off his shoes and slid his backpack off. He hung his leather jacket, tucking his gloves in the pocket, and headed into the main room. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked across the room, past the couches and TV, to see his mother in the kitchen dining room combo and plates of food waiting on the table as she washed her hands. "Thanks for this, Mom." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gave her a smile. She beamed at him. "Wash up, and we'll eat." With a nod, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 went to the sink to wash up, once again reminding himself how lucky he was. He really did love his mom. Tough life. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 slammed a hand down on his alarm clock and resisted a groan. He blinked, bleary eyes open as he sat up, rubbing his eyes. 1:30 a.m. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 climbed out of bed and began his Saturday morning routine. First, stretching. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 lifted both arms above his head, stretching as far as he could upwards before bending at the waist and touching the floor with his palms. He then stood and bent at the waist to both sides, arms up and leaning with him. He then jumped in place for a few moments, loosening his stiff joints. Finally done, he started the second step. 1:42 a.m. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 walked, a little bit more awake, to the bathroom and began brushing his teeth. Once that was finished, he jumped in the shower for 7 minutes and dried off. Walking back to his room, he got dressed in loose jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, knowing he'd be throwing on his police vest when he arrived at the station. He folded his pajamas in his bed and looked around. Step 3. 2:06 a.m. He sat in his desk chair and picked up his notebook, opening it and reading through the rules and regulations of the precinct, as well as what he'd written from the healer's guide. Finished, he shut the book and stood to stretch again, this time more quickly than the leisurely pace when waking up. 2:49 a.m. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 padded into the kitchen to start his and his mother's meals. Once he'd started working morning shifts on weekends, she'd started taking graveyard shifts at the hospital so they'd see each other briefly. She was a good nurse, and she was happy there. She usually came home around 3 a.m., and he always made sure she had a good meal before she went to bed. The door clicked open, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 smiled as she made her way inside, exhausted. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 set her plate of food down on the table, and she plopped down heavily. "Good morning, did you have a good shift?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked, sitting down with his own food. "Yeah, productive." His mother yawned and started eating. "There was a bus accident around 11, and so we had people coming in with everything from mild concussions to internal bleeding to crushed limbs." She smiled tiredly. "Thanks for the food." "Of course." 𝐒𝐿 smiled at her. "Did you lose anyone?" Ever since she'd come home blank-eyed and a little out of it after losing a patient, he'd been sure to ask so he'd know if she needed anything. "No, but one of them needed CPR and immediate healing on scene. I wasn't there, of course, but I heard about it." 𝐒𝐿 took her dish as she finished, and started washing everything he used. "I'm glad it all worked out." 𝐒𝐿 hummed as she stood. He felt a kiss being pressed to the top of his head, and 𝐒𝐿 smiled. "Good night, sunshine, have a good shift," she called as he heard her footsteps fade away. Once he was done with the dishes, he headed for the door to grab his work bag and the shoes he wore specifically for work. He grabbed the keys for the bike, triple-checked he had everything, and headed out. 𝐒𝐿 went down to the parking lot, started up his bike, and zoomed off. He grinned the whole way, enjoying the way the cold wind stung even through his jacket. 𝐒𝐿 found it all exhilarating. 3:32 a.m. 𝐒𝐿 sighed as he pulled into the station garage, already missing the thrill of the drive. He loved riding motorcycles, nothing really compared. He swung his leg over and hopped off, shelving his helmet and hanging the keys. Finally, he entered the station. "Morning, Midoriya, clocking in." 𝐒𝐿 nodded as the man yawned, feline teeth on full display. "Good morning, Sangza, yes. Have a nice shift." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wrote his name on the check-in sheet and followed the cat mutant to the back room. He retrieved his police vest from his desk and then joined 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 in the lounge. 𝐒𝐬𝐳 kept us on our toes again. I swear that one brings in more criminals than all the other underground in this prefecture combined. I'm glad to be off in an hour. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 chuckled as he threw his jacket over the back of a chair, shrugged on the vest, and headed to the coffee bar. He's the best, after all. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 poured the hot chocolate powder into a cup and reached for the espresso machine to use the milk steamer attachment. I met him yesterday, actually. He seemed like a good hero. Oh. What's your assessment of him? The voice was teasing, but real curiosity bled through as 𝐒𝐿 finished steaming the milk. He's serious. 𝐒𝐿 hummed, pouring the thicker and foamy milk into his chocolate powder. He takes everything at face value, absolutely no SHT from anyone, and says what he thinks. 𝐒𝐿 paused in his stirring, a grin forming. Also, he's standing behind you because his shift ends in 5 minutes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 squeaked as 𝐒𝐿 turned around to see Eraserhead standing in the doorway. Hello, Eraserhead. Nice shift. The man sighed. I have a report for you. Night Stalker hit again. 𝐒𝐿 headed over, sipping his foamy hot chocolate happily. Situation? 𝐒𝐿 asked as he headed for his desk and placed his hot chocolate down. Eraserhead handed him the file. Night Stalker went after a group of his usual targets. A group of girls then, between the ages of 17, and he snagged them outside a club, though 3 of the 5 weren't intoxicated. Night Stalker used his quirk on 2 of them, and the other 3 started screaming for help. I arrived 2 minutes later after he was already gone, but the bodies were still warm and even still bleeding. All dead, though. 𝐒𝐿's eyes swept the file as the man spoke, soaking in the details. There was evidence of the man's quirk all over 2 of the bodies. The inky blackness spreading into their veins was definitely his signature. But something about it was off. There were punctures near their wrists, and the other 3 had been shot in the chest. This wasn't Night Stalker. 𝐒𝐿 announced, eyes not leaving the report. What? Eraserhead exclaimed. Explain. It matched previous sightings from other undergrounds as well as police. It's a copycat. 𝐒𝐿 said, flicking between photos and reports. Night Stalker has a gun, yes, but all of his kills with it were perfect headshots in the center of the forehead. His quirk is a contamination mutation emitter type, his fingernails lethal as they stretch and dig into the victim's skin. The contamination is a type of poison that leaches oxygen from the blood and tissue, killing the victim in under a minute. It also leaves distinct crescent moon-shaped marks where his nails make contact. See here. 𝐒𝐿 tilted the file, showing close-ups on the contaminated veins. No crescents. There are puncture marks, barely visible in this shot but very clearly from a needle insertion. My best guess is the 2 that were contaminated were caught first, and the copycat couldn't reach the other 2 with his syringes. He shot them, dead accurate in the heart, but it doesn't match the headshot MO we have for Night Stalker. 𝐒𝐿 finally glanced up, and paused when he saw Eraserhead looking deep in thought. You're sure? Was all the man said. 𝐒𝐿 nodded firmly, snapping the report shut. Absolutely positive. Dark eyes bore into determined green ones, and Eraser nodded. Do you want me to add it to the investigation file? 𝐒𝐿 shook his head, placing the report folder on his desk. He picked up his hot chocolate and held it in both hands, absorbing its warmth. No, you've done enough for tonight. Thank you. I'll organize my evidence in a secondary screening report and then hand it in to be added and organized for further inspection. 𝐒𝐿 and Eraserhead headed back to the lounge, away from 𝐒𝐿's desk, and 𝐒𝐿 gestured to the coffee bar. Eraserhead obliged, heading for his usual death coffee that 𝐒𝐿 had been warned on his first day years ago not to touch. You can go home, your shift ended 6 minutes ago. I appreciate your help with this case. Eraserhead said nothing for a while, before speaking firmly and suddenly. You're clearly intelligent and certified. Eraserhead said bluntly as he finished making his coffee. Why not do more field work? I've seen your file. Most of your cases are shadow cases, you work as intelligence away from the action. The only times you intervene is during active scenes you're nearby for. Are you not trained in combat? I am. Izuku hummed, leaning back on a chair with his arms crossed thoughtfully. I'd be useful in the field, but it goes against my healer license code to do field work for the police until high school. Emergency response is allowed, but not anything for my main cases. Izuku rolled his eyes as Eraserhead turned around, coffee in hand. They say I'm too valuable to risk. Once I'm 15 and in high school, they can't exactly stop me, however. Eraserhead nodded. Healers are stiff like that. He agreed. Izuku sighed. Have a good day, Eraserhead. Get some sleep. The man nodded and headed out, seemingly chugging his coffee. Izuku sipped his hot chocolate, hiding an amused smile. What an interesting hero he was. Midoriya, we have a new string case for you. Izuku sipped his chocolate as he pushed off the chair he leaned against. Situation. Izuku followed the officer he faintly recognized into the lobby. Izuku nodded to Jizuno, and into the meeting room attached to Tsukochi's office. 6 murders, all at night. The officer said, pushing the door open. Villain leaves a calling card. That's the only reason we know it's the same killer. Victim profiles. Izuku held out a hand, and was given a thick folder. He flicked through it. There's no seeming connection. Different quirks, features, jobs, skills, ethnic backgrounds, gender, all of it. Izuku raked his eyes down the victims. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 age, 19 seconds, F quirk, bone growth regeneration type quirk that made their bones regrow and mend themselves in seconds. Muscles and nerves can still be damaged, with minor strength enhancement. Yakuza Luina age, 62 seconds, M quirk, stampede power-up type that allows the user to pump their body with adrenaline, giving them strength and abilities they wouldn't usually possess. Fukuya Poliwa age, 6 seconds, F quirk, octopus mutant type that causes the user to possess the limbs of an octopus. Suction cups are functional and can't be turned off. So on and so on. Izuku assessed every person individually before making his first hypothesis. I believe the connection has to do with enhanced strength capabilities. Izuku said, standing to pin each profile to the corkboard. He pulled out a pen and began making notes. The first victim had minor strength enhancement. The second had a strength quirk. The third is a mutation that allows incredible strength due to the nature of it. The next has a Stuckton quirk, but as you can see here, it notes that he feeds on their energy, making him more physically capable. The fifth has a fire quirk, but it has an added mutation in his hands, making them stronger to withstand direct heat. The last is more complicated, because it's a floating, flight quirk. She would otherwise not count as a strength enhancer for me, but it's part of the description that her knees seem to be enhanced so she can handle rough landings after her flights. Izuku circled things and underlined sentences as he worked, the 3 people in the room nodding and paying close attention. That's a reasonable conclusion. One said thoughtfully. Izuku shrugged. Not very helpful though. We don't know why the killer is doing it, and we have no way of guessing who or where they'll strike next. Izuku tapped the pen against his chin, frowning. What's the calling card? He leaves a symbol written in the victim's BLD after he kills them. Izuku was handed another folder, this one full of scene pictures instead of just profiles. He examined the mark, a U with a little Z in the center, inside a star. He doesn't kill in any particular way, as you can see. One of the officers frowned. Each kill is slightly different. All with sharp objects, but one looks like it was done with a butcher's knife, another like a jagged pipe, and one like clean-cut katanas. The markings are different. Izuku said suddenly, eyes widening. He slid the photos of the close-up shots out of the folder, and placed them at the center of the meeting table. See. This one was drawn perfectly, straight lines and crisp edges. The next one is sloppy, almost an afterthought. This one is the exact same as the first. The fourth only has 4 points on it, instead of a 5-pointed star. The fifth is the same as the second, and the last one is different still. It's a group, not an individual killer. Izuku announced, pointing with wide eyes. Jesus! How did we miss that? One exclaimed, leaning over the table a little angrily. We glossed over them. Another frowned. We checked that they sort of matched and didn't think more of it. Midoriya, can you take on another group case? Izuku looked up to see 3 sets of serious eyes, and Izuku sighed. Probably not. I have 3 open group killer cases, and 2 single murder cases. That's also not counting the Night Stalker. Can you do this one without me? Izuku eyes them all one at a time. If I need to, I'll pass one of my single murder cases to someone else to take this. We can do it, Midoriya. One said, determined. If it gets out of hand, we can talk about switching some of your cases around. Another agreed as she smiled at him. Thanks for your help, it's great you know your limits. Izuku nodded as he received a thumbs up. All right. Best of luck. They all nodded, and Izuku slipped out to return to his desk. He pulled out his files for his single cases and began going over the evidence again, looking for new clues. An investigator's work is never done. I'm headed out. Izuku waved to Jizuno as he signed the checkout sheet. She waved, and Izuku shrugged on his jacket. He'd already left his vest back at his desk. Bye Midoriya. Are you off tomorrow? Izuku nodded as he shouldered his bag. Yeah, I'm spending the day with my mom. I even got off duty in the healer's center. I'll still be on call, though. Izuku waved back as he headed out the front, already knowing the walk by heart. Izuku headed for the small place he always picked up lunch on Saturdays, and usually Sundays, and pulled out his personal cell. Izuku, hospital visit go okay? Katsuki, it was fine, broccoli. Doctors put me on some shitty antibiotics. Izuku, so you did have sludge knocking around in there. Sorry to hear. Katsuki, Don't act like you didn't know Izuku. I'm not denying it, just empathizing. Katsuki, dumb broccoli. Any new cases from your job shift? Izuku, 1, but I had to turn it down. I don't have the time for another full group killer case right now. Katsuki, just catch the beaters then you'll have more time. Izuku, haha, very funny. Izuku blinked in surprise as Katsuki called him, and then smiled fondly. This is broccoli speaking. Izuku grinned into his phone. Demon right it is. Katsuki said in Izuku's ear. How are things with your jobs? Izuku hummed as he hopped over a crack in the sidewalk. Pretty good, actually. Saving a lot of people, catching the bad guys, you know. Izuku said. Katsuki grumbled non-committally, and Izuku laughed. What, you don't agree? I'll do better once I'm a hero. Of course KitKat, I don't expect any less. Izuku grinned. How's the parents? Hag is fine, worried up a storm when she showed her but up at the hospital. Izuku huffed a laugh. Of course she did. The old man is happy as ever. The clothing company made a huge sale yesterday, coincidentally. Katsuki tried not to sound proud of his parents, and failed. I'm glad. Izuku grinned. How's auntie? Katsuki asked nonchalantly. Mom's good. Izuku hummed. She's been having a few rough shifts but it's not too bad. I've got her. Broccoli looking but taking care of everyone else. Katsuki muttered. You're doing okay, though, Izuku. Yeah, I'm good. He smiled. Sunlight has been happy lately. Better be. Katsuki answered. I'll murder it otherwise. Izuku laughed. Oh, you will you? Katsuki huffed in his ear. How will you murder my Quirk and not me? Here. I'll find a way if it misbehaves. Mark my words. Sure, cat. Izuku chuckled. I'm coming up on the cafe, I'll see you at school Monday. Yeah. Hag tried to get me to skip but I'm not weak enough to let one shitty villain get the better of me. Bye, Katsuki. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly. Bye, broccoli. The call dropped, and Izuku smiled softly as he tucked his phone away. Pain in the butt for sure, but Katsuki really was Izuku's best friend. Izuku pushed the door of the little cafe open, smiling into the warm air. He'd been coming to the Hit It Off cafe since he had begun taking shifts at both of his jobs in one day, when he was around 11 or 12. The place was smack in the middle of his route from one building to the other. The bell jingled as Izuku entered, weaving his way between tables to the counter. Someone new was working, and he seemed to be staring at Izuku in shock for some reason. "Order for Midoriya, please," Izuku said lightly. The boy blinked tiredly and frowned. "Did you order with your phone?" Izuku grinned. "Nope. Is Kiko in?" The boy looked surprised, but couldn't respond before Kiko did. "Izuku, I have your usual right here." The pink-haired girl rushed forward, white takeout bag in hand. "Thanks, Kiko." Izuku took it and rummaged in his pocket for the exact amount of money he'd memorized months ago. "Here." He handed it over and she didn't even check it before shoving it in the cash register and beaming at him. "Did you have a good shift?" she asked, leaning excitedly over the counter. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Sort of. I had to turn down a case. I'm loaded right now." She gave him a sympathetic smile. "When do you get off?" Izuku hummed. "I get off the center at 6, but if there's an emergency I'll be out with the medic squad a few extra hours probably." "You're Midoriya, Izuku." The tired boy finally blurted. Izuku turned his eyes to the boy and nodded. "That's me." Izuku tilted his head, examining the boy. Purple hair and eyes, white pupils, under-eye hereditary discoloration mutation, mild to lean build, insomnia, assumed mental quirk. "I haven't met you before, and you're new enough, hired in the past 4 days, so you didn't know I came here every weekend with the exact same order." The boy's eyes had gotten steadily wider and wider, and Izuku sighed. "You must have seen me on TV yesterday, then. Am I right?" The boy just stood there, gaping slightly. "Izuku's a police investigator." Kiko giggled behind a hand. "I thought you were a healer." The boy blinked, uncertain. "I am," Izuku confirmed. "I have a healer license, as well as a police investigation license, and a whole ton of other stuff." Izuku shrugged. "I've been working both jobs for years." Izuku checked his watch and frowned. "Thanks for the food, I have to go." Izuku jogged out, waving to a few regulars who knew him, and left the place. He started down the street, only to pause. "Midoriya." He turned to see the purple boy standing at the entrance to the cafe, staring after Izuku with huge eyes. "I need to ask you something." It came out almost as a question, and Izuku walked over with his head tilted. "What's up?" The boy swallowed heavily. "Did you mean it?" Izuku frowned in confusion. "You said anyone could be a hero, no matter what their quirk was. Did you mean it?" "Of course I did," Izuku said, waving a hand in dismissal. "Being a hero is a choice, not something you're born to be, or something you have, like a quirk. It's an attitude, a dream, something that is hard work and will challenge you every day for the rest of your life." The boy fidgeted, a hand rubbing the back of his neck. "My quirk, it's mental, like you said. What should I do? I want to go to UA." He trailed off, and Izuku nodded in understanding. "You believe you'll be unable to pass the extremely physically biased entrance exam, right?" Izuku raised an eyebrow and the boy nodded. "I'd recommend getting stronger. You're tall, but you look like you spend more time trying to sleep and less time running. Basic defense is good too, and see if you can learn how to use a weapon and bring it to the exam. Support items are allowed, and in the orientation speech they even say you're allowed to bring anything." Okay. Strength training, weapons, and defense." The boy repeated, determined frown in place. "Hey, what's your name?" Izuku asked. The boy looked up. "♀, the boy said, purple eyes narrowed. "Well, ♀, I'm looking forward to seeing you become a hero." Izuku then turned around and started jogging towards the healer center once again. DMN. He had 3 minutes to go, the last 10 minutes of his usual casual walking trip if he was gonna make it at his usual arrival. Well, time to figure out how long it took while running. Izuku took off down the streets, not flat out sprinting, but it wasn't a soft jog either. His heart pounded and his backpack slammed into his back with each step, but Izuku grinned at the feeling. He raced down the roads and around corners, eyes ever alert and watchful as he went. Grinning, he slid the door open and waved at the front desk lady. You're 2 minutes later than usual. She eyed him as he took several deep breaths to calm his heartbeat. DMN, 10-minute walk, 5-minute run. He wasn't late, it was a 20-minute walk at his usual speed, and his shift didn't start until a half-hour later. He'd shown up later than he usually did, obviously. DMN, 𝐭𝐸𝐴 really held him up. Worth it. I got sidetracked. Izuku nodded to her as he signed the check-in sheet, and then headed over to the cafeteria so he could finally eat his lunch. He slid into his usual booth that was always invaded sooner or later by annoying medics, and started eating his sandwich. Midoriya. There they were. What kept you? You're usually earlier. Did you catch a villain on your way over? Izuku sighed as the three people slid into the booth across the table from him. I was talking to someone who wanted advice. Got held up. Izuku said between bites. Anything new? Nope, my shift was really quiet. Hwali smiled at him, tiny rows of fish teeth on display. I only had 3 patients, and they barely needed treatment. Lucky. Tsukira whined, throwing himself into the table dramatically. Carefully as well, though, because he didn't want to impale Izuku's sandwich with his green devil horns. There was a bus accident last night, so as soon as I checked in they sent me over to the hospital to help stabilize the patients. My mom helped with that accident. Izuku hummed. She said some of the injuries were quite bad. Seriously? The dark-haired medic named 𝐤𝐸𝐽 exclaimed. I thought he was being dramatic as usual. Tsukira threw up his hands, dramatically. I was not. He yelled. See. Midoriya believes me. He gestured extravagantly to Izuku, who raised an eyebrow. I don't even know what you claim to have done. I merely added in what my mother told me this morning at 3. Izuku finished his sandwich and began putting his trash back in the takeout bag so he could toss the whole thing. Oh. Midoriya. The betrayal. Tsukira placed a hand on his heart and swooned into Hwali, who giggled. I gotta go, have a good rest of the day. Izuku waved as he went to throw the bag of trash away, a little glad they all worked mornings. They could be excitable. Izuku went to the bathroom and washed up after eating, and then headed up to the clinic. He decided on the elevator, just for fun. He usually didn't, but Izuku liked to spice things up. The doors slid open to the 4th floor, and Izuku stepped out as the smell of powerful antiseptic burned his nose. He walked along the left wall to retrieve his healer uniform from his cubby, and then headed to the locker room. Healer uniforms were more personalized than the standard medic uniforms, but not a lot, so they were always identifiable as healers. Medic uniforms were white and blue, tough breathes and lighter shirts, red pockets on the thighs with a red medical belt, and the staff of Asclepius down their spine. Izuku's healer center uniform was the same style, the breathes being identical, but the rest of it was different. Field healers wore gold stripes down every seam of their uniform shirts, easily visible. The rest of Izuku's shirt was a tough white material, and he wore a lightweight bulletproof vest over it with gold trim. He had a tinted visor to protect his eyes, as well as a face mask to cover his mouth. He only wore those during fieldwork, though. Pulling on the breathes and shirt, he clipped the belt on next before pulling on medical gloves that were required all throughout the clinic floors. Izuku tucked his normal clothes, vest, visor, and mask, all into his locker and turned the key. Making sure it was locked tight, he tucked the key into a thigh pocket and headed out of the locker room. It was time to start his shift. Tough life. Again, Izuku walked all the way down the center aisle of the massive clinic room on floor 4, a few people nodding to him as he walked by in his healer uniform. There were 5 aisles to walk down and many, many, many rows. There were roughly 120 beds in the large room, each behind thin, gray, 3-walled privacy screens. Izuku ignored the screens and the unhappy sounds of crying and pain, heading right to the very back of the room where the main desk was. Healer 177908, Midoriya, reporting in for the afternoon shift. He said blankly to the man at the desk. Izuku had never asked for his name. Oddly enough. The healer world was very different than the police world, though. Healer 177908, checked in, head to your supervisor for instructions. The man said, as always. Izuku nodded and headed to the left, a small office where the head healer was. Just because 𝐒𝐬𝐽 technically outranked her as a healer, doesn't mean he was the boss. She ran the whole floor, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 accepted that easily. The door was open, so 𝐒𝐬𝐽 simply stood in the doorway until she turned to face him. "Midoriya, good to see you." They nodded to each other. "We have 3 patients for you to see right now, treat them however you see fit." "Thank you, head healer." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 bowed slightly before she stood and handed him a clipboard. "Bed 18, bed 90, and bed in that order, Midoriya." Her eyes were steely, and he nodded. When he was younger, he'd go in number order instead of what his instructor ordered. They still needled him about it even years later. "Yes, sir." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nodded and strode off, clipboard in hand. He headed for bed 18, and found a 7-year-old lying prone and lifeless, a woman who he assumed to be her mother clutching her hand. "Hello. I'm healer Midoriya. Can you tell me what happened, miss?" The woman turned red-rimmed eyes to him. "I'm Ms. Jirua. We were in a car accident, and Kihono was thrown out of the car." Jirua took a shaking breath. She must have taken her seatbelt off. "She rolled along the concrete, and we were all taken to the hospital. They didn't save my fiancé. I was healed completely, and so was Kihono, but she hasn't woken up." "What were her injuries?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked clinically. "Do you have a report I could see?" She wordlessly opened her purse and handed him a medical sheet. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked at it and nearly winced. Yeesh, the kid was lucky to be alive. All the skin on her arms and face had been raw and almost completely ripped off from rolling across the pavement. Several breaks in her arms and ribs, and a heavy concussion. Both wrists were broken. Mild injuries to her legs, nothing terrible there. They administered a skin regrowth quirk with antibiotics to prevent the growth of infected skin, as well as a regular healing quirk used every day for 3 days to heal the fractures and breaks. It had been a week since the accident, no sign of consciousness. She'd been transferred to the healer's center because they didn't know what was causing the coma. "I'd like to examine her, if that's all right." The woman nodded, and moved away from her daughter so 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could approach. She looked pale, and her eyes were still under her eyelids, no sign of a. Her pulse was steady, and when he checked her BLD pressure it was a little high but nothing too bad. Her head wasn't bleeding outwardly, but there was bruising behind one of her ears and minor swelling. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 frowned at the spot. "Is everything okay?" Jirua asked, biting her nails. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 turned to face her fully. "Do I have permission to use my quirk?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked seriously. "As a licensed healer, I don't really have to ask, but it is polite." She hesitated, but she nodded firmly. "Thank you." He pulled off his gloves, threw them out, and rubbed hand sanitizer into them thoroughly. Turning back to his patient, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 let sunlight pool into his left hand, making his palm glow faintly. He pressed the soft golden glow into the side of her head, and shut his eyes. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was extremely careful as he let sunlight leak from his hand into the girl's head, and found the problem. She had a small bleed in her brain, causing mild swelling. The hospital must have neglected a CT scan, which would have picked up on it. Sunlight swirled around the bleed and the extra BLD, and soaked in so the patient could absorb the light. Sunlight purified her injuries, and Kihono's eyes fluttered slightly, her breathing catching. The woman behind 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gasped, but didn't move a muscle. "Hello, Kihono. If you can hear me, please give me a sign. A smile will do." She raised tired green eyes to his gold ones, and she smiled. "Good. You've been asleep for about 10 days, so you're very weak right now. You can go back to sleep if you want. I'll go fetch a medic to get you ready to discharge." She nodded sluggishly, but her eyes held awareness, so 𝐒𝐬𝐽 pulled away and turned towards the mother. "Miss Jirua, your daughter had a minor brain bleed that I have purged. The doctor did not order a CT scan, which, in future, would be a good idea." "Excuse me." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 turned away, before pausing as she responded. "Your quirk?" she whispered. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked over his shoulder, eyes still a bright gold. She seemed to collect herself, clearly eyeing the few strands of dull gold in his hair and his eyes. "Thank you, for whatever you did." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gave her his healer smile, a soothing one where he showed his dimples. The smile people sighed in relief when they received it. "It was my pleasure." He then walked firmly away, and raised a hand towards the medic walking by. "Bed 18 is good to go. Minor brain bleed causing a 10-day coma, all other injuries treated in the hospital. Brain and skull are clean and healed, good for discharge." The medic nodded. "I'll pop over, but I have another patient to handle first," she said, smile tight. "No worries. She can wait, the girl is in perfect health now." Some of the tension seemed to bleed from the medic's shoulders, and she nodded again. "Good to know. Thanks, Midoriya." He gave her a sharp nod before walking down the many rows of beds in search of bed. He spotted it, entered the privacy screen, and saw two men standing next to another man who lay on the bed with a slightly bloody sheet over his lower body. "Hello, I am Healer Midoriya," Izuku said as he approached. All of the men were over 30, and they looked at him cautiously. "Can you inform me of the situation?" He was working on the roof, and he fell while on the ladder. One said, eyes assessing Izuku. "He hit the barn nearby, legs going clean through the roof of it. Ambulance took us right here, and we've been waiting about 5 minutes." The medic numbed his pain, but Izuku nodded sharply. "I'll get right to work. I need space, so please move back." Izuku pulled a new pair of gloves from a belt pouch, pulled them on, and moved towards the patient. Izuku left the top of the sheet around the man's waist, but he pulled it up to uncover up to his knees. Izuku blinked at the horrific sight. The bones in his legs had been shattered, jagged bone shards peeking out of his body in the complete wrong directions, and his ankles were dangling uselessly, all muscles and nerves disconnected. Izuku examined it more closely. No arteries had been severed by bone shards, there wasn't enough BLD. There'd probably be more, but no one had touched the exposed bones that were mostly stemming the bleeding. It could have been much worse, Izuku realized. Izuku turned to the three men calmly. "Trash can and bath bags on your left, please," he said as one was turning pale in the face. "Do I have permission to administer my quirk? Asking isn't required, but it's polite." Yeah, just heal him," one said shakily as the pale one leaned over to throw up in the trash can. Izuku turned back to his patient, repeating the process of removing his gloves and sanitizing. He pulled sunlight into his hand once again, soft light emitting from his left palm. Izuku cupped underneath one of the man's mangled knees, and shut his eyes. Pressing sunlight into the man, he felt it swirl downwards to his foot, and then up and over to his other leg. Sunlight filled the man's veins, drifting across bone shards and caressing snapped muscles. Izuku inhaled deeply, and then exhaled, letting the sunlight absorb and knit and swirl and fix. There was enough sunlight in the man's legs that they glowed faintly as the sunlight flowed through his veins and soothed all pain and injuries. Satisfied, Izuku let go. "He's been completely healed," Izuku reported. "Tell him to have plenty of water and rest, his muscles are new and aren't to be strained." Izuku put in a mild glare at the final words. An order, not a recommendation. They all nodded, staring at his hair. "You know, it looks as if someone with paint on their hands ran it through your curls, don't you?" One man said, pointing vaguely. It was probably true, larger strands had probably been consumed by sunlight than the few from before. Izuku didn't have to worry unless all of it turned the dull metallic gold color. Although, he'd have passed out by then, so it wasn't really the goal to get that far. "I'm aware," Izuku confirmed. He then headed away and snagged a medic that was leaning against a wall. "Bed 90 ready for discharge. I healed major trauma to his legs, multiple open fractures and torn muscles. He needs rest, possibility of weakness after treatment." The medic pushed off the wall. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Midoriya. Honestly, dunno what we'd do without you." Izuku nodded to him before heading off towards bed. Once he was done with bed 74, he'd need to check in with the head healer and file his reports, and if there was still time in his shift he would get a few more patients in. "I'm Healer Midoriya, what can I do for you today?" Izuku said to the patient who was seated on the bed. She looked okay, sitting up, but she didn't respond to his voice behind her. He entered her field of vision, waved, and started to sign. "I'm Healer Midoriya, as I said. Can you hear things at the moment? She sighed, and smiled apologetically. No, I'm deaf. Thank goodness someone speaks sign language here. Izuku gave her a healer smile. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Can you tell me what brings you here today? Izuku took a seat so he could be more at her level as they signed. About a month ago, I was injured during a cheer practice. I'm a cheerleader. Izuku nodded for her to continue. Anyway, I injured my back, and when I went to the hospital they said it was probably a sprain. I waited a week and then went back to practice, but the pain didn't get better. I sort of brushed it off, but this morning, she paused in her signing and sighed loudly. This morning I woke up and I can't feel my legs. I called the healer center and was brought here because a normal hospital doesn't really fix paralyzation. She set her hands down on her lap and looked as if she wanted to hide her face but couldn't because she needed to see Izuku's response. I understand. The best thing I can guess is that you herniated a disc in your lower spine, lumbar or sacral, and it shifted during your continued exercise to damage your spinal cord. Understand? She nodded, eyes getting shiny. Normally, before this happens, you can seek treatment through medication, physical rehabilitation therapy, or even surgery. However, at this stage, a healing quirk is your best option. It's good you came today. May I use my quirk on you? She nodded immediately, ignoring the few tears that slipped from her eyes, and Izuku stood with a nod. He gently helped her lie down on her stomach, and then he removed his gloves and sanitized to once again use his quirk, Sunlight. Pooling the light in his hand once more, he pressed his left palm into her back. Sunlight found the injury, swirling around it and softly touching the damage. Izuku let the heat and energy melt into it, shutting his eyes and letting the light leak from him to her. It took much less work than the roof injury guy, which was immensely relieving to Izuku. He didn't want to risk overheating and getting a fever. Izuku opened his eyes and removed his hand. He put on new gloves, and moved to the end of the table to be in the patient's line of sight. She looked at him, eyes wide. I'm going to see if you can feel my touch, so I'll gently probe your ankles and legs, and you need to raise an arm for me if you can feel it. Understand? She nodded, and Izuku went back. He pressed his fingers into the ball of her left foot, and she lifted her left arm. He repeated the action with her right, and she raised her right hand. Izuku sighed in relief. He didn't doubt his quirk, but he wasn't cocky enough to ignore double-checking. Izuku moved to crouch once again where she could see him. I'd like you to sit up now, without assistance. She nodded, eyes determined. She slowly sat up, swinging her legs to dangle off the side of the bed. She beamed at him, wiggling her toes. Izuku smiled his healer smile and nodded in approval. I'll bring someone over to discharge you. Take it easy. I'd recommend not going back to cheer for at least 3 months, plus going to physical therapy. The injury is healed, but your back needs time to recover. Understand? She nodded vehemently. I'm not making the same mistake twice. Izuku nodded in approval once more, and waved as he left. Hey, are you done with bed 90? Izuku asked as he noticed the same guy as before walking down the aisle. Yep. You got another. Izuku nodded. Bet she's deaf, and I healed her spinal herniation with partial paraplegia. The medic sighed. Man, I really need to get around to learning sign. I swear, I keep saying I'll do it next month. The man left, muttering, and Izuku smirked after him, amused. Walking down the aisle and weaving through the rows towards the head healer's office, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. It was probably close to halfway gold, which wasn't terrible so long as he was careful. Izuku stood in the doorway, and she turned to him expectantly. Bed 18, a girl with a minor brain bleed. Bed 90, a man with major trauma to his lower extremities with multiple open fractures and torn muscles. Bed 74, a woman with a spinal injury. Izuku reported. All healed, bed 90 and 74 both with recommended rest after healing. She nodded firmly. File it, and then, her phone went off. Her emergency phone. Change of plan. She said as she picked up the phone. Head healer 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, identification 499087 of floor 4. She didn't move, eyes serious as whoever was on the other side of the phone spoke, most likely explaining the situation and asking for healers. She nodded firmly. Understood. ETA roughly 17 minutes. She hung up. Situation. Izuku asked as she stood up. Get in your full gear. I'm going, you're going, and we're snagging the first medic we see. Head healer Kunku ordered. He'd never actually known her name before. There's been an attack involving Endeavor against a villain who has some sort of gas quirk. They estimate about 25 injured and more to come. Tell someone to grab me an ice pack and meet us in the garage. I'll suit up and head down. Izuku said shortly. Who's in command for this mission? She gave him a scrutinizing look before sighing. You're more qualified for emergencies. You're in command, I'll be your second. Izuku nodded as they neared the locker room and he split off. Understood. I'll meet you downstairs in 2 minutes. Izuku took out his key and calmly and efficiently opened his locker and removed his gear. He pulled on his bulletproof vest as well as settled his visor around his head and the black mask over his mouth. He locked it again, due to his personal items still being inside, and then strode out of the room. Izuku didn't bother with the elevator, taking the stairs at a brisk pace but not a run. Wasting energy on running during an emergency was stupid when you could just calmly jog or walk briskly. He arrived on the garage level and a girl was standing there, ice pack in hand. Thank you. Izuku took it, nodded to her. Sunlight wasn't really giving him a fever yet, but the ice would help stave off the fever he'll inevitably get. In theory. He headed for the ambulance that was lit. Izuku climbed into the passenger seat, Kunku behind the wheel and the male medic from before in the back part of the ambulance. Let's move. Izuku said calmly. Kunku took off down the street, out of the garage. Izuku removed his visor so he could press the ice to his forehead. Everyone, sound off with identification numbers and ranks. Head healer Kunku, identification 499087, rank C, medic Koto, number 8907, rank 3. Healer Midoriya, number 177908, rank A. Izuku nodded firmly. Do we have an active location? During the call they were between XXX and XXX, moving southward. Izuku nodded. Head directly to the place you were given. The roughly 25 victims called in during the start of the attack should still be there. He received 2 nods of understanding, and Izuku fell silent as he watched the road zip by, people moving out of the way of the sirens and flashing lights. Smoke, there. Izuku pointed. About a dozen buildings ahead, an entire block was full of smoke, massive clouds heading up. I'm calling for more medics. Izuku said, pulling out his work phone. Understood. Kunku said as she wove between cars. Izuku rang the front desk of the center, the second number. Identification number and rank. The girl said seriously. 177908, rank A. We need immediate backup on XXX of XXX. My team and I are still en route and we see smoke pouring out of at least 9 buildings. We need a team of a dozen medics here as soon as possible. Reports say the situation is active with Endeavor on the scene. Izuku said firmly, clearly, and quickly. Understood Midoriya. We'll send 2 teams of 6 to be arriving in roughly 10 minutes. She said, clearly already moving into action. Good. Send them in full field medic gear. This is an active scene. Izuku then hung up and shoved his phone into his belt. He removed the ice, slipped on his visor, and watched Kunku take one last turn and come to a stop, leaving the sirens on. Everyone out, Medic Koto, make a safe zone for us to leave victims for you to check over. Healer Kunku, rescue and retrieve. Yes, sir. They chorused, and then they leapt into action. Healers on the scene. Izuku yelled as he exited the vehicle. Victims who can walk, come this way. People started cheering in relief, several people covered in ash limping over. Izuku jogged from person to person, asking if they needed immediate help, but none did. He directed them toward the safe zone Koto was setting up, and Kunku was starting to round up people who had collapsed or were struggling to walk. Izuku headed into one of the burning buildings, eyes searching for people. Healer in the building. Is anyone here? 𝐒𝐿 heard a few groans, and he went for the sounds. A wall had collapsed, and several people were hiding under a table, nearly crushed by the wall. Without the table, they'd have died instantly rather than be sort of squished. Stay calm, I'm going to get you out. 𝐒𝐿 held out a hand, and helped pull a woman out first, her whimpering as one of her legs seemed to be twisted. Correction, dislocation in the knee. 𝐒𝐿 then helped a man who seemed okay, mildly favoring his left hand as he gently cradled the other. Last was another woman who was coughing badly, but otherwise unharmed. This way, hurry. 𝐒𝐿 ordered as he scooped the first woman into his arms. He led them out of the building and handed the woman to a medic, nearly sagging in relief as he saw both medic teams had arrived. 𝐒𝐿 searched the whole building, only one other person having been inside. Skirting them out, 𝐒𝐿 moved to the next building. Building by building, 𝐒𝐿 searched for survivors, counting the people who were already gone as he went. However, he wasn't ready for the fight to head straight for 𝐒𝐿 and the medic zone. The villain was running, a green gas pouring from his hands as he went, a crazed grin on his face. His pupils were heavily dilated, and 𝐒𝐿 figured he was probably high. But those eyes were trained right on the group of survivors. 𝐒𝐿 ran, flat out sprinting for the group and stood protectively in front of them. He would protect them, and sunlight would answer. The villain made eye contact with him as 𝐒𝐿 crossed his arms in front of his face and stared the villain down. Oh, a healer. My lucky day. The villain yelled as he charged down the street. If I'm going to Tartarus anyway, I'm taking out as many people as I can along the way. He screamed. 𝐒𝐿 shut his eyes, and pushed sunlight out of his crossed arms. Sunlight lived inside him, 𝐒𝐿 knew. It made a home there, flowing through his veins and seeping into his tissues, and usable in many ways. So 𝐒𝐿 poured his sunlight into his arms, and it grew, moving to help fuel his longing to protect. A brilliant shield, 20 feet high and 15 feet wide, made of pure blinding sunlight formed in front of the medic zone. 𝐒𝐿 held it in place, gritting his teeth as his outer forearms slowly became as metallic and dull as gold. What is this? The villain shrieked. This is the power of sunlight, but leave my patients alone. 𝐒𝐿 screamed in response. Now, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't see past the shield, but he seriously hoped the villain wouldn't attack it. He'd lose whatever body part tried to touch it. Agonized screams and sizzling proved that, yeah, the villain had touched the shield. The gold crept down towards 𝐒𝐿's wrists, spreading and wrapping around his arms, and 𝐒𝐿 glared in determination. It's Endeavor! Someone cried. His caught the villain. Another one yelled, pumping a fist. 𝐒𝐿 uncrossed his arms, gasping, and let the sunlight shield fade into just golden flickers hanging in the air. 𝐒𝐿 examined his arms, a little relieved it had only covered from elbow to wrists. He could still use his hands, and sort of bend his elbows. 𝐒� had no feeling in the gold sections, but he'd protected everyone. He spun around, panicking lightly. Was anyone hurt just now? 𝐒� yelled to the group. Specifically from the shield, or from the near attack just now? The closer people shook their heads, while he heard several reassurances that they were fine. 𝐒� grinned in relief, and then turned to see Endeavor was indeed glaring at the nearby press, unconscious and handcuffed villain in hand. Both arms were badly burned, and the villain was missing a hand, the stump cauterized well but also blackened. Oops. 𝐒� turned back to face the medics that were gathered. Medics. Healer Midoriya speaking, identification number 177908, rank A. 𝐒� called. I need rescue and retrieval inside the buildings down the left side. The attack is over but the crisis is not. He didn't look to see if they nodded before he turned to face the police squads holding back the bystanders. Under the authority of Investigator Midoriya of the Musutafu Prefecture, I need half a dozen officers to retrieve the dead from the buildings on the right. I'd already cleared those buildings of living victims. People started moving immediately, and 𝐒� turned back to the few medics who'd stayed to help treat the victims. I'll be helping load patients into ambulances. If you need immediate help, let me know. My quirk is only for emergencies. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 worked into the night, administering first aid, loading patients into ambulances, setting up lights for the medics in the safe zone, and he only needed to heal 2 people with sunlight. By the time the fires were all out, the injured and dead were all counted, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was told he could head to the center to end his shift. He was positively dead on his feet. He dutifully helped file a crisis incident report with a group of 5 medics plus head healer 𝐭𝐴, and then hit the showers. As he watched the BLD and dirt go down the drain, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 leaned his slightly burning forehead on the cold wall of the shower and let himself relax under the water. It wasn't warm, not really. He couldn't risk overheating himself after using sunlight over and over. However, the cold soothed his overworked muscles as well as helped make him more alert. Putting on scrubs temporarily, he dropped his dirted healer uniform in the laundry bin to be washed and headed to floor 4 to retrieve his clothes. Dressed, showered, and exiting the building, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 tilted his head back and sighed. He sat down on the bench outside, and he pulled out his personal cell. He waited as it rang, and smiled when he heard his mother's voice. "Are you done with the paperwork, 𝐒𝐿𝐴? I saw the TV rerun." She asked softly. "Yeah. Can you pick me up?" He leaned his head against the wall behind the bench. "Oh sunshine, you sound exhausted," she said, and he heard her rummaging around. Probably getting ready to leave the house and retrieve him. "You did wonderful, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. You saved so many lives, and I'm so proud of you." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled into his phone. "Thanks, Mom," he murmured. They talked quietly as she drove, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 admitting to the inevitable loss of life during the emergency. A healer couldn't save everyone, and neither could heroes. She didn't try to tell him it was okay, because it wasn't. Those people were gone, and they'd always be gone. She did, however, remind him that he did his best and that was enough. 𝐒𝐿𝐴. He opened his eyes, hearing his name both through the phone and in real life, and he lifted his head from where he'd let it fall against the wall. "Sorry Mom, I guess I'm tired enough. My situational awareness totally screwed off," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said apologetically. "You mean, screwed up?" she asked as he stood, examining his near completely dull golden hair and his solid gold arms. "No, I mean screwed off." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gave her a tired grin. "The other way I could say it isn't very nice." She gave him a disapproving look, her lip wobbling with repressed laughter, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 huffed in amusement. "Come on, let's get you home," she said fondly. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 loved his mother, and he loved his jobs, but man was his life exhausting. Second best. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 swung his leg off his bike, yawning, blinking tiredly and glaring into the sunrise as if it stole his firstborn child. It was 4 in the morning, and he was meant to be at school by 8, because classes started a half-hour after that. Fantastic. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had purposefully asked for the graveyard shift on Wednesdays so he'd be closer to the Night Stalker case, but knowing that didn't make school the next morning any easier. It still scared and made him want to faceplant into next week. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 unlocked and opened the door to his apartment quietly, knowing his mom wouldn't be up for another 2 hours, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 carefully removed his shoes, coat, and bag, before padding on quiet feet to his bedroom. Upon making it to said bedroom, he changed into pajamas and immediately collapsed into bed. Sleep. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was going to murder his alarm clock. 8 a.m. correction. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was going to murder his alarm clock after he avoided being late to school. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blearily stumbled around, throwing clothes everywhere as he tried to find his uniform and yank it on without bothering to use him routine. He grabbed an apple and a granola bar on his way out, barely stuffing his feet in shoes and throwing on his leather jacket before stumbling outside. The cold air was a wake-up call, hallelujah, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wasn't squinting into the light by the time he was hopping on his motorcycle and speeding away toward school. He'd never ridden it to school before, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was a little nervous about parking it there. Instead, he parked it in a garage 3 blocks down, and sprinted the rest of the way as he tried to shove his jacket into his backpack roughly. It wasn't really working, but it was the effort that counted, right? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 skidded to a stop in front of his classroom and took a deep breath, calming his heart rate, and then entered right as the bell rang. He waved to his teacher, who smiled at him, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 took his seat. He was 1 desk over and 1 row behind Katsuki, who was staring at him like 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was an idiot. He probably was, trying to make graveyard and schoolwork. Izuku gave him an apologetic shrug as he plopped down and started pulling out his things. He had work to do, after all. When it was time for lunch, Izuku didn't feel like moving his head from where it lay on the desk. Unfortunately, he didn't have much choice since Katsuki existed. "Oi, broccoli, wake up." He ruffled Izuku's fluffy hair roughly. "I'm awake, Katsuki." Izuku muttered. "Believe me, I wish I wasn't." Katsuki laughed. "Get your butt up, I don't care if you worked graveyard last night, it's time for lunch." Izuku did as he was told, but he angrily muttered some very unkind things under his breath. Katsuki just laughed. Izuku hated how people waved as he went by, smiling and chatting as if they knew him. As if they were friends. He glared at them lightly, sometimes they took the hint and backed off, but most of the time they weren't put off enough. Because Izuku's luck is oh so lovely, it was a day they elected to ignore his glare and tried to follow him as he walked around with his lunch tray. As he left the lunchroom completely, they started looking a little annoyed, and when he exited the building they finally gave up. Izuku sighed in relief as he sat on the end of the koi pond, settling his tray on his lap. He smiled as he realized Katsuki was approaching, but said nothing as the boy sat next to him with his usual angry scowl. "You didn't answer." Katsuki said finally. "Answer what?" "The sludge day, a few months ago." Izuku straightened, eyes boring into Katsuki as the boy picked at his food. "I told those extras I was headed to UA, and our shitty teacher asked if you were too." Katsuki looked up, glaring, right at Izuku. "You didn't answer him." "I don't know if I have the answer he would want or the one you want." Izuku sighed. "I don't understand why you don't just become a hero." Katsuki grumbled. "Obviously a shitty broccoli like you would just be some nobody hero, but you'd be a hero." "I don't know if I want to be a hero," Izuku admitted, tilting his head back so his face was in the sun as he shut his eyes. "I'm happy with the 2 jobs I have already. How would I ever fit hero school into that? I'd have to give something up." Katsuki growled, clenching and unclenching his fists. "Just stop the shitty healer center." Katsuki bit out angrily. "You never wanted to work there anyway, shitty broccoli." Izuku smiled slightly. "I know," he admitted. "But I'm happy with what I have. Isn't that enough?" Katsuki didn't say anything, so Izuku waited. The sun on his face and freckles made sunlight curl with happiness, swishing inside Izuku and bubbling at the surface. Izuku knew it was sort of sentient, but not quite. It played off his own emotions for the most part. It's why he couldn't ever lose control. Usually, however, the sunlight just sat under his skin and he could move it around his body without actually using his quirk. It was a part of him, after all. Sunlight moved, and Izuku let it curl into his hair as the wind ruffled it in the light breeze. Gold melted into his hair, he knew. Not the metallic color that consumed him when he used his quirk, harsh and deep with its gold. When Izuku moved the sunlight, his eyes flashed like liquid sunlight, bright and glowing. His hair was the same, curls lightening to an almost iridescent gold, a bright color full of life and light, glowing in the sun. He could have asked it not to move as such, keeping it more internal, but that didn't make sunlight happy. Izuku had no reason to deny it small things like changing his hair or eye color. Sometimes it even curled around his fingers, making his nails turn gold and fingers glow. He could do it purposefully, flashing his eyes gold to prove a point, using it to make his hair a beacon while working as a healer. Sunlight was always happiest when Izuku felt the sun on his skin, though. It answered his call better then, too. "Hey, Goldilocks." A soft voice came, interrupting his thoughts. Izuku hummed an acknowledgement. "Why would you settle for being happy where you are, when you could chase after a dream that thrills you?" Izuku opened his eyes as Katsuki stood and stalked off, hands in his pockets and slouching. Katsuki had spoken so softly. Izuku stared at what remained of his food, he couldn't find an answer, and he didn't know why that bothered him. For the rest of the school day, Katsuki completely ignored him, and Izuku thought that was fair. Izuku, on the other hand, was just repeating what he'd said in his head over and over. Why would you settle for being happy where you are, when you could chase after a dream that thrills you? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned his chin on a hand as he stared out the window. Why would you settle, when you can chase after a dream that thrills you? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 didn't know, and that frustrated him. He wasn't settling, he was happy. He was. Whenever 𝐒𝐭𝐴 solved a case and watched a criminal or a villain get locked away, he found himself wanting to beam with pride. When he finished at a scene, 𝐂𝐵 dirty and well used, he knew his exhaustion was caused by saving people. He felt content, knowing he'd done his part and he'd saved people. But, didn't heroes save people too? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 frowned as he sat through class after class and the day went by. No, heroes stopped villains. They saved people, sure, but not like healers, right? That one question, one single sentence, had destroyed what 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had thought was a perfectly reasonable view of his own life. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was a healer, he saved people the heroes couldn't and healed people with a warm hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was an investigator, he helped get criminals and villains off the streets. But, was that really what he was doing? Was he really saving people, or was he a second defense, saving people who the heroes had already let get injured? Was he catching bad guys, or was he just examining crimes that had already happened to prevent even more from happening? What if 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wanted to prevent people from being injured in the first place? What if 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wanted to stop the villain before he was looking at a wall of 16 murders and trying to guess who was next? What if he was settling for second best? Was he okay with that? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 didn't know, and he didn't like that. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 went into the precinct distracted, and it was obvious to everyone around him. He still did his work, still made his steamed hot chocolate, still made sure everything was going smoothly, but his mind kept wandering. They could see it in the way his eyes drifted, they could hear it in how his voice fluctuated on certain words, they could feel it when he finished a report and slumped in his chair silently. They knew. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴's shift was 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., which meant he could go straight home and to bed after since he was off work at the center. He had less than 10 minutes left, and was resisting banging his useless brain against his desk. He didn't know why what Katsuki said mattered so much. Sure, it was sentimental, unusual from Katsuki, but that shouldn't have made 𝐒𝐭o𝐴's brain stop working. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 turned abruptly, knowing something was approaching, and saw Eraserhead heading for his desk. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 sighed. Midoriya. Eraserhead nodded to him. You off in a few? Yes. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 confirmed. What do you need? There have been 2 sightings of the Night Stalker, and I wanted to confirm with you if they are legitimate. Eraserhead said, handing 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 a folder. Do you have work at the center after this? No. I'm off today, which is lucky. Means I'll actually get some sleep for once. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 said absent-mindedly as he opened the folder. There were blurry camera shots along with eyewitnesses' descriptions for each photo. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 started with the first one, taken from a convenience store security camera. The image was of a man in a black suit with armored reinforcements on his torso and thighs, and a black sort of helmet with curling ram horns on it. A gun was at his hip, and a hand was on it protectively. The eyewitness said he was running between alleys, keeping out of the light and in the shadows. The only reason they noticed him was because the witness had a hearing-type quirk. The second photo was of a man in a black suit with armored reinforcements on his chest and thighs, with a gun on his lower hip and his hands out in front of him. His helmet had curling ram horns on it near his ears. The photo was taken from a traffic light monitoring cam. The eyewitness said they spotted him walking down a dark street, almost shabbling. He moved slowly but every step was silent, and the witness hid inside a building immediately upon seeing him. The one from the convenience store shot is the copycat. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 said firmly, tapping the photo. Night Stalker doesn't try to hide other than being completely silent and blending into the already dark streets. He has no need of slinking from alley to alley. Beyond that, see how in the first photo the guy has his hand near the gun, while the second one has his hands loose and ready to attack at a moment's notice. The real one favors his quirk, while the copycat has to rely on his gun. Eraserhead nodded. Good catch. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 frowned at the paper. So we have proof that the real Night Stalker is still out there. Why would he need a copycat? 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 frowned harder. Most copycats come from a villain's death or capture. This one just seems like he's doing it for fun or something. Pretending we know why a villain is doing something isn't rational. Eraserhead sighed. I know, but this guy isn't a villain yet. Izuku said, handing the folder back. We have no evidence he's used a quirk. That classifies him as a criminal, for now. We need more information, which absolutely is because it probably means we have to wait until he's seen or kills again. Izuku's eyes drifted a little, uncertainty kicking in. There it was. The truth that Izuku couldn't go out on patrol like Eraserhead, looking actively for the villain and working his butt off to prevent more murders. No, he was benched and unable to actually save people. If anything, when he arrested criminals and villains, he was really just avenging already dead people. He was giving their souls peace, sure, but… Midoriya! Yes. Izuku said immediately, eyes focusing. He knew he hadn't missed anything Eraserhead said, he wasn't that far gone. The man sighed. People have been saying you've been off all day. Like that. Eraserhead said bluntly. Something's on your mind. My best friend said something that's messing with my head. Izuku smiled apologetically, I'll get it sorted. It won't mess with my work, as you have already observed. I'm guessing seeing if I was capable despite my mild preoccupation was a secondary goal of this conversation with me. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and the hero eyed him. What did your friend say? Eraserhead pried. You're one of the best people in this station. Maybe even the best, despite your age. Being in top form is important. Izuku narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but then he sighed when the hero just stared blankly. He asked me why I wasn't going to be a hero, and I said I was content doing my police and healer work. Izuku admitted, leaning into his chair and tipping his head back to stare at the ceiling. He asked, why would you settle, when you can chase a dream that thrills you? I don't know why, but it's bothering me. Is being a hero a dream of yours, then? Eraserhead asked. It used to be, before I started really working as a healer. Izuku answered. But I thought I'd moved past it, accepting that my 2 jobs were enough. Realizing that I'd accepted it, and moved past it, I started asking myself if I really was content as I thought I was. Izuku sat up and smiled at the hero apologetically, again. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. I think your friend is right. Izuku blinked. Settling for a life you ended up in instead of what you wanted will only become a regret once you've lived it for too many years. If you're truly happy with your life and willing to do this forever, then the thought of becoming a hero wouldn't be a conflicting or difficult thought. Eraserhead's dark eyes bore into Izuku's, which flashed gold momentarily. I'll think about it. Izuku said softly, willing the gold to melt out of his irises. Thank you for your advice. Izuku stood, giving Eraserhead a nod, and then started getting ready to clock out. His brain needed a break. He hopped on the motorcycle, clicked on his helmet, adjusted his backpack over his jacket, and sped off. Night Stalker was a case Izuku had started roughly 9 months ago, 6 months before the sludge villain and the copycat showed up. Eraserhead had been brought on board then, because the police weren't getting much farther after they raided Night Stalker's warehouse and found it had been cleaned out completely. It had been a devastating blow to the case, and they'd received heavy criticism from the commission. They'd promised results and had none to show for it. Izuku had been at the meeting with the representative of the commission, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 had let him take the lead in explaining everything they'd done right, and how the failed raid didn't prove they were incompetent. Because Izuku got the chance to shine, rather than sit silently in the back, the representative didn't say a word about his age. Even she could see that Izuku wasn't a child to be treated as such. He wasn't an adult, but he deserved the respect of one, considering his 2 jobs and his intelligence. But Izuku couldn't help but feel like Katsuki might have had a point. He thrived in his 2 environments, but what if he combined them? What if he could save while catching villains? What if he could prevent harm that needs emergency healers, while he caught the villains before they committed horrific murders? Izuku was saving people and catching villains already, but it wasn't the same. As a hero, he could be out there with Eraserhead, catching the Night Stalker. Could he make a real difference as a hero? Izuku didn't know, and he kept driving. Mom? Izuku asked as he laid on the couch, both feet over the back of it because why not? Do you think I could be a hero? The rummaging in the kitchen stopped. I mean, pretend I could have all my work and jobs in pause mode. Do you think I could pull it off? The kitchen was silent aside from the noise of the running faucet where his mother had been washing the dishes Izuku had used in his late-night dinner. Sunshine, I think you can do whatever you put your mind to. Her voice spoke as her footsteps approached. Izuku turned his head to see her crouching beside the couch. What brought this on? Katsuki again. Izuku huffed. I thought he'd gotten over us being heroes together when I started my job at the station. He'd stopped asking, anyway. He turned his head away, staring at the ceiling once again as if it held all the answers. Today, he said I could be a hero. I mean, he said I'd be a nobody hero compared to him, instead of the childish I'll be number one and you can be number two, I guess that we've both heard a million times. His mother laughed softly. He said I shouldn't settle for something like my current life, when I could go and be a hero. Izuku sat up then, removing his feet from the back of the couch and tucking them crisscross style as he turned to face his mom. Was he right? Am I meant to live this life, one that's exhausting but makes me happy, or am I meant to reach for the stars, risk it all, and possibly fall? His mother took one of his hands gently, and trailing a finger in circles around his palm. Why not reach for the stars? She murmured. You already hold the brightest in your hands, don't you? Her eyes, green and sad as she searched his face. I put you in that healer preschool because they said they could protect you while you were still learning to use your gift. I didn't do it because I was forcing you to be a healer. Izuku squeezed her hand in his. I know. He whispered. Naturally, because of your gift, you were pulled into being one anyway. You were so happy that you could help people, and you slowly just stopped wanting to be a hero. She sighed, looking down at their clasped hands. I didn't see it before, but maybe you didn't stop wanting, you were just steered in the opposite direction and never did anything to turn yourself back around. I thought as a healer, I was saving people the heroes couldn't. Izuku admitted. But I'm realizing. I want to help them before they have the chance to get hurt at all. As a healer, I can't do that. He took a deep breath and let it out. As a police investigator, I'm put on cases to help catch people. I can't be a detective because that would involve fieldwork, but that's pretty much what I am unofficially. Everyone knows it. When I started high school I'll be allowed to do fieldwork, but it'll only be police work. I thought that was okay with me, before. But, today I paid more attention. I'm on a case with little to no solid evidence other than sightings and actual murders, and I just have to wait for more evidence. I'm waiting for him to kill again, and I realized, maybe I'm not okay with that. Sunshine, look at me. Izuku felt gold melt into his eyes as he lifted them, sunlight curling comfortably under his skin. Inko looked at him seriously, eyes sharp and chin jutted out in firm determination. Izuku, you can become a hero. Izuku inhaled sharply. Nobody had ever said that to him before, and he quite suddenly understood 𝐿𝐴. Izuku's eyes burned, tears pooling as he stared at her, vision getting wobbly. You think so? His voice broke, tears thickening in his throat. Sunshine, you already are. Her voice was so full of sincerity that Izuku choked on a laugh. It was a wonderful thing to hear, and Izuku hugged his mother tightly as small tears fell, soaking into his mother's shirt. Mom, I think I'm going to be a hero. Go Izuku go. Izuku walked right into UA without hesitation. He followed the stream of students through the gates and to the auditorium, taking in the many rows of seats and the stage below. A giant screen was behind the stage, and Izuku figured the orientation would explain everything digitally, whereas the pamphlet just said it outright. He wasn't surprised when Katsuki sat next to him, and Izuku waved sarcastically to the boy who was surprised. Broccoli, what are you doing here? Katsuki glared as he regained his composure. I'm sorry, Kat, did I forget to mention I was going to be a hero? Izuku tilted his head with faux innocence. My bad. 'Bout demon time, broccoli. The blonde grumbled, and then he fell silent as he faced the front. Izuku resisted a fond smile at the blonde, and then looked up in blank surprise as the spotlights above the students shone on the stage and the main lights went off. The 𝐒𝐬𝐽 logo appeared on a screen behind the stage, yellow letters and blue background on full display. Izuku zoned his eyes on present MIC, who had shown up and was grinning up at the students. For all you examinee listeners tuning in today, welcome to my show today. Everybody say hey. The hero leaned forward with a hand cupping his ear, but there was nothing to hear. Nobody responded. What a refined response. Present MIC shrugged dramatically, mock disappointment radiating through him. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yi. MIC yelled out the last part excitedly, eliciting no response once more. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. The screen behind the hero shifted to show a main area in teal that read "You are here," surrounded by a diagram of linked and color-coded areas labeled AG. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to your specialized battle centers, okay? All students around Izuku started checking their cards, and nobody responded okay. Statistics were against MIC in the way of responses from his audience, and Izuku wondered why he was still trying so hard. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, here. Katsuki muttered. Izuku glanced at him, seeing he was examining Izuku's card next to him. Sunlight soaked into Izuku's hair, gold streaks forming as Izuku smiled. We have consecutive examinee numbers, but different battle centers. It's most likely to prevent team-ups. Izuku said thoughtfully. Fairness and individuality are taken seriously here. His number was number 2234, and he was in Battle Center B. Katsuki was red number 2233, but was in Battle Center A. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't look at my card, Goldilocks. He said with no bite, eyeing Izuku's hair. Izuku huffed a laugh but said nothing as he tucked his card away. Izuku turned to face the screen and noticed it had changed. It showed a model of a city, which meant urban battles. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. As MIC spoke, dark shapes appeared on screen with numbers 1P, 2P, and 3P labeling them around the city. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Zooming into the city to show a street block, an animated present MIC walked down the pavement approaching a dark shape labeled 1P. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. As MIC said this, screen MIC defeated another obstacle labeled as 2P. Of course, attacking other examinees. And any other unheroic actions are prohibited. MIC waved his index finger dramatically at the crowd. Izuku turned his head suddenly, hearing someone shoot to his feet a few rows ahead. May I ask a question? The boy was stiff, as if wearing medical braces, yet was uninjured. A rich upbringing then, probably a stickler for rules. Okay. MIC sounded a little confused, so his voice didn't come out as a shout, and he pointed at the boy. A spotlight lit the kid up, and he was wearing a yellow sweater uniform holding up the orientation pamphlet. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If this is a misprint, then you, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. The boy sounded scolding, disapproving, as he spoke quickly and loudly. In a heartfelt way he tapped his chest as he lowered the paper, expressing his sincerity. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes, and mistakes like this are unacceptable. Okay, examinee number 7111. He made a thumbs up, grinning. Thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. The screen zoomed out, back to the view of the city with the dark shapes around it, with an added figure labeled 0P. It was worth no points. This guy's an obstacle, so to speak. Going back to the street view, animated MIC was once again patrolling a street. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. Little MIC approached the silhouette labeled 0P, but instead of defeating it, he ran away and turned down a different street. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it, either. The little character ran even farther away, which seemed an odd representation to Izuku, personally. It seemed important. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. The still standing boy yelled, and then bowed deeply. Please excuse the interruption. He then sat down quickly and efficiently, which made Izuku only more sure he cared deeply about routine and rules. He'd asked bluntly and explained his thoughts, and then apologized for making a fuss. He'd need to loosen up to be a good hero, but the boy seemed fine enough, if a little rude. That's all from me. Present MIC held out his arms. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra." MIC announced, bent backwards in an odd contortion, and the screen showed the words plus ultra in yellow lettering by pink and blue swirls with a green background behind the words. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. MIC grinned one last time, and the spotlights went off. Izuku stood as the main lights came on. Present MIC left the stage, and his hair leaked back into full green mode. Izuku was confident, especially because he'd been given direct permission to bring anything he wanted. He already knew it was allowed, but MIC had specifically said the examinees could bring whatever they wanted. Maybe they wouldn't expect it, but it was allowed. Izuku headed to the locker rooms, same as everyone else, and found a space to change. He set his backpack down on a bench and opened a blue locker, unzipping his bag, and pulling off his school uniform. As he redressed in his loose exercise gear, Izuku pulled out the belt and holster he'd brought specifically for the exam. The holster was solid, easy to close but hard to open for safety reasons, and the gun already snugly kept inside, loaded and live. The ammunition cartridges were clipped into the other side of the belt, and he made sure they were clicked in properly and wouldn't fall out. Satisfied, Izuku put his school uniform in his backpack and tucked it away in a locker. He then locked it, smiling as he was glad he remembered his lock. Izuku went outside, ignoring the people staring at his weapon or him in general, and loaded into the bus headed to Battle Center B. He didn't see Katsuki on his way, but he didn't really expect to anyway. It wasn't long before the bus left, and it wasn't too long before they rolled to a gentle stop. Izuku hopped out, assessing what he could. There seemed to be a few under 24 people he could see, split down the middle whether he could guess or see their quirks. They all stood in front of a massive gate, which Izuku assumed to be the entrance, some closer than others to the door. Izuku was farther back, and he took deep breaths to remain calm. He started his stretching routine he did every morning, slowly going through the motions to be careful of his gun holster. When he was finished, he stood neutrally and waited for a sign. Okay, start. Izuku took off for the doors, and they burst open faster than should have been possible. However, it was UA, so Izuku didn't question it. That listener has it. There are no countdowns in real life. Pounding of feet started behind Izuku, and he removed his gun as he ran, holding it with both hands at his side and pointed at the ground as he pulled back the slide. Rule 1 of firearms: never point a gun at anything you aren't willing to destroy, loaded for naught. Rule 2, never keep your finger on the trigger, that's how mistakes happen. A group of robots burst out in front of Izuku as the strict boy zoomed up behind him, and Izuku pointed his gun up and fired directly through the robot's glowing red-eye camera. It dimmed, crumpled, and collapsed. Gasps and shocked screams came from behind Izuku, but he didn't stop as he methodically began taking out every robot he could see, even as other examinees began to take down their own. Izuku, assessing his clip down to only 3 bullets, as well as the growing number of people in his area, sprinted away in search of more robots. He fired directly upwards as he ran, making noise to attract the robots and finishing his clip. Flicking the SWCH, he ejected the empty clip and clicked it into a slot on his belt. He released a full one before lining it up with the gun as he slammed it into place. Hearing the affirmative click, Izuku pulled back the slide to load the chamber and once again aimed it at the ground with his finger flat against the trigger guard. He stopped, eyes shut as he listened, and Izuku turned as he heard a robot smashing through a building straight for him. Izuku grinned as more robots amassed to him, shooting them down 15 shots at a time before he needed to reload while dodging or ducking behind cover. Izuku was about to take off for a new zone, the one he was in littered with robot carcasses, when he paused, looking around for the source of the odd noise, spotted the smoke, and then the earthquake started. 𝐒𝐿 holstered his gun, clicked it into place, and then sprinted for the rumbling. If people were injured by whatever took down those two buildings, they'd need him. 𝐒𝐿 saw dust clouds forming as the only warning before he saw the massive robot that towered up and over the buildings. It looked as if it was focused in on a single street, which meant the majority of the examinees were there. 𝐒𝐿 reached the proper street just in time to see a massive fist slam into the ground, crack the concrete, and send debris flying everywhere. "Everyone get back!" 𝐒𝐿 yelled to the frozen hero students. "Is anyone injured?" "No. What the hell is that? Don't tell me that's the zero-pointer." 𝐒𝐿 didn't care what they were saying as long as they were evacuating. He did care, however, when he heard a feminine cry of pain. Searching the debris in the area, he heard it with his eyes. He spotted her. 𝐒𝐿 ran for the girl, seeing that she was pinned, and also saw the robot was too close. He'd never be able to evacuate her in time without some kind of speed quirk. So he ran to her side, crouched down next to her pinned legs, and crossed his arms in front of his face. "Close your eyes," 𝐒𝐿 ordered, and then let sunlight pulse outwards protectively. Sunlight burst into a shield, larger than his last one, his forearms immediately turning into solid gold. The brilliant light covered 𝐒𝐿 and the girl in a near dome of golden light, spanning the whole width of the street in 𝐒𝐿's area. He held it, and then shut his eyes as the gold crept down his wrists. Then, relief hit as he felt the robot smash into the shield. 𝐒𝐿 could feel the force used, of course, but it never affected him or the sunlight. Metal screeched, and 𝐒𝐿 vaguely wished he could see the giant robot getting absolutely obliterated as it tried to attack his shield. Gold melted into his eyes, and he glared upwards defiantly, even as he started losing feeling in his wrists. "Time's up." 𝐒𝐿 dropped the shield as the siren went off, breathing, and the sunlight faded. It left a sparkling hue, like a golden rainbow in the air as it shimmered, and 𝐒𝐿 could finally see the robot. It had clearly tried to punch, and then walk into the shield, and half of it had been utterly melted away. The other half had felt the force and repercussions, holes melted into it from metal being too close to the shield. 𝐒𝐿 turned away and assessed his arms. No feeling from wrist to elbow, but his fingers still all worked. 𝐒𝐿 then crouched, hands on his knees, eyes assessing the girl closely. She seemed to be staring open-mouthed up at him, and he smiled reassuringly, his healer smile on full display. "My name is Midoriya. Do you need assistance in unpinning your leg, or were you panicking in the situation and unable to do it yourself quickly enough?" She turned a little pink, and 𝐒𝐿 assumed it was the latter. "I can do it, thank you for saving me." 𝐒𝐿 smiled at her. "Of course, it's what heroes do." 𝐒𝐿 stood and looked around, grinning as he saw Recovery Girl heading over and handing out energy gummies. "Good work, good work, good work," she was saying as her syringe cane clicked against the concrete. The girl he'd protected was tapping the debris, and 𝐒� realized she had some kind of gravity quirk, since it started to float and she wiggled out from underneath it. Interesting. She probably panicked during the emergency and thought she couldn't reach her legs from the angle she was pinned at. Rookie mistake, but understandable. 𝐒� waved to Recovery Girl and received a respectful nod in response. She'd been at the ceremony the Healer's Center had for his moving up to rank A. It was a huge deal, understandably. 𝐒� was one of the 97 rank A healers in the whole world. He was also the youngest ever awarded the rank, so yeah. She had attended. 𝐒� wasn't finished at UA, even after he'd changed into his uniform and put away his gun, returned to campus and watched the other students leave. He headed to the principal's office. 𝐒� had called one day before the exam, and requested a meeting with the intelligence hero. 𝐒� wanted a way to still work while also being a hero student. With the precinct, he'd already worked it out. 𝐒�, assuming he got into UA, would work from 6 p.m. to 1 am, and then he'd go home and sleep. The next morning he'd go to school, and then he'd clock in for his shift at 6 p.m. again. He and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had discussed it in depth because 𝐒� didn't want to be a zombie all day every day by working a hardcore graveyard shift from 10 p.m. to 4 am. Working the evening shift, 𝐒� could still get several hours of sleep before he was expected to be at school. However, this meant that Izuku would have to completely stop working for the Healer Center. It just didn't fit in his schedule, and he thought he was okay with that at first. But being a rank A healer with all that training and full certifications, Izuku couldn't help but feel he was wasting it all. Thus, his new and perfect plan had come in. The only wildcard variable was Nezu himself. If everything worked out, he could quit the Healer Center and still be a healer. Izuku knocked on the principal's door, and it swung open seemingly on its own. He entered, face blank, looking around. The room was a good size without being overly large, Nezu sitting behind a desk with a wall of windows behind him. There was a couch facing the desk right in front of the door, with a red rug and table between the desk and the couch. "Ah, Healer Midoriya. It's nice to finally meet you." Nezu smiled at him. "You asked for a meeting, yes?" Izuku nodded, and walked around the couch to take a seat. "I'd like to discuss your medical circumstances here at UA, as well as my own usefulness as a healer," Izuku said bluntly. "Well then, you have the floor." Nezu looked amused, and Izuku resisted a sigh. "Regardless of the results from my hero course application, I'd like a position here at UA as a healer on your staff. My rank is the same as Recovery Girls, both of us being rank A healers with all proper certifications and training. To be honest, having only one healer here is irresponsible for a school this large and this prominent. In an institution such as this, I'd recommend at least 5 medics and 2 healers. Seeing as I'm wishing to attend, I wanted to hear your thoughts and suggest my own placement here as a healer for UA." Nezu grinned, and sunlight bled into Izuku's irises. "Do you do that on purpose?" Nezu asked curiously. "I can, but usually sunlight vaguely asks permission and I let it do what it wants," Izuku answered, letting the conversation diversion slide. "So your quirk is sentient?" Again, only vaguely. Izuku tilted his head in thought. "Sunlight feels my emotions, but it has its own reactions to them. For example, my shield. The first time I used it, sunlight lashed out due to my overwhelming longing to protect myself, when the building I was in collapsed during a villain attack. I was about 6 years old at the time. So it moves around your body, expressing your emotions through small or large reactions," Nezu said, grinning. Izuku nodded. "That's mostly accurate, yes," Izuku confirmed. Nezu was quiet for a moment before becoming more serious. "Before we discuss the possibility of you taking a position here, I need to know the specifics of your quirk." Nezu eyed him curiously and seriously. "When it was registered, you merely said sunlight lived inside your veins to be used at your disposal. There is no record anywhere of the exact use of your quirk and its capabilities. However, when you were 8, there was a cover-up in the Healer Center that caused them to move buildings. They never said why, but there was footage of a bright flash of light before the building became unstable. As well as that, your file says you had a quirk accident in your early life, but gave no details. Do you have an explanation?" Izuku took a calming breath, and then nodded. "Sunlight isn't meant to be used offensively or as a weapon. It's meant to heal, to protect. However, it does possess such offensive capabilities." Izuku raised one hand, letting sunlight consume his fingers and make them glow a white brightness. "I've always been a stable person, happy and content to do whatever I can to help, and I rarely get truly angry or upset. Since receiving my quirk, that has become a necessity rather than a personality trait. Extreme bouts of anger or anguish create devastating results. Can you elaborate?" Izuku nodded. "When I was 7, my father died in a villain attack. I was at school, and I didn't know until I got home. My mother was at work, and I saw a news rerun of the attack and a list of victims." Izuku shut his eyes, sunlight soaking back into him, and his hands were once again normal. "Sunlight felt my anguish, and sought to take it away. As I started to cry, awful, heartbroken, grief-ridden sobbing, gold poured out of my eyes, and waves of sunlight exploded out of me. I incinerated the entire floor of my apartment building. In an instant, 9 apartments were disintegrated, and I killed 12 people. Luckily, we lived on the top level, so all other floors were safe from my anguish and the sunlight. The police came, but I was already unconscious. They marked the incident as a Quirk accident, and I wasn't in any trouble. The healer center basically covered the whole thing up. I was too valuable. Besides, using sunlight in such a way, I was screaming and burning up, unconscious for days. I recovered, but mother was careful around me for months. Not afraid of me, but for me. Izuku resisted a smile, remembering how that was the moment his mother realized she couldn't always protect him. After that accident, she started helping me a lot more. Nezu was watching when Izuku opened his eyes, liquid gold on beady black. And what happened with the healer center? I was angry. Izuku frowned. I felt such rage, burning hatred that ran through my veins like poison, and sunlight reached for me. I screamed, anger radiating out of me, and direct beams of concentrated sunlight went out in every direction coming from my chest. I barely managed to contain it, being a little older at the time, and I aimed it all downwards. Nobody was killed, but sunlight burned through all 6 floors under me and deep into the ground. The building collapsed because sunlight melted a hole in the center of the foundation, and then the heat spread and cracked the whole thing. I passed out in less than a minute, and again I was in the hospital, unconscious and screaming, for nearly a week. Does happiness trigger such a severe reaction? Izuku hummed. Not in a weaponized way. Extreme joy will make sunlight come to the surface though. Usually it makes my hair turn a bright white gold, and I've been told my skin will glow when I'm really happy about something. The most recent thing I can think of was when I caught a villain I'd been chasing after for weeks. Sunlight made me glow after he was sentenced to life in Tartarus. If you feel the more negative emotional reactions coming, is there any warning, any way to stop it? Nezu asked carefully. It seems like an incredibly dangerous power to have. I've experienced it one other time, more recently when I was about 13. My friend, Bakugo Katsuki, he said my hands started to shake and my eyes went completely white, pupils and all, a bright and glowing white. He said gold flecks, like sun drops, floated in my hair and around my head as my hands began to glow. Izuku held out a hand and let sunlight bubble at the surface, making his palms glow softly. He said it wasn't a soft glow, it was a harsh and blinding light consuming my hands. Katsuki had me dunk my hands in ice water, over and over, even as it evaporated within an instant. It took about half an hour, but my anger calmed and nothing was destroyed. In addition, I'd like to add that my control is near perfect. Those 3 are the only times it's ever happened. Nezu nodded, smiling once more. I understand, this seems easily avoidable, and I'd love to have you as a staff member here. Izuku grinned, nodding in response, waiting for him to continue. Having only recovery girl for years has indeed weighed on my mind, but medics can't be qualified to work on pro heroes who are injured while working. They could with students, but it seems still unreliable. You, however, are a perfect solution. You have fully authority to heal whoever needs healing, pro or not. Thank you, sir. Izuku said, smiling a little. If I am accepted into the hero course, do you have ideas as to a schedule? I have my own thoughts, but I'd like to hear yours as well. Nezu grinned. Let's hear your ideas first, then. Izuku nodded easily, reaching into his bag and removing a stack of papers. He stood and came to stand in front of Nezu's desk, placing the papers down and leaning on the desk with one hand. Homeroom is first, for heroics classes. Izuku said, pointing at the start of the times table with his free hand. Then are a few core lessons, like English and math, and then battle training after lunch. Afternoon classes are more core lessons, like literature. Nezu nodded, obviously already knowing this. My plan would be that I would attend homeroom with the other students, as well as battle training, but I'd spend the rest of the time in the nurse's office. Which, by the way, should be called the healer's office since you have no nurses or medics. Anyway, I could still take those classes, since I have no problem working out of textbooks, and even lesson plans would work for me. Of course, if I fail to keep my grades up, we would need to reconsider. I am confident that won't be a problem, however. He looked up to see Nezu grinning at the paper, clearly interested. You put a lot of thought and research into this. Nezu complimented. Thank you. Izuku nodded, turning back to the papers. If I don't become a hero student, I would recommend Recovery Girl and I share patience during the school day. I'd need to hack out the details with her specifically, for breaks and things for the both of us, but I'm guessing we both attend every day for the whole school day. Izuku finished happily, and looked back towards the principal expectantly. How did you manage to get a hold of our class schedule? Nezu asked, grin in place. The station has a copy of UA's schedule for every year. Izuku answered with a shrug. As an investigator, I have privileges that allow me to access such things. I see, wonderful. Nezu clapped his paws together. Well, the last thing I suppose would be your pay. How does it sound if you make as much as Recovery Girl does? I presume you know how much that is. Nezu smiled pleasantly while Izuku internally blue-screened. Recovery Girl made roughly 20 million yen per year. I mean, I won't say no to that much. Izuku swallowed, but isn't that a bit excessive for someone my age? Age rarely matters if all qualifications have been met. I'm aiming to pay you for your hard work and befitting your proper rank, Healer Midoriya. Nezu grinned, and Izuku nodded in stunned acceptance. Everything is set then. I expect you to show up every morning 15 minutes before homeroom to check that the healer's office is up and running for the day. Izuku smiled, and nodded. Healer's office was much better than nurse's office. Lastly, if you have time, please come to the staff room every morning to retrieve a staff schedule for the day so you know which hero classes are most likely to need healing at what times for the upper years. Izuku nodded again. That made sense. If Class B was in battle training when A was at lunch, he should expect B students to be injured more than he should expect A students. Perfect. Thank you for your time, Principal. Izuku put all his papers away carefully and bowed to the small mammal. I'm looking forward to joining the staff this year. I'll be informing the rest of the staff of your new position, but not who will be filling it. It will be more fun to just say we've hired a second healer. Izuku resisted a smirk at Nezu's slightly mischievous grin. Can you make it to the start-of-year staff meeting? It's in 3 days, at 9 in the morning. I can make it. Izuku confirmed. Do you have a place I can park my motorcycle? Nezu's grin widened even further, if possible. Why yes, though you'll need a staff card to access the garage. Nezu reached into his desk and pulled out a blue card that was completely blank and handed it over. This is a temporary one. After the start-of-year staff meeting we'll set you up with a more permanent one. The garage is in the back of the school, and the card will open the back gate. Again, thank you very much. Izuku bowed. Thank you, as well, Healer Midoriya. Your position here will greatly help our institution and Recovery Girl's burden. Nezu gave him a grin and a nod, and Izuku waved as he left. He walked through the empty halls, all students having gone, and Izuku let himself smile softly. He was going to be a healer for UA, and possibly even a hero student. Maybe he really was meant to be a hero. The staff meeting. Izuku woke up more excited than he had in weeks on the morning of his staff meeting. His staff meeting. A meeting where he was a staff member of UA. It was surreal, almost. He kissed his mother's cheek goodbye as he headed out half an hour before the meeting time, started up his motorcycle, and zoomed away. UA was only about 10 to 12 minutes away on his bike, but he didn't want to risk being late because he couldn't find the back entrance. It didn't turn out to be a problem, since he found the back entrance exactly where the school map said it would be. The archway was identical to the one out front, except the entrance was blocked by the metal security doors. There was a card scanner in front of the massive metal gates. He stopped next to it and pulled off his gloves, flicking up his visor, and took out the card before inserting it into the scanner. He grinned when it lit up green, and the card was gently ejected back into his hand. The gates opened, though a red sensor was lit. It would probably immediately lock if someone without a card tried to enter with him. He flicked his visor shut and grinned behind it as he slowly rode onto campus and down into the garage under the school. Izuku parked his bike and kicked out the bike stand, took off his helmet and shook out his hair. Sunlight curled there, happiness making white gold stream through and cover all his hair with light gold. Izuku made his way through the halls, lit and empty as he spotted the door to the meeting room he'd found on the map. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was suspicious he didn't see anyone else, even though it was 5 minutes until the meeting, but he knocked on the door anyway. "Come in." 𝐒𝐬𝐽's voice came through a speaker on the door, which made sense since the room was probably soundproof. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 opened the door, and found himself staring at a room with a U-shaped table opening towards 𝐒𝐬𝐽. He blinked, seeing 14 pairs of eyes on him, all seated with folders in front of them. "You know, I should have guessed that you'd give me the wrong time so I'd show up last," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, eyes sweeping the room as they turned gold. "And yet, I am still surprised by it." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughed, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shut the door behind him as he stepped into the room and walked over to the empty seat between 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and Recovery Girl. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 catalogued everyone he could see. Eraserhead, Vlad King, Powerloader, Present MIC, 13, Midnight, Snipe, Cementos, Hound Dog, Lunch Rush, Ectoplasm, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 himself, and Recovery Girl. The last was someone 𝐒𝐬𝐽 didn't recognize, a scarecrow of a man with blonde hair and deeply shadowed eyes. "𝐒𝐬𝐽, who's this?" "The BLD hero," Vlad King asked roughly, eyeing 𝐒𝐬𝐽. He seemed to be taking in the gold eyes and hair suspiciously, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 waved sarcastically as he sat down. "That is Midoriya 𝐒𝐬𝐽, healer and police investigator of the Musutofu prefecture," Eraserhead said tiredly. "I'm assuming he's our new healer on staff." He gave 𝐒𝐬𝐽 an exhausted look. "Exactly right, Aizawa." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 clasped his paws together with a grin. "Everyone," as he said, "this is your new staff member, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐽 stood again, giving them his healer smile and bowing slightly. "I'm healer Midoriya, identification number 177908, rank A. I'm 15 years old, and I'm excited to be working with all of you." He received nods from some, while others just stared, eyeing him up, and he sat again. "Hey! You were the little listener from Battle Center B," MIC exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "You took the heroics exam, you made that huge shield." "That was him." Cementos asked thoughtfully, "Didn't he look different?" "Little green fellow." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 huffed a laugh and pushed his sunlight below the surface, letting green soak into his hair and eyes. Cementos's expression didn't change, but his voice was a little bit higher pitched when he next spoke. "Ah, I see. Young man, what exactly is your quirk?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 eyed the unknown blonde. "My quirk is classified," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said evenly. "Even 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't find any record of it, and had to ask me directly during the meeting we had." The whole room seemed to recoil in shock, even Eraserhead's eyes widening. "𝐒𝐬𝐽." MIC looked to the principal. "Delightful, isn't it?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cackled. "It's true, his quirk is very powerful, wonderful, and equally dangerous." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 scowled. "It's only dangerous when used wrong," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said coldly. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 only grinned. "Of course, healer Midoriya. Of course." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 turned his head away from 𝐒𝐬𝐽 as he noticed Ectoplasm leaning forward. "Isn't it always dangerous? As far as I saw, you created a shield of pure energy that melted a 0-pointer. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hummed, face going blank. "Sunlight can be dangerous, of course, but when used incorrectly the results are devastating." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said seriously. "Would you be up for a small demonstration?" Midnight asked eagerly. "I could always knock you out if need be." "None of you would survive a demonstration," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, not breaking eye contact as gold flashed into his eyes once more. She recoiled. "Young Midoriya, I'm sure that's an exaggeration." The unknown man laughed nervously. "It isn't." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 denied. "Unfortunately, if any of us tried to witness such a thing we would all perish. Even All Might himself wouldn't survive such a thing." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 narrowed his eyes at the wording, and then his brain caught up as the blonde man slumped slightly in his seat. "It's curious," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 drawled, leaning on a hand as he perched an elbow on the table. Eraserhead straightened, recognizing the tone. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 never says anything that doesn't have a double meaning. Mentioning All Might was unnecessary, and yet he said it anyway. "You said my answer was an exaggeration, in a way that sounded as if you were above such things as a 15-year-old's quirk." When 𝐒𝐲 mentioned All Might, you slumped in defeat, as if knowing that made all the difference between my words and his. Pair that with your blonde hair, scarecrow appearance, and it's curious. It's almost as if All Might was a popped balloon. 𝐒𝐿 examined his nails as the man coughed up BLD in surprise. Now, you wouldn't know the answer, would you? 𝐒𝐿 raised his eyes to meet the blue in the man's shadowed face, smiling innocently as he did. Young man, you must understand that this is a national secret. The man coughed, and then extravagantly became All Might in a puff of steam right in front of his eyes. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. It's an injury I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects. The man deflated again with a bloody cough, standing, and showed a wound to his stomach, purple and bruised as if his torso was caved in and never healed. 𝐒𝐿 stood and walked over, examining it closely. Well, I could definitely fix this. 𝐒𝐿 nodded to himself. Horrible injury, my condolences about your career. Then he shrugged and started back towards his seat. W8. 𝐒𝐿 glanced over his shoulder, nearly laughing at the look on Aizawa's face from behind the scarecrow man. You could seriously heal me. 𝐒𝐿 nodded and turned back to face him fully. Honesty, it wouldn't even be hard. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged delicately. It would take, 15 to 30 seconds maximum. All Might looked positively ravenous. First, I'd like to know what you'd do upon being fully operational and uninjured. 𝐒𝐿 raked his eyes up and down the man slowly. I'm guessing you decided to take a position as a teacher to ease the transition from heroics into retirement. 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow. If I take away your time limit, what's stopping you from dropping your teaching duties and going back to being a hero full-time? 𝐒𝐿 put his hands on his hips. Since you've already chosen to be here for this school, I'd expect you to actually be a teacher like you promised. I won't heal you otherwise, which is my right as a healer. Being late to work because you decided to play hero would be unacceptable. 𝐒𝐿 glared as he crossed his arms, and the man hesitated. I agree with healer Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 said in the silence. Toshinori, you have commitments here, whether you're injured or not. The man, Toshinori, sighed. I accept your terms, and will focus on the next generation of heroes. 𝐒𝐿 nodded curtly. Excellent. Sit. The man did as he was told, and 𝐒𝐿 approached. Remove your shirt please. I'll need skin contact for a job like this. 𝐒𝐿 pulled hand sanitizer out of his pocket and cleaned his hands as the man began removing his shirt, and 𝐒𝐿 shook his hands dry. Hold still. He warned. 𝐒𝐿 soaked his hand with sunlight, palm glowing to the surprise of the teachers, and he pressed his hand to the caved-in wound on All Might's side as he shut his eyes. Sunlight spilled into the man, curling into the injury and filling his muscles and veins with warmth and light. 𝐒� pressed, ordering the sunlight to heal, and it did. He heard gasps around the room, and 𝐒� knew the sunlight was visible through Toshinori's skin as it worked its way through and regrew organs, stitched muscles together, and fixed severed nerves. Bruising lightened and BLD filled previously deadened veins, and flesh grew under 𝐒�'s hand. He felt the emancipation falling away like shed skin, and 𝐒� released a shaking breath as he removed his hand. Opening his eyes, 𝐒� saw the purple crawling bruises were gone, and his torso was a fuller and healthier shape. The whole picture of the All Might in front of him was reminiscent of how he'd looked at the beginning of his heroics career. No more scarecrow. 𝐒� nodded firmly, satisfied. Your organs and muscles are fully operational. I've regrown your stomach and your right lung, as well as dissolved that horrible fake diaphragm they surgically added. 𝐒� re-sanitized his hands as he spoke, and ran a clean hand through his now mostly dull golden curls. Your veins are good as new, as are your nerves. Your heart was fine, if a little weak. You'll need at least 2 weeks of rest after this, absolutely no hero work whatsoever. Believe me, I'll find out if you have. All your organs and muscles are brand new, so you'll need to be excessively careful not to strain yourself. It's like trying to lift 400 pounds with no training. Also, my bad, your whole muscly form doesn't exist anymore. If your quirk was a transformation type, it isn't anymore. Oh well. You're as healthy as you were at the very beginning of your career, but that means your muscles are significantly weaker. Do you understand? Izuku looked into blue eyes that were clear of shadows, a healthy face with awe and disbelief hanging in them. Izuku snapped his fingers in the man's face. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you don't understand, just say so, and I'll send a copy of your new instructions to the Might Tower manager. You actually did it. The man whispered. What the hell is your quirk? Izuku rolled his eyes and headed back to his seat. I believe we already covered that the information regarding my quirk is classified. Even from All Might. Izuku sat down again, knowing he'd need an ice bath when he got home. He definitely had a mild fever. So, Nezu, what's on the agenda for the start-of-year meeting? Izuku folded his hands politely in front of him, tilting his head curiously, ignoring All Might putting his shirt back on. We were about to cover the new students. The staff should be informed of the quirks and abilities of all students. Nezu said. Have you decided on who will attend which class? Vlad said, leaning forward. Yes. As usual, Aizawa will be receiving the more dangerous quirks who need to learn temperament, while you will have the quirks who need more growth and fine control. Vlad nodded, clearly already knowing this. Nezu handed Izuku a folder visually identical to the other staff's, and gestured for everyone to open theirs. The last 2 pages, if you please. Izuku flipped open the thick folder and found the last 2 pages, a photo of Eraserhead on one page and a photo of Vlad at the top of the other. 20 smaller photos were on each page, names and quirks labeled next to each picture. We'll be going through Vlad's class first. Izuku nodded as he took in the names and quirks he could see, listed in seat number order. Awase Yosetsu quirk, Weld Kaibara Sen quirk, Gyrate Kamakiri Togaru quirk, Razor Sharp Kuroiro Shihai quirk, Black Kendo Itsuka quirk, Big Fist Kodayu quirk, Size Komori Kinoko quirk, Mushroom Shiozaki Ibara quirk, Vines Shishida Jirota quirk, Beast Shoda Narenjiki quirk, Twin Impact Tsunotori Pony quirk, Horn Cannon Tsubaraba Kosi quirk, Solid Air Tetsu quirk, Steel Tokage Setsuna quirk, Lizard Tail Splitter Fukudashi Manga quirk, Comic Honinuki Juzo quirk, Softening Bondo. Kojiro quirk, Semidine Monoma. Nito quirk, Copy Yanaji Leiko quirk, Poltergeist Rin Hiryu quirk, Scales, the ones you'll need to focus on most, Khan, will be Copy, Twin Impact, Weld, Gyrate, Razor Sharp, and Black. Those quirks have a lot of potential, and it's likely the children aren't using them to their full advantage. Nezu said, eyes on the list. What about Comic or Semidine? Vlad asked, frowning. Both are easier to use and to figure out. Nezu placated. Of course, all your students will need support and advice. Khan, Vlad King, nodded in approval. Aizawa, you're next. Izuku moved his eyes to the next page, eyes flashing gold as he caught sight of his own name. Amayuga quirk, Naval Laser Ashido Mina quirk, Acid Asui Tsuwa quirk, Frog Ida Tenya quirk, Engine Uraraka Okako quirk, Zero Gravity Ojiro Mashirao quirk, Tail Kaminari Denki quirk, Electrification Kirishima A Hero quirk, Hardening Koda Koji quirk, Arnivoice Soto Rikido quirk, Sugar Rush Shoji Mizo quirk, Dupliarms Shinso Hitoshi quirk, Brainwashing Gyro Kyoka quirk, Earphone Jack Zero Hanta quirk, Tape Tokoyami Fumikage quirk, Dark Shadow Todoroki Shoto quirk, Half Cold Half Hot Hagakyu. Toru quirk, Invisibility Bakugo Katsuki quirk, Explosion Midoriya Izuku quirk, Sunlight Yorozu Momo quirk, Creation. The ones you'll need to watch are Explosion, Dark Shadow, Sunlight, and Half Cold Half Hot. Nezu said to Eraserhead. All for different reasons, but all extremely volatile. Eraserhead nodded. Why is Sunlight on that list? To go through healer training he should have perfect control. Eraserhead wasn't being rude, just curious, so Izuku gave him an honest answer. It's because Sunlight is partly sentient. It asks permission for things like changing my eye color or my hair color, and I see no reason why not to let it. Izuku shrugged. However, it can also be dangerous, as I mentioned. Izuku looked straight at Aizawa, seriousness in his gaze. If you ever see my eyes go completely white and begin to glow, you need to shut my quirk off immediately, and keep it off until midnight can knock me out, or I otherwise lose consciousness. Do you understand? Eraserhead didn't question it, nodding seriously in response, and Izuku turned back to the page. Midoriya, your letter of acceptance will be arriving in the mail in 5 days. Please keep your position as a student private until it does. Nezu said, moving past Izuku's intense warning. Why, Principal? Izuku put a hand on his heart in mock offense. I don't know what you mean. There's been absolutely no confirmation of my placement here, and I won't hear otherwise until my letter arrives. Nezu grinned at him, and Izuku laughed lightly. Snipe raised a hand. If I may, Midoriya, why are you enrolling as a student if you're already a staff member? Snipe's helmet didn't muffle his words as much as Izuku thought it would, and he hummed thoughtfully. I've been working as a police investigator since I was about 8, and a healer since I was 6. Izuku answered, but as I reached my current age, I realized I also wanted to be a hero. So here I am, becoming a hero, while being a healer, while also still keeping my job at the police station. Izuku gave his healer smile again, and Snipe nodded in acceptance. How are you going to be balancing all of that? Hound Dog asked seriously, are you going to be overworking yourself? Izuku shook his head. No, I've figured it all out with my superiors. Izuku denied. I'll be at school, being a student and a healer, and that means I'll be quitting my job at the healer's center. Once school gets out, I'll have some time to relax before my shift at the station starts at 6, and then I get off around 1 am and I'll go to bed. That's a rough schedule for a kid. Midnight frowned. It's a good thing I'm not a normal kid, then, Midnight. Izuku said, voice flat. It's true. Eraserhead put in tiredly. Midoriya is the lead investigator in the Night Stalker case, I report directly to him. Toshinori coughed, briefly surprised there was no BLD, and then spoke. You report to him? All Might clarified, surely not, he's a child, even a talented one with a marvelous quirk. He's the second in command at his station, which is above me in many situations. Eraser stared All Might down. As an underground hero I have authority over him in situations of crisis, but he's just below Detective Tsukochi in the chain of command. He's more than a child with a powerful quirk, I assure you. Aizawa is right, Yagi. Nezu chided. He's on the same level as Recovery Girl and Tsukochi, and you should treat him with the same respect you treat them. All Might, Yagi Toshinori, was looking between Aizawa, Nezu, and Izuku, as if he was looking at a maths problem upside down in another language. Alright. He laughed nervously. What's the next thing on the agenda? Nezu hummed and flipped through his folder. General Studies, Classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. Yamada, we'll start with yours, turn to page 18. Izuku smiled as he found the right page, already happy with his new position. Izuku was sitting on the couch, upright this time, filling out his costume allowance paperwork thoughtfully. He didn't need to update his quirk, so wrote exactly what was on his quirk registry. Quirk, sunlight. Sunlight lives in the user's veins to be used in a variety of ways, as the user chooses. Izuku tapped his chin with the pen as he double-checked his costume design. He'd already given Nezu the uniform he'd be wearing as a staff member while working in the healer's office, but his hero costume was much different. He wanted it to be perfect. Izuku. His mom called as she shut the front door. Your letter is here. Izuku grinned. Thanks, Mom. She ruffled his half-golden hair as she handed it over, already knowing he'd rather open it alone. Izuku gave her a nod of thanks as he headed to his room and shut the door. Spinning in his desk chair, Izuku opened the letter and pulled out a set of folded papers and a hologram disc. Izuku set the disc down and clicked it on, and blinked as All Might's face consumed his immediate vision. I am here as a projection. All Might pulled away from the camera, grinning. He looked the same as he did after the meeting, healthy and strong, and he'd masked his mild loss of muscle by wearing a suit. It was an awful yellow, but if people noticed he looked different they'd probably assume it was because of that. I came to this town to work at UA, and I am here with your exam results. Izuku rolled his eyes at the drama, but figured it would definitely help the students get excited about school. You received top marks in the written exam. Excellent work, young Midoriya. On top of that, you collected 58 points in the practical exam. However, there is also a secret scoring given by a panel of judges, as another basic ability we at UA look at. A scoreboard showed on the hologram, showing 45 rescue points and 58 villain points in first place, right next to his name. Midoriya Izuku, 103 points. All Might declared, hands on his hips, as the camera went back to him. Welcome, young Midoriya. This is your hero academy. The hologram swayed off, and Izuku grinned. He'd done it. He'd already known, but now he knew. Sunlight consumed his hair and eyes, bright white gold spilling out, and even making his skin glow faintly. Scooping up the papers he'd removed from the envelope, Izuku headed out to join his mom in the kitchen. She'd want to know, and he couldn't wait to tell her. Izuku was going to be a hero. The caterpillar, when Izuku woke up at 5:30 in the morning, he didn't feel like slaughtering his alarm clock for once. Instead, his eyes popped open, his hands slammed into his alarm clock, and he grinned. First day of school. Izuku went through the motions of his routine, stretching, brushing of teeth, showering, dressing, skimming his notes, stretching again, and then breakfast. He was sort of rushing, so by the time he was out the door and hopping on his motorcycle, it was only an hour after he woke up. He pulled into UA at 7:12 in the morning, and Izuku happily scanned his new staff ID card. Nezu had used the same picture Izuku had on his police and healer ID card, which showed him grinning at the camera with glowing gold hair and sunlit eyes. Izuku had been so proud, so excited for the picture, Sunlight couldn't resist making an appearance. Izuku headed straight for the healer's office, and was once again elated to see they'd changed the sign. It no longer read Recovery Girl's nurse's office, but instead said the healer's office. It showed Izuku and Recovery Girl's proper status, as well as reminding everyone there was more than Recovery Girl on board now. The lights were off, so Izuku slipped on some gloves, flipped them on and started getting the room ready for the day. He opened the curtains, letting the wall of windows flood the room with cloud-covered light. Izuku checked the stock of medical supplies, jotting down what they were low on. He changed the sheets on the bed, throwing the old ones in the washer which was attached to the office bathroom. Izuku finished up by wiping down and sanitizing all the counters and surfaces. When he was looking at the room, grinning with hands on his hips, he nodded happily to himself. He then turned to see Recovery Girl entering, and waved. "Hiya," he said cheerfully. She blinked, and then sniffed. Recovery Girl could clearly smell antiseptic, and looked briefly confused. "Oh, I sanitized everything and wiped down the counters. I changed the bed sheets, and I'm washing them now. Don't worry, I got everything set up. Midoriya, I never do all that in the morning," Recovery Girl said, brows scrunched in confusion. What brought this on? Izuku frowned hard. It's proper healer protocol to sanitize healing spaces at least 3 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once before closing. We may be healers but germs still exist, you know. Nothing bad has happened in all my years here, so I don't think it's necessary. Recovery Girl denied, coming further into the room. Izuku put his hands on his hips and glared at her. She paused. This will become a mandatory part of our day, Recovery Girl. Izuku ordered coldly. There are 8 cameras in this room leading straight to Nezu's office. I'll be informing him of the proper healer protocol, and if you fail to comply where he or I can see it, you'll lose your license. The healer code isn't optional, it's necessary to prevent avoidable problems like infections. This hasn't ever been a problem before now. Recovery Girl glared at him right back. I'm going to give Nezu the benefit of the doubt and say he didn't know it was a break in the healer code, or that he just misplaced his trust in you and never double-checked your work. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. It's half hour till homeroom starts, so I'll be on my way. I'd recommend putting on your gloves. This is a sterile space, and touching things barehanded could contaminate it, meaning it would need to be sanitized all over again. Izuku grabbed his backpack from where he'd hung it up, and headed for the door. I'll be back after homeroom. This is no longer only your office, so mess with my healer space and you'll regret it. With that, 𝐒𝐿 stormed out. His eyes flashed gold with irritation, but he did not take it out on the students he saw as he stalked the corridors. 𝐒𝐿 was in the UA student uniform, but it had a special gold seams and healer's badge on the front of it. People did a double take as he stalked by with a blank face, some looking shocked while others looked curious. 𝐒𝐿 didn't care as he walked briskly to the teacher's lounge. He shoved open the door and headed to the schedule desk, glaring at nothing and everything as he did so. "Whoa, roll out of bed the wrong way." Midnight's teasing voice came from behind him. 𝐒𝐿 growled and turned slightly. Recovery girl broke 6 of the healer code regulation rules just this morning. 𝐒𝐿 bit out sharply. She's all but said that over the years she's gotten cocky and careless and believes her quirk is infinite and immune to germs. "Oh, what's this?" 𝐒𝐿 popped out of seemingly nowhere. 𝐒𝐿 lessened his glare as he turned to the principal. "She doesn't wear gloves in the clinic, a violation. She doesn't sanitize the clinic in the morning, a violation, the afternoon, another violation, or the evening, another violation. She doesn't wash things directly after using them, such as the sheets, relying on paper coverings, and I doubt she even makes long-term patients change into proper hospital garments." 𝐒𝐿 threw his hands up in exasperation. "She's grown complacent in her old age, and I warned her that if she doesn't bring things up to code I'll have her lose her license." "Can you do that, young man?" "All might." 𝐒𝐿 whipped his head around. "So if a hero suddenly starts randomly smashing buildings and murdering civilians just because they want to, you'll let them keep their license?" All Might recoiled. "Of course not, but these aren't just tiny infractions." 𝐒𝐿 spat out, stabbing a finger in All Might's direction. "People die. Infections due to mishandling of medical gear during first aid, germs getting in during surgeries, even food particles contaminating a sterile space can lead to horrific diseases that can only be cured by heavy antibiotics and sometimes a miracle." 𝐒𝐿 was shouting now, and he took several deep breaths as he felt sunlight pooling in his hands. "Control. Calm." 𝐒𝐿 exhaled roughly, but still glared at All Might even as he lowered his voice. "I take my job very seriously, All Might. You might not understand, but I'll be DMN'd if I let my patients receive subpar medical attention." All Might didn't move, eyes huge in his newly healthy face. 𝐒� turned away, searching the desk in front of him once again for the proper schedule. "Healer Midoriya, I'll be watching Recovery Girl more closely from now on." 𝐒𝐿 placated, 𝐒𝐿's eyes not leaving the papers. "Rest assured, everything will run smoothly even with you in classes." 𝐒� scooped up the proper schedule and turned to the principal with a bow. "Thank you, principal," 𝐒� said. "I apologize for losing my cool and for shouting. Despite my passion for my work, it was wrong of me." 𝐒� turned to All Might, scowling, but he bowed his head slightly to the hero. "Apologies to you as well. I meant every word I said, but raising my voice was uncalled for." 𝐒� went to the door, tucking his schedule into a folder in his bag as he went, and then turned to look over his shoulder. "Eraserhead, if you're going to go to class in the sleeping bag, you'd better hurry. Worming your way will take approximately 6 minutes, and you have 11. 𝐒� then swept out of the room. A tiny smile made its way onto his face as All Might's voice rang out behind him shrilly. "Aizawa! When did you get here? What are you wearing?" 𝐒� pushed open the door to see Katsuki sitting with his feet on the desk, with examinee 7111 standing in front of him with a harsh and stiff type of posture. "Don't put your feet on the desk," the boy yelled. Katsuki smirked. "Don't you think that's rude to the upperclassmen and the people who made the desk?" Katsuki snickered. "Nope. What middle school did you go to, you side character?" The blue-haired boy straightened, pressing a hand to his heart and chopping his other in the air like a robot. "I attended Sumi Private Academy. My name is Ida Tenya." 𝐒� stepped inside the classroom as Katsuki went to respond. "Sumi. So you're a DMN elite, here." Katsuki leaned forward, nearly bending him half with his feet still on his desk. "Looks like I'll have fun crushing you." "Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero?" 𝐒� shut the door behind him with a click, interrupting them. Eyes were suddenly on him, but Izuku just strode forward. "Ida, we do not criticize others for their aspirations of being heroes. It's unkind." Izuku walked right up to them, standing beside Katsuki. "My friend here just wants to be the best hero he can be. He wants to crush the villains in his way and win like All Might. Is that so wrong?" Izuku raised a challenging eyebrow, and Ida seemed stunned. What he'd said was true. Izuku may not be a fan of All Might, but Katsuki certainly was. "Hey, broccoli. I'm still mad you beat me in the entrance exams." Katsuki grinned sharply. "I'll get you next time." Izuku laughed, delighted. "Sure you will, Kit Kat. I'd like to see you try." He ruffled Katsuki's hair as the boy smirked challengingly, and Izuku slipped into the seat behind him. "I see. My apologies." Ida bowed to Katsuki, but then turned to Izuku as he pushed his glasses up. You're not wearing the proper uniform befitting a UA student. It's disrespectful to the school as a whole and the rest of the students." Izuku examined his fingers boredly, picking invisible dirt off his nails dramatically. "I insist you change immediately. Class will be starting soon." The boy then went silent, and Izuku looked up with a raised eyebrow. "You done? I thought you'd drone on longer, my bad." Izuku drawled. Someone choked behind Izuku, and he resisted a grin. "This is my proper uniform. It was issued to me due to my status as a rank A healer, along with my position here at UA as a staff member." Izuku pulled out his ID card and flashed his eyes gold at the boy. "As you so kindly pointed out, class is about to start. I'd recommend taking a seat, Ida." The boy opened his mouth, but the door slid open suddenly. "Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one." Izuku looked her up and down with one eyebrow raised, noting her distinctive hair, and found she was the girl he'd saved. The one with the gravity quirk. "You passed. You were so cool saving me like that. Your golden shield was awesome." "Ah, it's nice to meet you, but the teacher is coming down the hallway." Izuku smiled. "You have approximately 4 seconds to move." The girl squeaked, and Ida, who was still standing, gasped. They both rushed to their seats, and left the door wide open. Izuku sighed, and heard the yellow sleeping bag stop right outside the door. "Midoriya, what did I say about warning my students?" The tired voice piped up from outside. "Absolutely nothing, Eraserhead." Izuku grinned, lacing his fingers together. As he leaned his elbows on his desk. "I don't believe we addressed it at all." There was a sigh, and then Aizawa flopped inside the classroom, yellow caterpillar mode still in effect. The students gasped, some squeaking dramatically. Aizawa unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out boredly. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota," he said blankly. "Nice to meet you." Izuku waved happily, smothering a laugh at the deadpan look he received in return. "It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field." He then dropped a pile of gym uniforms on the teacher's podium. "Midoriya, this one is yours." He tossed a clothing ball of gold and blue, and Izuku stood to catch it. "Wicked." He grinned. Aizawa then departed, and Izuku turned to the class. "Just in case nobody knows where the locker rooms are, feel free to follow me." Izuku strode out of the room, kids rushing to grab a uniform behind him, and he laughed quietly. He walked slowly and nonchalantly, students catching up easily. He led them to the locker rooms, gesturing to the girls one door over. They shared a wall, so it was easy for Izuku to lead everyone and not just the boys. Izuku changed quickly, exchanging his UA uniform for his specialized gym one. It was styled the same as the rest, but the red parts in the shoulders were bright gold. He noticed ♯to his left, a little more filled out with muscle, and he waved to the boy. ♯ didn't have a shirt on, so he looked a little embarrassed, but he waved back with a sheepish grin. Izuku walked out, hero students following like little ducklings, and brought them all to the field right outside the gym building. Aizawa was waiting tiredly, and he gave Izuku a grateful nod. Izuku just grinned. "We're doing a quirk assessment test," Aizawa announced blankly. "A quirk assessment test?" The class exclaimed. Why did they feel the need to repeat what he'd just said? What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation. Uraraka shook her fists out nervously. Aizawa sighed. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. A few people gasped lightly, or made noises of confusion. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. A few people looked worried, some blank, some determined. Izuku resisted a snicker. You kids have been doing these since middle school, too, right? Aizawa held up his phone, showing a screen with letters and bullet points. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Aizawa turned to Bakugo, shifting to put his hands in his pockets. Bakugo, you finished near the top of the practical exam. In middle school, what was your best result for the softball throw? Katsuki perked up a little, but his voice was bland. 67 meters. He answered calmly. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa reached out a hand, seemingly pulling a softball out of thin air. Katsuki took it and walked to the circle, rolling his shoulders and stretching. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you got. Katsuki just nodded. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. Izuku chanted quietly, bouncing excitedly. The students around Izuku looked at him funny, and ♀♀ took a long step backwards warily. Katsuki wound his arm back, grinned, and threw. Die! The ball exploded, hurled away from everyone and wafted a hot breeze at the class. Izuku grinned happily and cheered. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa said to the class. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He tiredly raised his phone for everyone to see, and it read 705. 2M. The class gaped and several yelled in surprise. Yes. Izuku pumped a fist and Katsuki turned to grin at him. Great job, Katsuki. 750 meters. Seriously. Izuku turned with a raised brow to a boy beside him. It's 705, actually. Izuku informed him. The blonde blinked and squinted at the screen. What's this? Some pink-skinned girl exclaimed, putting her hands together in excitement. It looks fun. Izuku sighed. You've done it now. He whispered. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. Someone else yelled. Izuku shook his head, smiling ruefully. It looks fun, here. Aizawa murmured lowly. The class froze. Aizawa raised his eyes, staring hard as he took in the class seriously. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Aizawa smirked, eyes low as he spoke again, voice dropping with amused mirth. All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The class gaped, some yelling out in indignant fear, and Izuku fought a grin, lips wobbling upward as his shoulders shook slightly from the effort to contain his laughter. Katsuki hit the back of his shoulder with a fist and Izuku choked. They shared a grin. Last place will be expelled. But it's the first day of school. The girl Izuku saved exclaimed, high-pitched voice worried. No, even if it wasn't the first day, this is too unfair. Izuku turned to the side, glaring, but Aizawa beat him to it. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered in unfairness. Aizawa spoke softly, scowling. Heroes are those who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Mickey DS after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Aizawa grinned tiredly, one finger beckoning them challengingly. Overcome it with all you've got. Izuku clapped his hands together, grinning with excitement. Katsuki rolled his shoulder again, smirking, and Izuku noticed several other students straightening with seriousness or determination. Eraserhead speeches at the station before. Missions were good, but his teaching was great. All right, demonstration's over. Aizawa said, voice back to bland normality. The real thing starts now. Try your best. Aizawa led them to a 50-meter sprint track, robots at the finish to mark time. Izuku hopped in place to get the BLD flowing, grinning in excitement. Izuku had been training physically since he was little, starting at the healer preschool. They didn't slack on the idea of physical capabilities and protecting oneself. Izuku paid close attention to everyone's quirks, noting everything down as if it were police evidence, and memorized it. Ida, speed quirk based on the engines in his legs, probably related to ingenium, most likely needs to chug juice of some kind as fuel. Frog mutation, jump far distances, probably useful and extendable tongue, amphibian-type skin and longer fingers, most likely vulnerable to extreme temperatures on either scale. Well, he's like a fish in water. Aizawa deadpanned from Izuku's left, staring at Ida. Izuku choked. It'll be worth seeing what others do. A boy with a tail, strengthened muscles and durability in the extra limb, useful for mobility, good for combat. Zero gravity, he needs more info. Some kind of sticky substance from the girl's feet, she didn't make a lot, but she could probably use it better by sliding across it, more info needed. A blue laser from a boy's belt. Izuku wasn't sure if it was a quirk or a support item, but it was useful in apparently short time frames. Finally, Izuku lined up right beside Katsuki, and they exchanged slightly feral grins. On your mark. The high voice of the robot squeaked, "Get set." The start sound of a mock gunshot went off, and Izuku sprinted flat out down his lane. Katsuki went slower, needing to prep his explosions, so Izuku had the lead for a solid second. Explosion speed. Katsuki screamed, and then blew down his lane with his hands propelling him as he held them behind him. Izuku laughed freely as he raced over the line barely after Katsuki. 4:13 seconds. The robot chirped for Katsuki. 4:49 seconds. Izuku jogged to where Katsuki stopped, and they exchanged fist bumps firmly. When I use both hands, the force disperses. Katsuki lamented to him. Izuku went on his tiptoes to lean his elbow on Katsuki's shoulder. You'll figure it out. Izuku laughed. I can't wait to see you legitimately fly one day. Katsuki cackled. DMN right, broccoli. He grinned, clenching his hands into fists and moving to the side with Izuku. Next was grip strength, and Izuku watched amusedly as Katsuki just grit his teeth and did it normally. Explosions wasn't exactly helpful for that test, and Izuku was living for it before his score was higher than Katsuki's. He also got the chance to see the boy with 6 arms do his, a score of 540 kilograms. Izuku faintly remembered seeing him at Battle Center B with him for entrance exams. Izuku also spotted a boy with oddly shaped elbows that he guessed ejected some kind of projectile as a long-distance type. Oh, think your explosive speed will make it over. Izuku stage whispered to Katsuki as they started the standing long jump. One girl just pulled a volt pole out of her cleavage, which Izuku found immensely interesting. Was she creating it from within her? Or did her body function as a sort of storage device she could store things in and pull out later? He'd need to ask. Definitely. Just watch me fly this. Katsuki cracked his knuckles, and Izuku laughed in response. He sort of flew, which was interesting to watch. Katsuki made it all the way across, even if he landed badly and wobbled. When it was Izuku's turn, he bounded over and landed only a foot or two away from the other side. He grinned in satisfaction. As the others finished up, he glanced at ♀, who seemed like he was vaguely panicking, and Izuku frowned. Izuku padded over and leaned his head and shoulders to the side to be in ♀'s line of vision. The boy blinked, and then turned so he could fully see Izuku. Hiya ♀, how's it going? Izuku asked. The boy grinned tiredly. Better than it would have been if I'd never asked you for advice that day at the cafe. The boy admitted, voice a little blank. I'm happy you're here. Izuku smiled. I haven't seen you use Quirk, what is it? If I can ask. The boy sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. It's brainwashing. Izuku blinked. That's super fancy. Why haven't you used it? ♀ looked so horribly confused, it was sort of cute. What do you mean? It's not gonna help me jump further. Yes, it could. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hummed. The girl with the dark ponytail. If you brainwashed her during your turn, you could have made her give you a pole to use. During the strength test, make the guy with multiple arms do yours for you. Softball throw, use Katsuki, or the brown-haired girl with the zero-gravity quirk. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shrugged, grinning. This test is rigged. It's about how hard you try, not the results. Eraser is trying to weed out the people who don't try, or as he'd say, people with no potential. Potential to grow, to be a hero, that sort of thing. ♀was staring at him wide-eyed, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 caught sight of Katsuki glaring at the purple-haired boy and beckoning 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 over to where the next test was starting. I gotta go. Seriously, try it. Your quirk is super powerful. 𝐒𝐿 jogged over to Katsuki, who smacked him in the back of the head as 𝐒𝐿 laughed. Broccoli-looking butt. He muttered. Stop helping the competition. The next test was repeated side steps. 𝐒𝐿 was once again intrigued, seeing the ponytail girl just make little feet-sized trampolines to bounce off of. 𝐒𝐿 did his best, and he got barely under Katsuki for that test. He glanced over at ♀, who appeared to be thinking really hard, but then just did the side steps himself. 𝐒𝐿 was excited for the ball throw. Not because he would do better in that one, but because he had a theory that the majority of the students would just end up throwing it. He predicted, over half, at least 11 students throwing the ball normally. 𝐒𝐿 counted as they went. Creation girl, ball launcher. Candy cane. Normal throw. Tail boy, smacked it with his tail. Invisible person, normal throw. Rockhead, normal throw. Redhead, normal. Blonde with the black streak, normal. Dude with the arms, normal-ish. Big lip dude, normal. Frog girl, used her tongue. Purple girl, normal. Pink girl, normal. Bird head. Wow, his quirk was cool. Speed dude, threw it normally. Elbows, threw it normally. Sparkling, normal. He got his 11. 𝐒𝐿 grinned. Even if the guy with the several arms only barely counted, once 𝐒𝐿 himself did his throw, that would be a true 11. The gravity girl went up for her turn, and inevitably did send it to space. It just kept going and going until Aizawa sighed and just gave her an infinity. 𝐒𝐿 was up next, and he bounded up the circle happily. He was given a ball, and he threw it. 𝐒𝐿 received 69 meters, and he wiggled his eyebrows at Katsuki. I'm officially cooler than middle school Katsuki, it's a miracle. 𝐒𝐿 said conspiratorially with mock drama. Katsuki grinned and punched him lightly in the arm. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Katsuki drawled, snickering. 𝐒𝐿 laughed, and then watched as ♀ made his way to the circle. He was fidgeting with his fingers, and looked nervous. Woo! ♀! 𝐒𝐿 yelled. The boy turned in surprise, but he grinned at 𝐒𝐿's encouraging smile. Sensei, you said anything goes as long as I stay in the circle. ♀ double-checked. Yes. Hurry up. Aizawa said in the same dead voice. ♀ nodded firmly. Really quickly. Gravity girl, what's your name? ♀ turned to her with an eyebrow raised. She squeaked and then beamed at him. I'm Uraraka Okiko. She then stilled, her stands loosening and her pupils went white. Come over and use your quirk on this ball, and then walk back to your spot. ♀ ordered calmly. The class gasped, some yelling in surprise as Uraraka did as he said, slowly shambling forward and touching the ball with 5 fingers. She turned back, leaving the circle, and ♀ threw the ball upwards and let it just go. He grinned as he disappeared into the sky, and turned to Aizawa. The man sighed and held up another infinity symbol. Ay! Uraraka looked around confusedly, awareness and brown irises returning. What was that? ♀ just shoved his hands in his pockets and walked back to the group of students. Hey! You did something to her with your quirk. The boy with the tail yelled. 𝐒𝐿 narrowed his eyes, seeing clenched fists and panicked eyes. ♀ turned, dejected, so 𝐒𝐿 stepped forward. And? 𝐒𝐿 said coldly. The whole class turned in surprise, the tail boy freezing. Sunlight spilled into 𝐒𝐿's eyes and curled into a few strands of his hair in response to his ire. So what? You got something to say? The boy hesitated, but he nodded, eyeing Izuku's hair carefully. What did he do? What's his quirk? Izuku hummed, tapping his chin in thought. Is that your business? Izuku asked, tilting his head innocently. Quirks are personal, you know, and people knowing the secrets of them might just make life harder, you know. Izuku crossed his arms and waited. But he didn't even ask permission, and he messed with her head. The boy exclaimed. The girl laughed nervously, waving her hands. And no, it's fine. Aizawa-sensei said anything is allowed. She looked between Izuku and Tailboy anxiously. Quirk discrimination is illegal. Izuku said, examining his nails. As a police investigator, I'd recommend not doing that in front of me. Also, Aizawa is getting impatient. It's time to move to the next test. Izuku then just walked away, Katsuki at his side as he moved to the inside gym for the next test. Sshinso seemed to scramble after him, and the rest of the class followed. Tailboy was silent. Izuku paired with Katsuki for sit-ups, and he innocently let Katsuki go first before he went. Goldilocks! Katsuki yelled. You did that on purpose. Izuku cackled as he finished, breathing and putting a hand to his aching abs. I did no such thing, I let you go first out of the goodness of my shining heart. Like SHT you did. Katsuki sulked. You wanted to top my score, you bastard. Ay. Izuku leaned in as he smirked at Katsuki. It's not my fault you can't do as many sit-ups as me. Losing by only 3, too bad. Katsuki smacked the back of his head, and Izuku laughed easily. He and the pink girl were side by side, and basically neck and neck, for the seated toe touch. Izuku actually had mild perspiration on his forehead as he bent further in half, but eventually admitted defeat by 2 inches. I'm totally going to practice this every day now, I hope you know. Izuku said, offering a fist bump. I'll beat you someday. She laughed, delighted. No way. I'm a dancer. She exclaimed brightly. Can't beat this flexibility. As Izuku laughed, he realized the long-distance run was last as they walked back outside. He immediately went over to the ponytail girl, after sending Katsuki a wave. Hey, I'm Midoriya. Izuku said as he walked up, one hand extended. She looked at it carefully before she shook his hand daintily. Yarozu. Her voice was uptight but almost girly, and it held an undertone of a rich upbringing, much like Ida. I had a question about your quirk, if that's okay. You don't have to answer. Izuku said, shrugging with a grin. She eyed him suspiciously. What's your question? How are you pulling items out of yourself? I'm guessing it's a creation-type quirk, making the objects in your body and ejecting them out of your skin. My second guess would be that you have a sort of storage-type quirk that allows you to hide things within you for later retrieval. Which is it? She blinked, clearly surprised, and then she smiled. The first. My body uses lipids to create anything I know the molecular structure of. Izuku grinned excitedly. How would you feel about a team-up for this next test? Izuku proposed, raising an eyebrow. See, I have a motorcycle license, and theoretically, if I had a motorcycle for this test, I could bring someone with me along for a ride. She stared at him, eyes clearly assessing and gears turning in her head. Izuku decided. Yarozu must be rather intelligent, and he filed it away to be sure to remember later. I was planning on making a scooter for this test. She said slowly. However, I'd end up in second due to Ida's quirk. A motorcycle would increase my chances significantly. Yarozu narrowed her eyes at him. How confident are you in your ability to ride on the dirt track? Exceptionally confident. Izuku said seriously. I ride every single day as my main mode of transportation. However, I am not above safety. Can you make us helmets, or is that too much work for you? Be honest with me. A little bit of respect sparked in her eyes. I can do it. I've already started working on the bike, large objects take longer to make. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. The lipids need time to come together and form the new substances before they can eject the final product. Yarozu nodded. I imagine you have to increase your food intake significantly due to this. Yes, Luckily my parents have been very supportive. She said a little softly. They make sure I always have food on hand for when I need it. I even have 3 lunches in my backpack for emergencies, or if I just need more some days. Izuku smiled at her. I'm glad. Starving you and your quirk would just SCK. Not fun. He made a face as he stuck out his tongue, and she laughed behind a hand. We're good to go. She opened the front of her gym shirt to reveal a black BR, and the motorcycle appeared in a flash of pink sparkles. That is so cool. Izuku exclaimed. She beamed at him as she pulled out 2 motorcycle helmets, one black and one white. Line up. Aizawa called tiredly. Everyone will be doing the long-distance run at the same time. Izuku grinned as he pulled his helmet on and watched Yorozu do the same. People stared at Izuku as he put a hand on the bike, some even gasping as they noticed. Izuku hopped on the bike, seated himself, and then nodded to her as he flicked his helmet visor closed. Yorozu climbed on behind him, settling her legs on either side of the bike on little footholds, and wrapped her arms around his waist to hold on. She was taller than him, but it didn't much matter as Izuku leaned forward and grinned. She'd made him a sports motorcycle. The mock gunshot went off and Izuku shot forward, gaining speed. He laughed freely as they passed by a shocked and engine-powered Ida, and he even gave Ida the 2-finger acknowledgement wave. Momo squeezed his torso as they went faster and faster, zipping around curves and down the track, but Izuku continued just breathing in the speed and reveling in the moment. Sunlight poured into his hair, no longer covering just a few strands, and turned all of it bright white gold. They reached the end a full 30 seconds before Ida did, and Izuku had already turned off the bike and dismounted. By the time Ida fully stopped, breathing and engine smoking, Izuku was carefully helping Momo get down while making sure she didn't touch the hot exposed parts that could burn her. Izuku removed his helmet, shaking out his faintly glowing hair, and grinned at the girl. That was amazing. Great choice in model. Izuku complimented. Yorozu's eyes immediately flicked to his hair after she removed her own helmet. Thank you. She nodded to him. May I ask about the hair? Izuku grinned. My quirk is half sentient. It responds to my emotions. She nodded in understanding, eyes curious but not pressing him further. He appreciated it. Goldilocks. Izuku turned as Katsuki came barreling forward, hands exploding behind him. Kit Kat. You finally made it, I see. Katsuki landed and shoved Izuku lightly with a grin. You totally cheated, Goldilocks. Well played. Katsuki grinned, and Izuku cackled. Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Izuku smirked. Maybe I'll even beat you, Katsuki. Izuku bumped their shoulders together, and then watched as ever so slowly the others trickled in. Izuku and Yorozu got matching scores, and she obliged his offer for a high five when they saw it. Everyone finally showed, and then Aizawa led them to the wall of the gym and stood there. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. Aizawa said blandly. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. He clicked something, and a hologram of a scoreboard appeared slightly above him. Yorozu Momo Midoriya Izuku Todoroki Shoto Bakugo Katsuki Izuku grinned up at the board. He was more physically fit than most others in the class, including Katsuki, and he'd finished tied for first with Yorozu in the last test. Overall, he had about 15 fewer points than Yorozu, and Izuku had beaten whoever Todoroki was by 2 points. It was probably because of the motorcycle, honestly. He noticed ♀♀ was near the bottom. Kaminari Denki Gyro Kyoka ♀♀ Hitoshi Toru Hagekure ♀♀ had barely snuck by Hagekure, which was good on him honestly. Not that whoever Hagekure was actually getting expelled. Oh! The invisible person whined in a high girly voice. Don't tell me I'm expelled. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Aizawa said, seemingly as an afterthought. When no one moved, everyone either frozen or unsurprised, Aizawa grinned. He had teeth on full display, eyes wide and slightly crazed. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. Izuku snickered. What? Several people yelled in shock. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 tried to rein in his laughter at pale faces and frozen eyes. Of course it was a lie. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 chided, hands on her hips. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Actually, 𝐈𝐻𝐻 really does expel people. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said through giggles he was trying to hold in with a hand over his mouth. Last year he expelled his entire class. Midoriya, what did we say about discussing my teaching methods? 𝐈𝐻𝐻 said tiredly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gasped for breath, trying not to burst out laughing. Absolutely nothing, Eraserhead. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grinned. I believe we've never discussed the topic. Yorozu raised a hand daintily, a tiny frown in place. Is it true? Did you really? She asked, voice blank but eyes concerned. Yes. 𝐈𝐻𝐻 stared her down for a moment as she blinked in surprise, and then he turned to the class. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look at them. 𝐈𝐻𝐻 went to walk by 𝐒𝐿, only to pause. Midoriya, the school day is short today, but don't forget to check in at the healer's office. 𝐒𝐿 nodded firmly. I won't. I need to make sure she actually took me seriously this morning. 𝐈𝐻𝐻 huffed. You blackmailed her. Of course she listened. I did not. 𝐒𝐿 put his hands on his hips. I gave her incentive and consequences. You threatened her. 𝐈𝐻𝐻 threw him a deadpan look and 𝐒𝐿 grinned. Just go. 𝐒𝐿 laughed, and then waved as the hero turned and left. 𝐒𝐿 then turned around to see every member of the class staring. Hi. 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head. Everyone was staring at him oddly, some even gaping. He carefully walked around the frozen students and away from the gym spaces. I'm headed to the locker rooms, you coming? Hold up. The sharp-toothed redhead came running up. Did you really threaten a pro hero? 𝐒𝐿 hummed. So that's why they had been staring. She's a healer, but yes. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Pro or not, unfortunately, she wasn't running the healer's office properly. It needed to be corrected. I'm sure she knows what she's doing. Ida came up to say. She's been a healer for many years, her service to you is she doesn't wipe down the countertops. 𝐒𝐿 cut in. She doesn't wear gloves, either. She doesn't sanitize the space, and she doesn't keep the healing space a sterile location. It's a direct break in the healer code. If you want, feel free to read the posted healer regulations of the healer committee website. 𝐒𝐿 had reached the locker rooms and shoved it open. You seem the dedicated type to do that, Ida. Anyway, she's gotten complacent in her old age, and I'm determined to correct it. Ida looked contemplative, and 𝐒𝐿 was satisfied by that. What were the consequences you mentioned? The blackmail. The blonde with the black streak asked as he pulled off his gym shirt. I said I could get her license revoked. 𝐒𝐿 answered simply, folding his gym clothes as he pulled on his unique uniform. One report about the way she runs her office, and it'll be temporarily nullified until the nearest healer's center can do a full investigation. Even if they let her keep her license in the end, it would take months of carefully sifting through all the footage 𝐒𝐻𝐻 has from the past years of the nurse's office. It could even take a full year before the healer committee makes a final decision. 𝐒𝐿 plopped his gym clothes down the laundry chute and moved so his classmates could do the same. I'm serious about my work, and she should be too. 𝐒𝐿 turned to leave, the first one done changing. Bye, I'm headed to the healer's office. He waved and left, walking down the halls briskly towards his destination. Katsuki and 𝐒𝐿 the next day. 𝐒𝐿 had his first full day of work at UA. His check-in with Recovery Girl the previous afternoon had been short, her glaring lightly as he checked every surface and her patient spreadsheet. He hoped day 2 would be an improvement. After a brief check-in for homeroom, 𝐒𝐿 settled into the clinic for his first shift. His hair was bright gold and matched his eyes, something he decided to always uphold when in the clinic. In addition, he was wearing the healer uniform he'd requested. It was completely white, and the shirt had gold sections on his shoulders that trailed in geometric straight lines down his arms and torso. It had a built-in mildly bulletproof lining, as well. The breaths were also white, with thigh pockets and dull golden boots. The staff of Asclepius was featured twice, large and curling down his entire spine, but also on a small patch that was in place of a left BRST pocket. Once Izuku had done the regular cleaning routine, wiping everything down, opening the curtains, washing the sheets, and then putting on his gloves, he sat down at the desk Nezu had added in a corner facing the door for Izuku to use during classes. Nezu had stacked Izuku's textbooks under the desk, and the lesson plans for each day on top of the desk. Recovery Girl sat down at her computer, with the proper gloves on and a plastic washable keyboard cover, and started doing whatever it is Recovery Girl did when she wasn't healing people improperly. English was easy for Izuku. He'd always been good at it, even grinned at the papers as he found he knew all of the answers for the lesson plan questions. He dutifully took notes, pretty and neat in his notebook dedicated to English, glancing up occasionally at Recovery Girl as mild supervision. As lunch approached for 1A, Izuku started paying more attention to the door as he munched on a granola bar and an apple. 1B was meant to be doing battle training while 1A was at lunch, and then they'd SWSH. He'd been thinking about patience as he was wiping down where he ate, and as if summoned, the door slammed open with a boy trudging in, scowling. Izuku stood, immediately ignoring Recovery Girl, who turned in surprise at the boy's arrival. He faintly recognized the boy from Vlad's list of students. Maybe he was the one with the scale quirk. "My name is Healer Midoriya, can you tell me what happened?" Izuku gave his healer smile, and the boy blinked, scowl failing to make way for confusion. "Oh, you work here. I saw you on TV." Izuku nodded, huffing a laugh. "Yes. You're from Class 1B, and you were in battle training, is that correct?" The boy nodded, slight glare returning. "Yeah, Minoma got me with my own quirk." The boy said angrily. "I should have seen it coming." Izuku held out a hand for the arm the boy was pressing into his chest. "Come on in, please." Izuku led the boy to a bed, having him sit, and smiled. He threw out his previous gloves, sanitized his hands, and then slid on new gloves. "Okay." Izuku gently pulled the arm to him, noticing the boy scrunching his face and biting his lip. "Can you tell me your name, and what happened?" Izuku began examining his arm. "I'm Rin Hiryu, and my quirk is Scales." Izuku smiled, he'd been right. "We were doing some indoor battle scenarios, which is super cool with All Might, and I was on the hero team. Minoma was on the villain team, and he copied my quirk." He broke off with a wince, and Izuku moved to a different part of his arm. "I was pretty confident he wouldn't be able to use it, but he hardened his fist with Scales. When I tried to block, his fist hit my arm, and I think he broke it." All the while, Izuku prodded. There were mild abrasions up and down the boy's arm, most likely from the texture of the scales. A bruise was forming, and that one spot that was most painful likely had a mild fracture. Izuku nodded to himself and leaned back, smiling at the boy easily. "Thank you, Rin. I believe you're right. I think you have a minor fracture in your radius, mid-arm range on the anterior border." Izuku said clinically. "May I use my quirk to heal you?" Rin blinked. Sure." Izuku smiled, and then removed his gloves. He sanitized again, and then lit his palm with the softness of sunlight. Izuku pressed his glowing palm to Rin's arm, and let sunlight soak into the boy. Sunlight trickled in lightly, barely any was needed as it found and prodded the fracture. Izuku smiled as he let sunlight absorb into Rin's system, mending the little crack and the broken BLD vessels causing the bruising. Satisfied, Izuku and sunlight both retreated. Izuku smiled at Rin, and the boy was looking at his arm in mild wonder. "You're all fixed up." "I was right, it was just a little fracture." Rin looked up at him. "I'm not even tired." The boy moved his arm, rubbing it and rolling his shoulder. "My quirk isn't like Recovery Girl's, it's extremely unique," Izuku said gently. "Now, why don't you go back to class? I'd guess you have lunch in roughly 9 minutes." Rin nodded and hopped off the bed. "Thanks, Healer Midoriya." The boy waved as he walked out, grinning. Izuku waved back slightly and then sanitized and put his gloves back on, and started the process of stripping the bed Rin had used. "You're a natural with the patience." Izuku paused momentarily at Recovery Girl's praise. I can see why you were reluctant to give it up, even for hero school. He hummed, continuing and scooping up the sheets. I was raised to be a healer by many. Izuku said gently. It wasn't really my choice, but I enjoy it. It's a part of me, and I'm good at it. So, here I am. Izuku threw her a smile before ducking away to start the laundry of sheets. He started the load and changed gloves, and then went about redressing the bed and wiping down anything the boy might have touched. When Izuku was satisfied, he pulled off his gloves and finally headed to the bathroom to change. He gently folded his healer uniform after removing it, and tucked it away in the cabinet above the sink where the spare sheets and extra gloves were. Izuku pulled on his hero student uniform and let the green in his hair return. As he'd guessed, there were minor glints of dull metallic gold. They were barely noticeable among the curls, just a true testament to how small the injury he healed was. He smiled to himself and exited the bathroom. I'm heading to battle training. Izuku nodded to Recover Girl. I'll fill out the patient report when I get back. He grabbed his backpack from the hook and shouldered it. No need, I can do it for you. I'll print you a copy and leave it on your desk. For inspection. Recovery Girl spoke without looking away from her computer, which gave away her anxiety. It was a peace offering. Sure, sounds good. Izuku accepted, and then slid the door open and stepped out into the hallway. He knew he was most likely missing the first few minutes of class, but it was probably just Aizawa explaining everything before moving everyone to wherever they'd be doing the indoor battles. Assuming he and Vlad had the same battle training lessons, of course. If Aizawa-sensei was involved, nothing was certain. The thought made Izuku smile. His smile abruptly fell when he approached the classroom to hear All Might's unreasonably loud and booming voice. Great! Was he teaching their training? Rin had mentioned All Might being there, but Izuku never thought the hero would have been teaching. This is what will be. Izuku slid the door open casually, and All Might paused. He seemed to be in the middle of something with a dramatic pose, wearing his very first costume, which went perfectly with his still healing new form. Izuku raised his hands in mock surrender with a grin. I'm sorry, did I step on your moment? Someone choked, most likely ♯, as Izuku spoke. Apologies, you can go back to explaining the indoor battle scenarios, I'll just take my seat. Indoor battle scenarios. Someone called excitedly. Without basic training. Someone asked, and Izuku wondered if it was the frog girl. Her voice sounded almost like a feminine croak. Ah, sorry. All Might cleared his throat nervously, and Izuku laughed lightly as he plopped down. I see, so you hadn't actually explained yet. Sorry, Yagi. Izuku said, not at all apologetic. The man regained his composure and grinned at the class. As I was saying, to go with battle training will be these. He flung out an arm, and the cubbies in the wall popped open gently. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests sent in before school started. The class yelled and cheered in excitement, and Izuku huffed another laugh. After you change, gather in ground beater. He put his hands on his hips dramatically. Yes, sir. The class cheered, and then rushed for their cases. Izuku would have stood, but Katsuki turned around and surveyed him carefully. What extra did you heal? He said gruffly. Izuku smiled, touched by the gentle concern. Katsuki noticed the gold, then. A boy from 1B, they had their battle training already. Izuku stood, beckoning for Katsuki to do the same. He had a radial fracture at the anterior border. Minor. Katsuki knocked his shoulder into Izuku's as they grabbed their cases, and Izuku laughed. Yeah, minor. Sunlight was practically bored. Katsuki huffed in approval, and they headed together to the locker rooms. Izuku opened his case happily, already knowing he'd have exactly what he wanted. Sure, support companies screwed up the designs a lot, but Nezu wouldn't allow that to happen to Izuku. It was blatant nepotism, but it was also true. His main costume was as practical as it was stunning. It was a mainly charcoal gray three-piece uniform. The first piece was a sleeveless skin-tight shirt that wouldn't inhibit his movements in the slightest. The second was a pair of loose breaths, tough material, with a half a dozen pockets running down both legs. The last piece was a jacket. It could be removed in the summer but would be good for the colder months. It had extra pockets, of course. The beauty of it was the seams and designs. All of the seams, for all 3 pieces, were a bright gold just like his healer uniform. They practically glowed against the charcoal color, just as he'd wanted. There was a stunningly designed sun on the back of his jacket, and bright patterns swirling down his tight shirt both front and back as if sunlight swept across it in rivers of gold. As for the rest of it, he had black steel-toed sneakers that went up to his ankles with gold laces. He had a medical mask made of tough yet breathable material, and Izuku melted his eyes gold to make the black mask stand out. His freckles barely peeked out above the mask, which Izuku found almost funny. He had a heavy-duty knife in a black thigh sheath, which looked absolutely wicked with the gray and gold breathes. Lastly, his belt. Izuku had a gun, the same model as his police-issued one, which he absolutely adored, plus ammunition. He had HNDCFFS, as well as several hanging pockets of first aid supplies, random things like eye drops and gummy bears, as well as lollipops. The most interesting part of the belt was the row of throwing knives strapped to his left hip. His mother probably would have scowled lightly seeing him carrying so many knives, but Izuku beamed. He walked out into ground beta with his class, and grinned at Katsuki who was scowling as usual. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. All Might's voice rang out as the class came out of the tunnel and spilled into ground beta. Be fully aware, from now on, you are heroes. Izuku didn't mean to lose his cool, but he absolutely could not get behind that. All Might. Izuku raised a hand up high, trying to see over Ida in his giant suit of armor. Clothing doesn't dictate proficiency. I don't think you should encourage the idea that wearing a costume is as good as having a license. All Might seemed to laugh nervously. Your opinion is noted, Healer Midoriya. All Might gave him a thumbs up, and Izuku crossed his arms with a huff. Anyway, you all look cool. He complimented in a booming voice. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Izuku choked on spit, and Katsuki punched him in the shoulder. Zygotes? Sir. Ida raised his hand, this time only at the elbow instead of straight up above his head. Midoriya mentioned indoor battle trials. Is this the exercise we'll be doing? All Might nodded, hands on his hips as he puffed his chest out extravagantly. That is correct. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. All Might declared. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. Truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. Izuku nodded along. It was true, which was why underground heroes were so important. To this class, you'll be split into heroes and villains and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. I asked before, but I'll ask again. Izuku looked over at the frog girl, recognizing her voice, and he decided he wholeheartedly approved of her costume. Definitely good for more aquatic heroics. We'll be doing this without basic training. She tilted her head, putting a long finger on her chin thoughtfully. This is a real battle to understand those basics. All Might declared, clenching a fist and grinning. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Yorozu asked blankly. Her costume was interesting. Can we beat them up anyway? Katsuki muttered, and Izuku bumped their shoulders together with a grin. Will the punishment be expulsion like Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka asked anxiously. Was she wearing heels? How shall we be split up? Ida asked, arm raised to the elbow once again. Isn't this cape crazy? The sparkly one was, hiding behind his blue cloak in a way reminiscent of pre-Quirk Dracula. I'll answer all your questions. All Might yelled, sweating a little. He pulled out a little book which looked comical in his huge hands. Now listen here. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to capture the villains or get the nuclear weapon in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Izuku nodded. Dangerous with untrained students, but a fair lesson to teach. All Might held up a yellow box labeled in blocky letter lots. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being determined so haphazardly. 𝐂𝐫 exclaimed. Actually, odd team-ups often happen during emergencies, regardless of agencies. 𝐒𝐿 put in blandly. 𝐂𝐫 breathed a sigh, seemingly in awe. I see. The discernment to look ahead. 𝐂𝐫 then bent to bow lowly to All Might. Please excuse my rudeness. All Might posed happily, grinning easily. It's fine. Let's get to it. Drawing lots was tedious, and it took forever, but 𝐒𝐿 dutifully pulled a team from the box and found his partner. 𝐒𝐿 and Bakugo B Shoji and Todoroki C Rozu and Uraraka Ojiro and 𝐂𝐫 Ashido and Himaf Soto and Koda G Kaminari and Gyro H Shinso and Hagekyo Aizu and Tokomi J Kirishima and Zero. Well, I'd say I feel sorry for our opponents, but I really don't. 𝐒𝐿 grinned at Katsuki and offered a glowing fist to him. Katsuki slammed his palm into 𝐒𝐿's fist, mild explosions popping against sunlight's light, and cackled. We'll crush anyone who tries to stop us. Katsuki smirked. The first teams to fight will be. All Might reached one hand into the black villain box and the other into the white hero box, which meant it was totally ringed, and half the teams were already destined to be heroes and the other half was destined to be villains, and the lots were just picking who was fighting who. And he whipped two ceramic ball out, one labeled A and one labeled D, and they looked like ball from that old table game with sticks. Oh, what was it called? Pool. These guys. Oh, CRP, 𝐒𝐿 got distracted. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. 𝐒𝐿 realized he and Katsuki were up first, as the heroes. He shared a grin with Katsuki. Excellent. Everyone else, head to the monitoring room. Yes, sir. Students started moving, but the 4 students up first stayed put, waiting for instructions. Sure enough, All Might led them to a tall building and gave the heroes a blueprint. 𝐒𝐿 scanned it, Katsuki rolling his shoulder and eyeing the paper over 𝐒𝐿's shoulder after he refused his own. Villain team, go in first and set up. 𝐒𝐿 eyed the two who stood a little away from Katsuki and him. It was Tail Boy and 𝐂𝐫. Tail Boy was called Ojiro on the team list. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in and the battle will start. I love how we're the good guys and it's still considered breaking and entering. 𝐒𝐿 grinned as the two villains acknowledged the hero's words. Katsuki just knocked their shoulders together. What's our play? Katsuki grinned as he leaned an arm on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. 𝐒𝐿 hummed. How do you feel about playing distraction? Who do I get to blow up? Katsuki smirked and 𝐒𝐿 laughed. 𝐂𝐫 is smart. Stuck up, but smart. He'll know his quirk will be best to patrol the building and try to catch us quickly. 𝐒𝐿 said. But his also obvious. He'll place the bomb on the highest floor, the 5th. I'm thinking you go in, explosions blazing, and he'll come right for you. Ojiro, the tail boy, he'll stay with the bomb. From his hero costume, I'm thinking he's good at martial arts. I'll be a good match for him. As long as you keep 𝐒𝐫 busy, it'll be a cinch. Finally. Katsuki cracked his knuckles with a grin, and 𝐒𝐿 could feel his muscles rippling from the arm still on 𝐒�L's shoulder. We'll see who's cruel and unheroic after I crush him. 𝐒𝐿 laughed brightly. Now, let's start the indoor person-on-person combat training with Team A and Team D. 𝐒𝐿 and Katsuki both looked up and grinned. Katsuki straightened, taking his arm off 𝐒𝐿's shoulder, and 𝐒𝐿 assessed the wall critically. I'll climb the outside, looking for the correct window. Go. 𝐒𝐿 said. Katsuki immediately headed off, exploding the front door and storming his way inside. 𝐒𝐿 let out an affectionate sigh and headed for the base of the building. It was all concrete, harsh, and without footholds or grips. Fortunately, the windows were about 5 feet apart between floors, each indented into the building with convenient and climbable shelves. 𝐒𝐿 started his way up, placing his feet on the inward ledge of the first-floor window, which was open for some reason, placing his hands flat on the space just above the window. Carefully, he jumped, catching the next ledge easily with his hands, and then pushing upward so his hips rested on the ledge. Crouching, he got completely into the small space outside the window, and grinned. Repeating the process for the next 3 windows, he found himself looking into a 5th-floor corridor. Izuku easily flipped a knife into his hand, crouching on the window ledge, and began using the small tip to unscrew the hinges on the top of the window. Once he had two off, he slid his fingers inside, gripping it, and undid the third. As the window came completely free, Izuku's fingers were the only thing keeping it from completely falling inside and shattering. Grinning, he gently tilted it towards him and slid inside. His feet hit the floor, the window across his stomach with his upper body still outside, arching backwards. Sliding the glass window down his body and resting the bottom on his shoes, he straightened with a grin. Izuku placed the glass on the floor, it crunching quietly enough on the concrete that only a person with a hearing quirk could have caught it from anywhere nearby, and he pressed a hand to his earpiece. "Don't act like I'm contacting you, but I'd like you to know I'm inside and on the 5th floor," Izuku said into the earpiece, eyes darting around the hallway he was in. "Do you have Ida engaged?" "Die, shitty engine boy. Bring it on." Izuku grinned. Good old Katsuki, finding a way to respond and let Izuku know everything was going to plan. Ida was indeed down there, and being distracted. Izuku then started to move, knees bent and steps as quiet as he could make them. He peeked around the corner and saw several doors leading down the next hallway that spanned the length of the building. The bomb would be inside one of those rooms, and the villain most likely set it up so he was facing the door. Izuku frowned, and headed back to the window. He climbed outside again, stepped to his left, and hopped a little until he was on the next windowsill. The glass was tinted and dark, like all the others, but Izuku cupped his hands over his eyes to shield them and peered inside. It was an empty room. Izuku moved to his left again, peering inside and beamed. The weapon was right in front of the window, and the villain was nowhere to be seen. Izuku concluded that he must be on the opposite side, hidden from the view of the window due to the bomb. Izuku paused, thinking through several strategies. He could do stealth again, but Ojiro could hear the hinges being removed and catch him. Izuku could crack the glass by knifing it or shooting it and then jump through, inside and to the bomb, but he might hurt himself as the glass broke. Finally, Izuku thought about combining the ideas. If he shot at the hinges, the window would fall inward. It would shatter, but he wouldn't be jumping through the glass, he'd be landing on it. His boots were sturdy enough for that, definitely. Pulling his gun out, Izuku loaded a magazine and pulled back the slide. He then carefully aimed it upwards and right at the hinges, making sure there was no chance it would hit the weapon. It was for both pretend and actual safety. In the pretend way, if he shot the weapon it would explode. As an actual safety concern, Izuku didn't know what it was made out of and his bullet might go right through it and into Ojiro. Never aim a gun at anything you aren't willing to destroy, including things behind your target. Izuku readied himself, balancing on the ball of his feet, and fired at each hinge in quick succession. He shoved the glass, and it fell inside and shattered. Izuku then jumped inside and placed a hand firmly on the bomb with a triumphant grin. Ojiro's head came into view, confusion and fear in his eyes. Izuku, still having the gun out but pointed at the floor, holstered it with a grin. "Katsuki, I've secured the weapon," Izuku said, hand to his earpiece. "Hell yeah, Zuku. Take that glasses." Katsuki shrieked. "Hero team wins." All Might's voice rang through Izuku's earpiece, presumably through everyone's, and Izuku stepped away from the bomb. He held a hand out towards Ojiro, who was standing in place with his hands at his sides limply, and smiled. "Good match," Izuku said, offering a handshake. The boy looked at him warily, as if assessing any hostility or passive-aggressiveness, but there was none to find. "I didn't account for people climbing through the window." The boy shook his hand, smiling ruefully. Izuku laughed. "Understandable. However, now you'll know for next time." Izuku then headed back to the window, climbed out, and crouched down on the ledge. He swung his feet down, holding on by his fingers, and dropped to the next ledge. He caught himself, but winced as his fingers protested heavily. Oh well, it was only one more down until he could jump safely. Theoretically. Izuku was about to let go when he paused. "Hey Broccoli. You can jump now." Izuku was 4 stories up, but he shoved off the wall and jumped without hesitation, laughing as he fell. Izuku heard Ojiro, leaning out the window above him and shouting in alarm at the same time as Ida, who was yelling from the ground, but Izuku ignored it all as he heard explosions. As Izuku fell past the third-floor window, something slammed into his back, one strong arm wrapping around his waist and another making small controlled explosions below them to break the fall back down. He laughed all the way down, even as Katsuki slammed into the ground with his knees bent, holding Izuku up. When he was gently placed down, Izuku spun and beamed up at Katsuki. "You flew. You flew for real." Izuku infused, barely noticing that his hair had turned a bright white gold and faintly realizing his skin was glowing. "That was so cool, I bet you'll use that move a lot when saving people. Imagine catching someone who was falling, and then swooping them away, and then kicking the butt of the villain while the civilian safe and sound." Katsuki was smirking, leading Izuku with one hand on his shoulder as Izuku spoke rapidly, and the villain team trailing behind silently. "I imagine the descent was the easiest part, since using both hands spreads out the force and makes it harder to control. Once you were only using one, you have full force and better mobility using the single wrist." "Right. Exactly, nerd." Katsuki chuckled. "I think that'll improve with time actually. You should start soaking your hands in warm water before battle class so your palms will be warmer. That'll wear gloves before training too. By creating more sweat before using explosions you'll be able to create bigger ones which will help increase your body's resistance to the kickback. It might make your wrists hurt, but I can fix that easily." Izuku rambled happily, glowing brighter at Katsuki's fond grin. "I'm thinking of working on improving the way my quirk works on healing muscle. Sunlight heals it all up, but if it was actually damaged then it grows back weaker. Muscle exhaustion doesn't count, before I'm only soothing the pain and aches, not actually replacing the muscle, you know. Telling people they have to spend weeks recovering even after I've healed them gets tedious." Izuku stopped, looking up as he sensed eyes on him. He blinked as he realized Katsuki had led him all the way to the monitoring room, and everyone was looking right at him. "What? Goldilocks, you're glowing." Katsuki ruffled his hair with a smirk and a laugh. Izuku grinned up at him. "You flew." Izuku repeated. "Of course I'm glowing." As Izuku turned to face the dark room, he did indeed realize Izuku was a main light source besides the monitoring screens. It was a soft light, bathing the students with warmth, but they still stared in blatant shock. Izuku blinked harshly as All Might flicked the lights on. The screen changed to say person-to-person combat training, Battle 1 review. "I'd like to say, the MVP of this battle was healer Midoriya." All Might boomed, hands on his hips. Izuku grinned. "Why is that? Does anyone know?" All Might raised his hand sky high, as if imitating Ida during class. Yorozu raised her hand, eyes shut in contemplation. "Yes, All Might Sensei," she declared. "That is because Midoriya anticipated his enemy's moves and planned accordingly." She opened her eyes, intelligence shining in sharp gray. From watching the match, Bakugo was an excellent partner and did his part, acting on Midoriya's plans. Ida, though he planned well for his quirk, did not see through Bakugo's obvious distractions and was overwhelmed. Ojiro foolishly left an opening and turned his back to it, allowing Midoriya to slip inside and capture the weapon. She stopped speaking, satisfied and finished. Izuku could have laughed at the expressions on his classmates' faces, ranging from confused to supportive to completely blank. All Might coughed a little, as if shaking. Off surprise. "Ah. Well, that was correct." He gave her a smiling thumbs up, and Izuku smothered a snicker with a hand at Yorozu's completely unimpressed look towards the hero. "We should always start with the basics to develop depth of learning. We should strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly." She had her hands on her hips, declaring her words to the room. "Otherwise, we cannot become top heroes." She finished, actually satisfied this time, and All Might moved on. Izuku knew he liked her. "All right everyone, let's change locations and start the second match," he declared. "Tackle this training while thinking about what we just talked about." "Yes sir." Media Menace's Izuku was not enjoying whatever the hell was going on outside the main gates. He avoided it by taking the back entrance, of course, but he knew that they'd be a problem anyway. So after his check-in with Recovery Girl and picking up his schedule in the staff room, he marched right down to the gates and stood in the entrance archway with one hand on his hip. "Hey! Leave those students alone." The crowd of hungry reporters spun around, pausing their buzzing and cameras and questions. The two trapped students Izuku faintly recognized as Gen Ed kids rushed by and threw Izuku grateful looks. "This is UA, harassing the students on school property is grounds for police intervention. UA owns the area here, understand?" AMIC was immediately shoved in his face. "You're healer Midoriya. Are you a student here? What can you tell us about All Might?" A brown-haired woman exclaimed, almost feral. Izuku glared. "All Might is a staff member here, yes. Even though he's number 1, he deserved the privacy warranted by his new teaching position." Izuku said blankly. "All Might isn't here at the moment. He's not working today, so you can clear out." Izuku then turned around and walked back towards the school, ignoring the yelling from the reporter woman. He nodded to Aizawa, who was watching from nearby, and they headed towards the building together. "If they come any closer, I'll have them all arrested." Izuku ground out. Aizawa sighed as they walked. "It's not worth the effort," he said boredly. "I don't know how All Might gets anything done with them hanging about like that." "He doesn't. In his recent career he's spent more time in interviews than actually working. Probably due to the little problem I fixed for him." Izuku finished carefully. He then looked over his shoulder as he realized the barrier had slammed shut with a heavy click. "They're way too desperate." Aizawa seemed to agree as they both headed to 1A, but didn't respond. They walked in together, which was a little surprising to some students, but the ones who actually internalized that Izuku was a staff member understood. Izuku took his seat and placed his backpack under his desk, while Aizawa stepped up the podium and picked up a stack of papers. "Good work on yesterday's battle training." He started tiredly. "I saw the video and results." "Midoriya." Izuku sat up straighter. "I don't know how you had real magazines, but you'll be stocked with tranquilizer rounds until 3rd year. It's a school rule, regardless of your gun license." "Oh man." Izuku slumped slightly, pouting mildly. Some of his class members looked relieved, which made him pout even harder. "Now, let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you." Aizawa paused dramatically, and Izuku knew it was because he was amused by the tense shudders and panicked expressions his ominousness caused in people. "Decide on a class representative." A moment later the class exploded with noise and clamor. "I want to be class rep, pick me." The redhead yelled. "Me too," a blonde said more calmly. Izuku remembered that one used electricity during the battle trial. "I want to do it, too." She'd been partnered with the electric user. Hearing Quirk, based on the mutation features in her earlobes. "It's a job made for me." The sparkly one called daintily, one hand on his chest. "I'll be the leader." The acid one who was paired with Sparkly Boy interrupted him. "Let me do it." "Me," Katsuki declared. Izuku resisted lying his head on his desk, only becoming interested in the screaming when Ida interrupted it. "Silence, please," Ida yelled. "It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one." Everyone was now staring at Ida, who had his own hand raised sky high. "Why did you suggest that?" the electric one asked, confused. "We haven't known each other for that long," the frog girl said thoughtfully. "So how can we have trust or anything? If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves." The redhead trailed off pointedly. Izuku's eyes were drawn to Aizawa, who was climbing into his sleeping bag. "Don't you think that's precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person?" Ida answered, chopping an arm in the air. "What do you think, Aizawa-sensei?" The man was fully zipped up to the chin, only his face shone in the sea of banana yellow. "I don't care as long as you decide by the end of homeroom," Aizawa said tiredly, and then he fell sideways onto the floor to lie down. What a mood. Thank you very much. Ida yelled. Izuku went along with the voting, putting down Katsuki's name easily. When Ida was done writing the results, Izuku blinked at the board. Midoriya Izuku, 4 votes. Literally everyone else had 1 vote or none, and Izuku didn't know what to think of that. He stood in the silence and headed for the podium. So, I didn't even vote for myself, Izuku declared, blinking still with surprise. Anyway, do I need a deputy or? If the rest are tied, you don't need one, but you can vote again on one if you want to. Aizawa's tired voice rang out. Midoriya! Ida yelled, standing. Who did you vote for? The person you trust to lead the most would do well as your deputy. Oh, I voted for Katsuki. Izuku grinned. He'd make an excellent deputy for me. Hey, get up here, Kit Kat. Some students looked anxious about this, but Katsuki grinned and came to stand next to Izuku, punching him in the shoulder as Izuku laughed. I'm gonna be the best deputy ever, Katsuki announced. Better than any other extra would. Aizawa sat up so his face was visible over the podium. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Bakugo. Aizawa then slunk back to the floor. Katsuki leaned an arm on Izuku's shoulder, grinning at the class. Izuku let gold fill his eyes as he smiled. I'm excited, and I hope you'll trust me to lead you. Also, enjoy watching me ordering Kit Kat around while I'm at it. Katsuki ruffled Izuku's hair and growled playfully, which made Izuku burst out laughing. Okay, but seriously, I won't be in class all the time. If you all need me, I'm in the healer's office. If it's sort of urgent, Katsuki will take care of it. He's actually good with emergencies. The class looked half nervous, half curious. That might not be too bad, the frog girl said, contemplatively tapping her chin. After all, Bakugo and Midoriya sure know how to get fired up together. The redhead grinned up at them. They bounced off each other super well for battle training. The one with tape elbows added. Izuku smiled, and then the bell signaled it was time for him to go. Oi, broccoli. Izuku hummed at Katsuki as the boy took his seat and Izuku grabbed his backpack. You coming back? No, there's no battle training today. I'll be working until school lets out. He offered Katsuki a fist and the boy gave him a regular fist bump. Izuku waved to the class and departed, Aizawa slinking out and MIC showing up to teach the class English. Izuku walked easily down the halls to the healer's office, humming as sunlight curled in his hair as he felt the sun on his face through the many UA windows. He slid the door open and hung up his backpack, happy to see that everything looked perfectly as clean and neat as he left it that morning. Izuku pulled on a pair of gloves, and then headed to the bathroom to change. He tucked his UA uniform away and exchanged it for his healer uniform, and then sanitized and exited the bathroom. As he got settled at his desk, he was on a mission. He literally had access to staff privileges, and it hadn't occurred to Izuku to memorize his classmates' names and faces from the class lists. You know, like an idiot. He spent the next 20 minutes staring at everyone's pictures and shoving the information in his brain, like cramming for a test, except hopefully it'd stick instead of flying away the moment he needed the answer. His classes before lunch were calm, no patients and no recovery girl. Nezu said she'd be supervising a special training with All Might and some student. Izuku had shrugged and said yes, he could hold down the fort at the healer's office while she was out. It wasn't like anything crazy would happen. Izuku hated karma. Not 2 seconds after he started that thought, an alarm went off. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate outdoors promptly. A robotic feminine voice reported calmly over the speakers. I repeat, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate outdoors promptly. Izuku grabbed his work phone and immediately phoned the station. Izuku knew exactly what had happened. Hello, Musutafu Police Department. This is Investigator Midoriya. Could we get half a dozen officers up at UA? Izuku said tiredly. The press has breached school grounds and need to be contained. Understood, Midoriya. We'll send over a detachment. Jizuno hung up promptly, and Izuku tucked the phone away. He sat back in his chair and waited. Eventually, the alarm stopped and a few students shyly trickled in. "Hello, I'm Healer Midoriya. I'm guessing you got hurt during the media break-in." Izuku smiled gently. "I hurt my wrist, and my friend fell and hit her knee." Izuku recognized them as Gen Ed students. "Come on in. Can you tell me what happened?" The next hour consisted of gently treating small injuries, due to what everyone called the panic. Apparently, everyone had rushed into the hallways and created a block, shoving and pushing and making it impossible to make forward progress in the sea of bodies. It had been calmed when Ida floated to the ceiling and Katsuki caused a huge explosion that made everyone quiet down, which results in Ida making some kind of speech. Or at least, that's what Izuku could guess from what the students vaguely mentioned. Things like, "Some kid exploded his hands and it hurt my ears and this guy flew end over end cause of the engines in his legs, and then he yelled at us about not being good students." There was also, "Honestly I didn't even notice the blue-haired kid floating by the ceiling until something exploded. It made me look around more closely, you know." So, Izuku was really only working with bits and pieces and putting the story together like a police case. Speaking of police cases, Izuku packed up to leave, only to receive a text from Aizawa. "Eraserhead, meet at the back gate Investigator Midoriya, on my way." Izuku walked briskly, headed for the back gate, trusting Eraserhead needed something important. As he exited the building, his pace had a misstep as he took in the reason for the text. Aizawa, Midnight, 13, Recovery Girl, and Nezu were all staring at the destroyed remains of the back gate. Izuku walked up to stand next to Aizawa. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Nezu asked no one. Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? Izuku stepped forward. "Principal, if I may." Izuku said blankly, "I'd like to take a sample of the destroyed parts back to the station. I believe a Quirk did this, but I'm not sure how, or what kind." Nezu turned to him, serious and grave. "You may." Izuku nodded and walked forward, tugging on a pair of gloves and pulling an evidence container out of his bag. He gently scooped some of it up, noting it was similar to ash. But how to turn metal to ash? "I'll take this to the precinct, and have them check every reporter and member of the media for possible suspect quirks," Izuku said shortly, removing his gloves and tucking the sample away. "Thank you, Midoriya. I know you have a lot on your plate at the moment." Nezu nodded his thanks, smiling slightly, and Izuku nodded back. "If I have news, I'll send it. Otherwise, I'll see you for work tomorrow." With that, he bowed, and Izuku headed off for the garage. The other staff seemed to dwindle away as well, which was relieving. It meant Izuku could get out on his motorcycle with running his co-workers over. Swinging his leg over and starting the bike, Izuku felt the calm slip over him that came with riding his motorcycle. He always said there wasn't anything that compared to riding his motorcycle, and he meant it, but not in the conventional way. He loved talking to Katsuki and his mother. He loved work and saving people. He loved caring for others and making them smile. But with his motorcycle, it was more like it never failed to soothe him. All his problems seemed smaller, and as the wind whipped across his jacket and the cold stung him even through his gloves, the break-in at UA seemed a little easier to deal with. Sliding off as he arrived at the station, Izuku shook out his hair and headed inside. Jizuno didn't so much as blink when he appeared in front of her desk and held out a hand for the UA case, but many other people did. Which was fair, honestly, since his shift didn't start for 3 hours and he usually enjoyed his time off as much as possible on school days. However, the case was more important. "Jizuno, I want the supervising officer at the UA media scene in the meeting room now." "Understood." Izuku then turned and headed for Tsukochi's office. He knocked the door politely. "Tsukochi, it's Midoriya." "Come in, Midoriya." Izuku swung the door open, carefully nudging a dropped pencil sharpener on the floor out of the door's way, and shut it behind him. "This is about the UA break-in." His tired eyes met Izuku's green ones. "Yes. I've asked the on-scene supervisor to head to the meeting room, but I'd like you to be there too," Izuku said with an apologetic smile. We need to open an official case for this. I have a sample of the UA barrier that was completely destroyed, and it needs to be sent to the lab as well. Tsukochi nodded, immediately more alert. Destroyed? He asked, standing, as Izuku opened the door into the meeting room. That's right. Izuku confirmed. An officer Izuku recognized from an earlier case entered, and they nodded to each other. The break-in happened because the back gate of the UA barrier was destroyed by some kind of quirk. Izuku started immediately. He pulled out the bag of ash from his backpack and placed it on the table, absent-mindedly grabbing a sticky label and a marker for it. This is sort of like ash, too thin to be dirt and wispy when touched. I can't figure out how metal could have been turned to ash, though. Once he was satisfied with the label, Izuku looked up at the two men. Do we still have the reporters in custody? Yes, we put them all in holding cells. The supervisor said with a nod. Normally we'd have let them go, but one of them said they'd already been warned to stay off the property and not to harass the students. It means they can't plead ignorance. Izuku smiled ruefully. That was me, before the school day started officially. He admitted. Anyway, we need to document each of their quirks. I'd like to see if any of them could cause this kind of damage. Tsukochi nodded. Why don't you go now, Midoriya? You can ask them yourself and get any information personally. Izuku tilted his head in consideration before nodding firmly. All right. I can do that. He decided. Holding cell 6. It was where they put people who were to be interrogated before being moved to a more serious or personal cell. You know it. Tsukochi confirmed tiredly. Izuku swept out of the room and hung his bag quickly before heading to the barrack. He was still in his school uniform, which would be an issue for interrogations. Izuku headed for the locker rooms and changed into some of the random available clothes. He chose a short-sleeve blue shirt and black jeans. He had to roll the jeans, but the shirt fit well enough. Tucking his school uniform in a locker and securing it with a lock, he headed to his desk to grab his investigator's vest. Midoriya. Izuku shrugged on his vest and looked at the cat-headed man in confusion. Sangza, why are you here? He asked. Your shift isn't until 11. I could ask you the same thing. Sangza blinked. I'm here because there was an update in the Rose killing case. Ah, that one's rough. Izuku nodded in sympathy. The villain had a rosebush quirk that they used to strangle their victims with thorny and flowery vines. Very unpleasant, and often gory. I'm here for the UA break-in case, we're starting interrogations. Makes sense, good luck with that. Izuku waved as the man departed, and then he headed to the back of the station where the mass holding cells were. They had 6 mass holding cells, large enough for 24 people each to be confined comfortably, 36 if they were stepping on each other's toes. He smiled at the thought. Izuku came to a stop in front of the bars, and dejected angry faces looked up at his blank one. Hello, my name is Investigator Midoriya. Izuku said, narrowing his eyes at the brown-haired woman he remembered. I'll be interviewing each of you one at a time. It shouldn't take more than 5 to 10 minutes each. Izuku nodded to the stationed officer, and the woman unlocked the door. Before you try and escape while the door is open, I'll have you know I'm qualified to tranquilize anyone who resists. With his words hanging in the air, he opened the cell and beckoned the glaring brown-haired reporter. She followed him out, fists clenched in anger. Izuku led her to the Section 6 interrogation room, number 2, and sat her down across from him at a steel table. She glanced anxiously back at the mirror behind Izuku, but he genuinely didn't know if anyone was back there or not. He let her think there was, though it was usually easier that way. Can you state your name? Izuku started, picking up the notepad and pen that was present in every interrogation room. We'll be checking in the quirk registry for accuracy after the interview, so there's not really any point in lying. She crossed her arms and glared at the table. 𝐂𝐩𝐽. She gritted out. Izuku wrote it down easily. And what news station do you represent, 𝐂𝐻? HNA News Center. Izuku nodded and smiled at her prettily. Excellent. Now, can you tell me your age, quirk, and address? Izuku went through every person, And unless the guy with the hands that could get as hot as a pre-Quirk American gas stove had a miracle happen, none of them were candidates for the type of destruction used on the UA barrier. When the last person left, he laid his head on the metal interrogation table and groaned. Why did it have to be an unknown assailant? Izuku left the room and, after he called for an intern to wipe down the room, he went to the back room to make himself a steamed hot chocolate. He deserved it, damn it. Eraserhead was leaning against the wall inside, and Izuku just vaguely nodded in his direction as he started collecting what he needed. I'm guessing the interrogations didn't help any. Izuku frowned as he poured the last of the milk into his cup. They'd need more soon. Should he just go and buy some? No. None of them had quirks able to destroy the barrier. It's an unknown. Izuku flipped on the espresso machine and double-checked that there was water in it before turning the knob of the steamer and moving to dump his hot cocoa powder into a separate cup. Any ideas? It's definitely a villain. They used their quirk to destroy UA's property to allow breaking and entering. Izuku turned off the steamer and rinsed the nozzle, then poured the foamy milk into the chocolate powder. My best guess would be an emitter quirk similar to 13's, one that instead of consuming and destroying, it allows the user to destroy by turning any substance to ash or maybe dust. Izuku shook his head and then sipped his hot chocolate. Powerful, but highly likely to be discriminated against. Many people with quirks like that would almost definitely become villains just because society would push them that far. I'd bet it has to do with All Might. Aizawa said tiredly as Izuku approached and just sipped his chocolate with both hands. The reporters were there for All Might, so it makes sense the villain is somehow related to that mess as well. It's possible. Izuku nodded. However, it could also be just a coincidence. They could be looking for some way to hurt UA's reputation, or to threaten UA, or to just be an annoyance, and this was the way. We should keep all possibilities in mind. Eraserhead nodded, pushing off the wall. I hope you know your shift started an hour ago, while you were doing interrogations. Eraserhead said. Izuku sighed. I do know, thanks. He ran a hand through his green hair tiredly. I need to call my mom, actually. You're not clocking in till 10. I decided to start early. Aizawa admitted, sighing. I wanted an update on the break-in while I was here, and then get out looking for the Night Stalker. Let me know if you find anything. Izuku checked, sipping his chocolate. Always do. The unforeseen simulation joint. It was only the 4th day at school, and Izuku was already tired of his colleagues. Hey Midoriya, how's your morning going? Midnight smiled at him as he headed for the daily schedule. Good, Recovery Girl is taking the code seriously now. Which is a relief. Izuku hummed. How's work at the station? Snipe asked. It's going well. I think I got a break in a single murder case. Sansa is following the lead, and the criminal should be brought in for arrest by the time school gets out. Izuku smiled, gold curling in his hair. You know, I sometimes wonder about the hair. Midnight hummed, I still want to know why Nezu is so terrified of your quirk. I can't tell you any more than I already did. Details are classified. Izuku smiled at her tightly. So you keep saying. All Might put in, who made it classified, anyway? All healing quirks are private during preschool and primary school, but can be released for middle school. It's a protocol to protect young healers from villains who'd want to kidnap them and use their quirks for their villainous purposes before they can adequately protect themselves. Izuku recited easily. I was already a main healer at the center by then, and they knew already the dangers of sunlight. They decided to keep my quirk details secret, only notifying the healer committee because it was necessary. I was allowed to tell Nezu because he counts as a government personnel more than a pro hero. But, since I'm no longer with the center, I could technically release the information to anyone I want. However, it's recommended I tell people only on a need-to-know basis. I've decided you don't need to know. Can't you just make an exception? Midnight whined. I want to know more about sunlight. Even if I did make an exception, I wouldn't do it for you. People knowing could be dangerous for me. Izuku said seriously. I think it's fair that she wants to know why you could supposedly kill All Might with your quirk. Ectoplasm put in blankly, not looking up from his grading papers. See? He gets it. Midnight pointed excitedly. Stop bullying my student and let him get to class. Aizawa's tired voice rang out, and Izuku slumped in relief. Midoriya, let's go. Izuku smiled tightly to his co-workers and slipped out behind Aizawa, who'd emerged from his sleeping bag cocoon. Thanks, Eraser. Izuku said with a resigned grin. Midnight means well, but she's pushy. Aizawa responded. She's not used to not getting her way, and Nezu completely flattened her when she asked during that meeting. Understandable, but still. Classified is classified. Izuku huffed. The two entered the classroom together once again, and the school day started. Izuku arrived on time for hero training for once, being ahead on his healer work in the clinic, and he sat attentively as he saw Aizawa instead of All Might. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. The class seemed to all pause in confusion. The boy next to Izuku raised his hand high, nearly standing up. Oi! Excuse me. Izuku remembered him as Zero Hunter, Quirk, Tape. What'll we be doing? Without missing a beat, Aizawa moved his hand into the air with a white card labeled Rescue in blue. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. The class oohed and ahed. Rescue. Kaminari, the electric user, said leaning back in his seat. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too. He spoke to the girl beside him, who Izuku remembered as Ashido. Right. She exclaimed happily. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. Kirishima cut in. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in the water, 𝐭𝐸𝐽. Asui put it. Her face was as blank as ever, but her voice sounded a little excited. Hey, I'm not done. In Izuku's opinion, Eraserhead looked so done. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. He calmly clicked the costume case cubbies open. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. Aizawa then walked away, presumably to the garage to retrieve a bus and probably the driver. Are you excited, Katsuki? Izuku grinned as he grabbed his case. Training is training, broccoli. Izuku snickered. Anything you want to try in particular? Landslides or falling buildings would be best. Katsuki grinned sharply. Watch me blow up those falling rocks and rubble like kindling. Izuku laughed, entering the locker room. I bet. I'm hoping for maybe the water rescue, shipwreck. Izuku hummed as he started to change. It'll be a challenge, something new. I've never done an active scene in the water before. Oh, that's right. Kirishima grinned from the other side of the bench. You've been doing active rescues for years, right, Midoriya? Yeah, field work since I was 8. I was doing clinic work before that. I started around 6 years old, I think. Izuku smiled. I've done all kinds of natural disasters and villains' attacks and stuff, but never water. You started super young. Kaminari said, blinking. Healing must have been a huge passion for you, then. You could say that. Izuku said simply. Zuku didn't have a choice. Katsuki grumbled. Extras with healing quirks are forced into the center straight out of preschool, no hesitation. Broccoli was one of them. It wasn't so bad. Izuku then broke off, seeing the boys were suddenly all staring at him. Is that true, Midoriya? Shinso's eyes were huge, and Izuku tilted his head. Of course. Healing quirks are rare, and mine is unusually strong and dangerous. Izuku smiled ruefully as he locked his locker, remembering how the healer center responded to his recent resignation. I was raised to be a healer, after all. They said I'd someday surpass Recovery Girl, even. Todoroki slammed his locker shut unusually hard, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at the boy's tense shoulders. Anyway, we should be getting to the bus. The walk outside was quiet, people either having quiet discussions or others just lost in thought. Izuku realized they probably didn't know what it was like, being a healer. Those with healing quirks didn't really get the luxury of choosing something else. If Izuku had tried to become a plumber, he'd have been told he was wasting his quirk and his potential. Not that Izuku would have cared, but it was inevitable and true nonetheless. They ended up outside, waiting with the girls. "Hey, Midoriya." Yorozu came over with a raised hand. "Yorozu." Izuku nodded politely with a smile. "Are you looking forward to the rescue training? I've recently begun searching for your rescues, and it seems you have years of experience." Izuku laughed lightly. "I'm looking forward to it, definitely. I was just telling the boys that I hope to be doing shipwreck, like Aizawa mentioned. I've never done water rescues before." She gave him a smile. "I do have a question, after looking at what's on the media and what can be seen about your talents." Izuku tilted his head for her to continue. "Why did you decide to become a hero? You've completely stopped your work at the healer center since your enrollment." Izuku's smile nearly failed, his lips twitching downwards at another reminder of the healer center and their reaction to his departure. "Before my quirk, I wanted to be a hero. As I grew and became a healer, I saved people the heroes missed, or couldn't protect, or that were left behind. I believed being a healer was enough." Izuku admitted, "Becoming a hero, I want to help people before they have any reason to get injured in the first place. I felt like my work as a healer was to make up for heroes not saving everyone, but I'm hoping to be one of the heroes who saves as many as I can reach. Does that make sense?" "That's very noble of you, Midoriya." Yorozu smiled at him. "I'm glad you're here, and following your original dream." "Me too." Izuku then looked behind Yorozu to see Aizawa walking up looking so done with the class in disarray. "Hold on, do you mind if I do a class rep thing for a sec?" "Not at all, please do." She smiled, and Izuku stepped around her and stood beside Ida by the bus. "Everyone." Izuku called their attention strongly but gently. "Can we all please get into a line beside the bus? We'll be loading soon, and we can enter one at a time and take our seats." "Midoriya." Ida's hand shot into the air as everyone started making their way over. "May I suggest forming 2 lines by student number to make it go more smoothly?" Izuku smiled and shook his head. "No, everyone can sit wherever they like." He denied. "I just think a line will make the boarding process easier, so we don't all try to rush inside at once." Aizawa then stepped forward as the class formed a messy line behind Izuku. "Everyone in. Hurry up," he said tiredly. Izuku boarded first, taking a spot on one of the benches. The class came in one by one, all choosing their seats. Katsuki looked heavily between Izuku and one of the window seats in the back, before plopping down arms crossed right next to him. Izuku smiled fondly, and bumped their shoulders together. The bus rumbled to a start as everyone found a seat, and then they were off. "I say whatever comes to mind," Asui said suddenly from Izuku's other side. She turned to face him blankly, and he mirrored her. "Midoriya." "Yes, Asui." She blinked slowly. "Call me Zu." "All right." "Yes, Tsuyu." Izuku smiled at her. She blinked at the use of her first name without it being a nickname, but seemed to accept it. "Your quirk is very odd," she admitted, huge green eyes on his. Sunlight responded by turning Izuku's eyes gold, which made Tsuyu tilt her head to the side. "That's what I mean. It seems like a color-changing quirk more than anything. It's flashy and brilliant like mine," Iyama said, leaning on his palms and smiling his constant smile. "That shield during the entrance exam was magnificent." "What does it actually do? You said it was a healing quirk," Kirishima asked, leaning around Zu. "Sunlight is sort of sentient," Izuku answered, smiling. "It moves around my body in response to my emotions and light. Here, look." Izuku leaned his head back towards the window, and rays of sun hit the green curls, sunlight curling into his hair and making it glow brightly. Sunlight responds best to the sun, which is pretty obvious. It is a healing quirk, responding to my need to heal. It also responds to the need for protection, making that shield. When I'm happy, it usually makes me or my hair glow, even without the sun. Like after the battle scenarios we did. What does it do for other emotions? Kaminari asked, frowning. What about anger? Izuku's smile fell slightly. That's classified information. He said shortly. Uraraka looked confused, scrunching up her nose. Why? Because sunlight could be dangerous. Izuku said blankly. Even natural sunlight can burn. So it can be used offensively, too. Kirishima asked, grinning. No. Izuku said sharply. No, it can't. Why not? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 asked. Izuku sighed tiredly, not giving an answer, and leaned his head on Katsuki's shoulder. Goldilocks doesn't want to talk anymore. Katsuki declared. Besides, the shitty healer rules say he can't tell anyone anyway. That doesn't make sense. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 whined. All our quirks aren't classified. Izuku shut his eyes and resisted, saying, your quirks didn't blow up 2 buildings and kill 12 people. Healers' quirks are always kept private until they reach middle school. The healer center just kept me classified, even afterwards, because it's so dangerous. Izuku sighed out, sick of having to explain it to both his co-workers and his classmates on the same day. Dangerous? Ida exclaimed. Healing quirks aren't inherently dangerous. It's not inherently dangerous, usually. Izuku muttered. But sunlight can be vindictive. He then fell silent, and nobody bothered asking any more questions. Leaning on Katsuki, Izuku pulled his cell phone out of a pouch and scrolled aimlessly, pausing when he noticed news about All Might. Good morning, All Might. He solves 3 cases this morning. All Might sighted in Musutafu again, saving family. Robbery stopped in Hosu by number 1 hero All Might. Number 1 hero or teacher. All Might spotted in Hosu during the school day. Izuku glared at his phone, letting Katsuki lead him out of the bus as it stopped, and he realized All Might was indeed nowhere to be seen as he quickly glanced around and spotted 13 approaching. Izuku hit the call button, a little irritated. It rang, and Izuku waited impatiently as he entered the USJ with his class, ignoring 13's welcome words and the class or at the building. Izuku needed to keep his cool. Healer Midoriya. All Might's voice boomed on the other side of the line. Don't you healer Midoriya me, Yagi Toshinari. Izuku yelled into the phone, completely forgetting his cool as he heard All Might's stupidly proud voice. Every member of the class turned to him in surprise, and Izuku ignored them. We had a deal, remember? You're not supposed to be working for the next several weeks. You promised not to be late to a single lesson, and I just looked at the news. What the hell are you doing in Hosu, when we have class right now? He came to a stop as his class did, tapping his foot impatiently. Thanks to your efforts I feel just fine. And there were people to save, Midoriya. You have commitments here, All Might. You're a teacher now, regardless of any previous circumstances resolving themselves. Izuku seethed. If you don't get your butt in gear, I'll rip out that flawless lung of yours. How does that sound? All Might made a noise over the phone, maybe in shame or surprise. I'm headed your way, healer Midoriya. Izuku glared and hoped All Might could feel it. Good. Don't you dare stop for anything. Start taking your job seriously, or you'll have to explain to the media why you're the first hero to ever be fired from UA. Izuku spat angrily. Be here in more than 20 minutes and I'll shoot you with a tranquilizer below the belt, understand? Izuku then hung up and shoved his phone away, taking a deep breath. He looked up and noticed 13, Aizawa, and the class all staring. He gave them a strained smile. Sorry, don't we have a lesson to get to? Remind me never to make Midoriya mad. Kaminari muttered to Kirishima on Izuku's left. Quirk or not, he is terrifying. Katsuki came over and grabbed his hand, popping explosions against Izuku's palm. Izuku pushed warmth into his hands in acknowledgement, and he gave Katsuki a shaky smile. All Might was a fool and a reckless idiot. Izuku was going to kill him for overworking his brand new body. Just wait till he arrives. Right. 13 cleared their throat. Anyway, this is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Izuku calmed himself, trying to appreciate the sheer pride and joy in 13's voice. "Midoriya, All Might is coming?" Aizawa asked tiredly. Izuku nodded, face pinching in anger again. "I expect him in no more than 20 minutes. Izuku gritted out as politely as he could. Kaminari and some members of the class shuffled slightly, probably remembering Izuku's threats. "He is, however, heading over from Hosu." Aizawa sighed. "That's the height of irrationality." He replied. "It can't be helped. Shall we begin?" 13 nodded as Eraser moved to lean against the wall. "Let's see, before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2, or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13's counting really wasn't helping Izuku's mood. Sunlight was still curled comfortably in his hair and eyes, and he found the smallest amount of comfort in the warmth. "Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust." They paused, assessing the excited class and Uraraka's happy head bobbing. "I use it for my hero work, but it is a power that can kill easily." Everyone froze, and Izuku nodded in understanding. So that's where they were going with it. "Some of you also have quirks like that, right?" Izuku's hand tightened in Katsuki's. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-on-person combat training, I think you experience the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you'll leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others." The class was now staring with determination and awe, Izuku smiling softly. He'd already learned how to do that, and he hoped his classmates could too. 13 bowed. "That is all. Thank you for listening." The class cheered, many yelling encouragements and thanks. They got the speech thing down. Izuku whispered to Katsuki. "Like Aizawa-sensei." "Of course you liked the caterpillar's speech." Katsuki grumbled. Izuku muffled a giggle. Aizawa's had been more of a call-out and a wake-up speech to the class, for the physical test. It was true, though, Japan was full of unfairness. All right then, first, Aizawa and Izuku both froze, and a moment later the lights were flickering. Blue lightning flew along the lights, taking them out one by one until every bulb in the huge STRP circling the facility was dark. The room was still lit by many windows and the transparent ceiling, but it was surprising for the class nonetheless. Down in the courtyard below, the fountain started going on the fritz, spurting water and then failing and then starting up again. It was as if something was jamming the nozzle, making the flow inconsistent and sluggish. Something was spinning there. Aizawa instinctively spun around the same moment Izuku pushed forward to get a better view, and everyone gasped as a whirling purple mist formed and then blew out and consumed half the courtyard. Squinting yellow eyes hung high up in the dark and swirling smoke, slits ominously watching. Ominously, a single pale hand reached through the mist, and everything went to SHT. All Might finally does his job. Unfortunately, it wasn't just a hand that came from the mist. Most creepily, a red eye hidden behind a severed hand appeared, and the pale-handed person in all black stepped all the way through, dismembered hands decorating him like fine jewelry. Following that first person was a massive crowd of people, most with heavy mutation quirks. The person covered in hands looked like a boy, to Izuku, no older than 25 but definitely past his high school years. He looked thin as well, and his posture suggested he wasn't disciplined or raised to care about it the way most kids were. Despite this, he was most likely the one in charge, evidenced by the massive purple bodyguard with a teeth-filled bird beak and an exposed brain. Izuku didn't know if it was some kind of helmet, but if the brain really was exposed that heavily, the person shouldn't be alive. "What's that?" Kirishima stepped forward, squinting. "Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started?" Izuku held out an arm and pushed Kirishima back. "Don't move," Izuku ordered at the same time as Aizawa. "Those are villains." Eraserhead continued, placing his yellow goggles on his face. 13 and Eraserhead, here. An ominous voice drawled. Izuku concluded it was the mist villain. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said All Might was also supposed to be here. The mist condensed, becoming a warbled head and neck of a misty body with this yellow eyes ever watchful. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, here. Eraserhead gritted out. Students, head for the doors. Izuku called, looking over his shoulder. You need to warn UA and bring reinforcements. They'd need them desperately by the look of things. Where is he? A quiet and boyish voice carried from the hand villain. I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. All Might. The symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Eraserhead's scarf levitated above his head, writhing. What the hell are you doing? Izuku hissed to the frozen students. Go! They started backing up, slowly. 13, SCRT them out. Prioritize the rescue. What about the trespassing censors? Yororozu said nervously. Who cares? Move. Katsuki, make sure they make it. Izuku ordered lowly. Katsuki started grabbing people's shoulders, shoving them and ordering them as quietly as he could. 13 started pressuring them to leave, too, and Izuku was satisfied. Eraserhead stepped forward, towards the stairs, and Izuku did too. I don't suppose I can ask you to evacuate. Eraser drawled, readying himself. Not a chance. Izuku replied, drawing his tranquilizer gun, and they both sprang into action. Eraserhead jumped, clearing the stairs, and Izuku ran down them two at a time and fired as he went. Eraser reached the bottom first, and Izuku assumed he flashed his quirk at the villains, but he couldn't really see it behind the goggles. That was the whole point of them. Izuku took down 3 on Eraser's left as the man wrapped several up and slammed them together roughly. Villains started screaming, shouting about Eraser's quirk, and Izuku took the time to empty his magazine by nailing the frozen villains. He hit the bottom running as he reloaded, and just threw the empty clip to the ground. Villains surrounded Eraser, and Izuku took down 2 of them to clear a path to stand defensively behind the hero. Eraserhead started making his way through the minions, and Izuku worked in tandem to take out any who seemed like they were getting tired of waiting on the sidelines. Someone charged Izuku, yelling about bringing guns to a quirk fight, and he ducked under the attack, spinning to the side as he slammed the butt of his gun into the man's face. Another approached, and Izuku pulled the heavy knife from his thigh sheath to attack more readily. He still had the gun in his DMNT hand, and it was hard to shoot without his supporting hand, but he made it work. Police didn't slouch around with guns and weapons training. Suddenly the mist dispersed, disappearing from view. Izuku gripped his knife tighter in anxiety. Where had it gone? Izuku glanced back up to see the tips of purple on the landing above him, and Izuku noticed Eraser take 1 step in that direction before being surrounded and needing to jump back into the fight. Izuku considered going up to help his classmates, but there was no time. Eraserhead needed him too. Villains after villain crossed their paths, Eraser swinging them around and using close-range combat for the ones he couldn't erase, and Izuku slashed at arms and slammed people into the ground, sweat beading on his forehead and sunlight brightening in his hair from the exertion. Izuku wasn't happy at the way the villain covered in hands was staring at the both of them, seemingly assessing them, but he couldn't shoot him with so many people between them. It made Izuku clench his teeth in indignation, but he focused on the grunts. He'd never considered that his healer combat training and police weapons training would lead to Izuku fighting side by side with a pro, but it did, evidently. Eraserhead and Izuku were both breathing by the time they noticed the hand villain running for them, and Izuku narrowed his eyes as Aizawa let him approach. Eraserhead threw out his scarf and the man caught it with only a few fingers. He was running with outstretched hands, like the Night Stalker, with no weapons. Watch out for his hands! Izuku shrieked, pointing his gun right at the villain. But Izuku wasn't fast enough as Eraserhead slammed an elbow into the villain's ribs, only for a pale hand to grab his elbow. Eraserhead's hair fell, and he heeded Izuku's words, punching the villain and withdrawing, but his sleeve and elbow had already turned gray and begun to flake off. Ash was left behind, swirling down and disappearing. The UA barrier. 𝐂𝐫 slid back and Izuku ran for him, grabbing his elbow with absolutely no caution or care. The hero grunted, probably barely avoiding a scream of pain, but Izuku didn't care as he pushed sunlight into the injury. Izuku raised his gun in his other hand, a full clip loaded, and fired at every incoming villain one by one as he healed 𝐂𝐫's head. Checking sunlight was done and the bad guys were down. Izuku released him and Aizawa shook out his arm and shoulder. "Thanks," he said quickly, breathing. "It's my job." Izuku responded breathily. He looked down at his belt to realize he had no more full magazines. He had maybe 4 shots left in his current clip. "SHC. Oh, what's this?" The hand villain said softly, getting up from where Aizawa had punched him to the ground, "A healer." Izuku glared and sunlight flashed his eyes gold in anger. "What are you doing here, little healer? Aren't you meant to be safe and sound away from the danger? And Eraserhead, what you're good at is a short fight after surprise attacks, right?" Neither Izuku nor Aizawa moved, assessing and wary. "Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Both of you, was it to put the students at ease?" A few more villains approached, and Izuku stepped back so 𝐂𝐫 could grab them with his scarf. He did, flinging them around so they dominoed and smacked each other, knocking them all down like bowling pins. Dominoes and bowling pins weren't at all related, but that's what Izuku's brain went to. "Okay. You're so cool," the villain exclaimed, a grin in his voice as he spread his arms. "You're so cool." The villain then seemed to go serious, using his soft and ominous voice again. "By the way, healer, I'm not the last boss." The purple bodyguard moved between 1 second and the next, standing behind Eraserhead, and then slammed the hero into the floor. "Eraser!" Izuku cried out, taking a step forward as the bodyguard crouched on Aizawa's back and twisted his arm. Ah. Izuku froze at the villain's amused tone. "I'll tell you, healer, this is the anti-symbol of peace. If you try to save this hero, I'll tell Nomu to kill him before you take one more step." The purple monster raised its head to cry out, a sort of triumphant noise halfway between a pterodactyl and a rooster, and then stilled completely. Izuku lifted his eyes to the hand villain, sunlight visibly swirling at the surface of his golden irises. "Unless your quirk can revive the dead, I'd stay there." Izuku gritted his teeth but didn't move. His vision slid to Aizawa, and his hands twitched. He was face down, his yellow goggles lying cracked beside him as BLD slipped across the floor. Crimson streaks came from his head and surrounded him, and the grotesque body of the Nomu straddled him so 𝐂𝐫 had no chance of getting up again. Izuku needed to get to him immediately. The need to heal him didn't improve any when the creature pulled back Aizawa's arm and twisted it like it was Play-Doh, and Izuku painfully twitched as the man groaned wetly in pain. If there was wetness in his lungs, it meant internal bleeding and the possibility of a collapsed lung. "You can erase quirks," the hand villain stated conversationally. "That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless." Eraserhead looked back over his shoulder, teeth gritted, and Izuku held his breath. At that moment, Nomu slammed a hand down and broke Aizawa's other arm like it was nothing. The hero screamed, and there was only a second or two before the monster grabbed Aizawa's head and slammed it into the floor hard enough to crack the concrete. Izuku gasped, his hands shaking and glowing dully as he watched Aizawa go limp, probably unconscious from a blow like that. He probably had damage to the eyes and jaw, cheekbone almost definitely fractures, possible bleeding in the brain, and a harsh concussion. Izuku didn't even want to consider the possibility of a skull fracture or crack. A little voice started to whisper, "Shigaraki Tomura." The mist villains appeared next to the hand villain, Shigaraki. "Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Shigaraki looked over casually. Izuku tensed, eyes wide. "I put 13 out of action." Izuku could have wilted in relief. "Not dead. Healable. Hold on, if 13 was down. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and 6 of them were able to run away." "Disperse? Katsuki." "Here," Shigaraki said blankly. He raised a hand to his neck, as if itching something, but it became more obsessive until his other hand joined. Izuku watched the intensity, concluding the villain seemed to be having a mild sort of panic attack, harming himself in his anger as his shoulders shook. "Kurogiri, if you weren't a warp gate I would have crushed you to pieces." Shigaraki then paused, sighing in an almost relieved way and releasing his own neck. Izuku faintly noted minor bleeding there. "We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home." Despite the mild relief and suspicion he felt in that moment, Izuku didn't like the language choice. Izuku figured the villain was older than high school age, and he thought attacking UA was a game. "Oh, yeah. Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride, as the symbol of peace." Izuku barely had time to react as the villain jumped straight for him, hand outstretched. Izuku did, however, raise his gun and fire it. It never reached its intended target, a purple wall suddenly between Izuku and Shigaraki. Izuku recoiled with a gasp, taking a step back as he found Nomiu right in front of him. "You move well." Shigaraki's voice came from around Nomiu. "You were hoping to take me down, weren't you? Oh, well. I'm done with you." Izuku stepped back again, cursing that he'd been given tranquilizers meant for normal people instead of villains bigger than All Might. His little tranquilizer round had no effect on the monster at all. Izuku flinched and whipped around the same moment Shigaraki did, hearing the massive crash up by the entrance. Dust plumed, and Izuku sorely hoped it was reinforcements. His prayers were halfway answered when ominous footsteps rang from the top of the stairs, and a shadow could be seen in all the dust. "It's fine now." All Might stepped fully into view, tearing off his tie and discarding his awful yellow suit jacket. "I am here." Izuku stared, and his brain had to reboot at the image of All Might standing, announcing his signature words, but he wasn't smiling. "Oh, we're getting a continue," Shigaraki said softly. "I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society." A manic edge crept into Shigaraki's voice that Izuku did not like. Izuku started backing up slowly, away from Shigaraki and Nomiu, putting much-needed space between them while the villains were focused on All Might. Izuku risked a glance over his shoulder, eyes gluing themselves to Aizawa and trying to find a path. Izuku noticed that most of the guys Aizawa had knocked down were up again, facing All Might and yelling. The ones Izuku shot were still out though, so that's a plus. In a sudden blur and a whoosh, villains were knocked down too fast for Izuku to follow, and then All Might was kneeling next to a prone Aizawa. All Might gently picked him up, and then dropped him at the edge of the courtyard. All Might then rushed away, yelling something, but Izuku didn't care. Izuku ignored the fight. He was across the way from Aizawa, far enough from Shigaraki that All Might left him there, and he really needed to get to Aizawa. Izuku started running, and then froze as a massive crash went off, dust radiating upwards in a dome. As it cleared, his eyes widened, and he pressed a hand to his mouth in horror. All Might was bent over backwards, his hands holding the hips of an upside-down Nomiu, whose upper body went through the ground, into a portal, and came up under All Might's back. Its claws were embedded in All Might's side, right where all his brand new organs and muscles were. "Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in the concrete?" Shigaraki asked, amused behind his dismembered hand. "You won't be able to stop him like that, because Nomiu is as strong as you are." Shigaraki laughed, a sort of half-maniacal giggle, and turned to the warp villain. "This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity." All Might released Nomiu's hips, instead grabbing the claws in his side. "This is your first offense?" All Might asked, voice tight with pain. "You'd better prepare yourselves." Shigaraki didn't seem to like that threat, and began scratching his neck again, slowly but roughly. "Kurogiri. I do not want BLD and guys overflowing within me." Kurogiri's voice rang out, deep and amused, "But I would be happy to take in someone as great as you." Izuku was frozen. He needed to get to Aizawa. "You're too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomiu's job, and then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate and tear you apart is my job." All Might gasped in realization, and Izuku wondered why he wasn't moving, wasn't fighting. Izuku inhaled sharply, turning to his left abruptly. Cat die. Katsuki shot out from nowhere, slamming into the mist villain, Kurogiri, and actually meeting solid. Take that. Izuku sprinted forward, running right for Aizawa as the villains were distracted. He reached his teacher as ice slid across the floor, creeping up and freezing 𝐿𝐵 on both sides of the portal without touching All Might. Izuku passed Todoroki on his left, the boy standing nonchalantly with the trail of ice coming from his right foot. All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might. Todoroki drawled, breathing out frost. All Might, taking advantage of the opening, yanked the claws from his side and flipped away, landing in a crouch between Todoroki and Izuku. Kirishima fell from the sky and his attack on Shigaraki was dodged. DMN it. I didn't get to show off, yelled the redhead roughly. Izuku crashed to his knees beside Aizawa, hands shaking a glowing white, and he assessed the damage as he placed his hand on Eraser's cheek. Sunlight spread from where Izuku touched Eraserhead, and found a heavily damaged orbital bone, fractured cheekbones, and a minor skull fracture. There was brain bleeding, and his arms were completely messed up with almost nothing attached internally. It was a miracle they hadn't been torn off. Izuku felt sunlight fixing all of it, taking much longer than the few seconds it took to fix his elbow. It built new muscles, produced more BLD, rechanneled split nerves and veins, and healed fractures. Aizawa's arms glowed, twisting back into their original positions, and his pinched expression smoothed out. Aizawa opened his eyes. He'd probably been only barely conscious and fighting the pain before, but Izuku placed a hand on his chest to keep him from getting up. I'm really sorry about this, but your new muscles and body are too fragile for fighting. Forgive me. Izuku smiled, even as he felt anger for Shigaraki and 𝐿𝐵 bubbling under his skin, and shot Aizawa with a tranquilizer in the foot. It was a waste of one of his last bullets, but the hero slumped. Izuku tried to find relief and concluded he had none. Shigaraki had nearly killed Eraserhead. 𝐿𝐵 had maimed him on Shigaraki's orders, and it made Izuku's BLD boil. It just made him angrier. How could 𝐿𝐵 do this? Izuku's hands were still white, sunlight glowing and pulsing in his fingers as his eyes started to glow. Izuku stood, turning to stand protectively over Aizawa's prone body, and he growled in Shigaraki's direction. Katsuki was sitting nearby, and 𝐿𝐵 had moved, but Izuku didn't care how he just wanted 𝐿𝐵 gone. How dare they attack Eraserhead like that? How dare they attack Izuku's class? How dare the villains stand there monologuing, as if he deserved to be listened to? Sunlight answered in his anger, curling around his heart and whispering reassurances. It would fix it. It would take Shigaraki and 𝐿𝐵 away. Oi ice boy! Freeze Izuku's hands. Izuku paused, turning white eyes on Katsuki and narrowing them. Sunlight curled in his hands, and they glowed even brighter, bathing everything in white light. What? Todoroki answered. Now. Katsuki screamed. Izuku turned to Todoroki, anger bubbling up in throat in sunlight-fueled waves, and then Todoroki slammed a foot into the ground and Izuku was shoulder-deep in ice. It barely lasted a second, boiling off his skin in seconds as Izuku gasped for breath at the temperature difference. Again. Todoroki froze Izuku once more, and Izuku gritted his teeth. He needed to calm down. Yes, Aizawa had been injured, yes, they were all in danger, but sunlight wasn't the answer. It couldn't fix it, it couldn't help, not in a good way. He faintly heard Kirishima yelling to him, but he ignored it to focus. Ice boiled off him again, but it was replaced just as quickly. That one took longer to melt, and then Izuku fell to his knees. Katsuki was at his side in a moment, crouching down and putting his hands on Izuku's shoulder as his eyes faded back to green. His hair stayed mostly gold, but it was more from healing Aizawa than anger. Sunshine, calm down. It's fine. Caterpillar is fine. Katsuki said, staring into Izuku's dazed face. All Might will kill the shitty villains, but, okay. Izuku nodded, seeing stars. If Katsuki was calling him Sunshine, it meant he was really worried. His family wasn't big on sentimental nicknames, but they all knew Izuku loved them. Okay, okay. Katsuki looked at him assessingly, and then helped Izuku stand. Thanks, Kaken. Katsuki's face softened, squeezing Izuku's shoulder gently. You haven't called me that since diapers, Izuku. Izuku knew Katsuki didn't mind, but keeping the nickname close to himself meant it was more special between them. I can actually pronounce your name now, Katsuki. He quipped, making Katsuki Baka laugh. Izuku winced as he stood, and looked around to notice Todoroki was eyeing him carefully, confusion plain in his narrowed and mismatched eyes. Izuku gave the boy a shaky smile and a thankful nod. Todoroki then turned to the villain with a determined frown. It's 3 of them against 5 of us, he said coldly. His eyes darted to Izuku, dazed and only standing as he clung to Katsuki, but he didn't revise his numbers. Nice of him. These guys are crazy, but if we back up All Might. Kirishima hardened his hands in preparation. We can push them back. No. All Might yelled, striding forward from where the floor suggested he'd slid backwards quite hard at some point. Run away. He held out a hand in blatant, do not come closer. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done something earlier, right? Todoroki drawled, raising a hand in defense, ready to fight. That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks. All Might said, clenching a fist. Todoroki hesitated, seemingly surprised by the acknowledgement and thanks. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. Izuku reached out a hand, dizzy from sunlight. Hey, I can heal you first. Izuku called. You're bleeding. All Might darted over, holding out an arm stoically, and Izuku pressed a palm to his exposed forearm. Sunlight wobbled, and Izuku forced it down. Heal, 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 he begged it. Izuku released All Might, and would have fallen to his knees once again if Katsuki hadn't moved from supporting his arm to wrapping a hand fully around his waist to keep him standing. Izuku gave All Might a tired thumbs up, and the hero turned dramatically to face the 3 villains. Nomyu, Kurogiri. Get him. Shigaraki ordered softly. I'll deal with the healer and the children. Katsuki's hands on Izuku tightened. Now, let's clear this level and go home. Shigaraki rushed forward, right for Izuku and the boys around him. Hey, we've got to do this after all. Kirishima exclaimed, widening his stance and re-hardening his hands. Fighting wasn't necessarily, though, because Shigaraki was blasted off his feet as All Might and Nomyu hit their fists together with so much force they created a crater in the courtyard, and flew away from the hero students. DMN. Hey, you talked about this shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Shigaraki asked conversationally as he landed in a crouch. Yes, I did. All Might declared, and then he and the Nomyu started exchanging heavy blows fist on fist, and waves of wind crashed into everyone. Izuku would have completely toppled in his weak state, but he held a hand out defiantly and ordered sunlight to cooperate. For the first time, Izuku created a shield directly from his palm without crossing his arms. Sunlight blazed forth, Izuku's hand becoming solid gold as a barrier of sunlight formed between the students and the fight. Wind blew past the shield, but none of the students were touched by it. Kirishima gasped. Midoriya! He yelled. Todoroki just examined it, and then took one side step closer to Izuku and away from the edge of the shield. I can't get near them. Kurogiri yelled from somewhere beyond the shield. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right? All Might yelled over the wind and his own punches. Made to fight me. If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that. Izuku's vision flickered, spots dancing in his eyes as sunlight began burning his organs and boiling his blood. Izuku hated going over his limit. Fevers and high temperatures were never fun. Katsuki hissed, his skin starting to redden from the heat coming off Izuku. A hero can always break out of a tough spot. Izuku fell to his knees, shield dropping, and breathed as pain started filling his every thought. There was no more wind, though, the air was still. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? Izuku looked up as he breathed hard, All Might standing in front of a very battered Nomyu. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. One last shockwave went off, Katsuki shielding Izuku from it, as All Might launched Nomyu into the sky and right out of the dome with a massive explosion. It smashed the ceiling and went out of sight, direct sunlight spilling into the USJ from the broken section. Izuku smiled tiredly in relief. Is this a comic book or something? Kirishima asked quietly, seemingly to himself. It's like he nullified the shock absorption. His brute strength is crazy. What insane power! Katsuki said roughly, voice awed. Does this mean he rushed at him so fast he couldn't regenerate? The smoke and dust cleared, revealing All Might in a weird dramatic punch position. I really have gotten weaker. Despite the dizziness he felt, Izuku wanted to smack All Might. Why admit that? In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. He straightened, putting a fist to his chest. But this time, it took over 200 hits. Izuku wondered if All Might would have needed 100 more if he was still injured, and faintly played with the idea that All Might would have died. Now, villains, time to end this. Shigaraki was shaking with anger, hands seemingly grasping at air in angry attempts to be in denial. As All Might shot forward, Izuku blinked and suddenly All Might was on the other side of the courtyard and the villains were gone. Kurogiri must have shoved his mist into Shigaraki, whisking them both away. Katsuki stared for a moment, before he whipped back around to Izuku, and frowned upon seeing the flushed redness of Izuku's face and skin. Oi, Ice Boy, we need more ice. Todoroki was still staring at All Might, but Izuku was encased up to his neck in ice very suddenly. Izuku gasped in shock, and it boiled off him immediately. All of him. Ice was suddenly all around him, over his eyes and his hair and his face, stopping his movements completely. Izuku forced himself to exhale, and his breath melted through the ice easily. The ice slid off all of him slowly and surely, cooling his body. Izuku slumped forward, slamming his forehead into Katsuki's shoulder as he gasped for breath. Seriously, Midoriya, do you have a fire quirk or something? Kirishima asked, loudly. It's like you're way overheating. He has sunlight inside him, idiot. Katsuki said with no real anger. When he overuses it, it boils his internal organs. In response, Izuku was thoroughly covered neck-deep in ice again. It steamed off, and Izuku took deep breaths to try and make his head stop spinning. Control. 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 Izuku muttered into Katsuki's shoulder, squeezing his eyes shut. Sunlight is good, sunlight is calm, sunlight is fine. Everything's fine. Ice consumed him again, and this time it took a while to melt off completely, and Izuku sat up. Izuku. You good? Katsuki asked, hovering a hand near Izuku's arm. Izuku swallowed heavily. Nope. But this is as good as we'll get unless I'm gonna pass out. Katsuki helped him stand, and then reluctantly released him with Izuku stable enough to walk by himself. Kirishima sprinted ahead, spotting some of their classmates on the platform above the stairs. What was that thing you did when your eyes were glowing? That was more than just quirk exhaustion. Izuku looked over at Todoroki, who was still walking with them and eyeing Izuku carefully. That would be why my quirk is classified. Sorry, I'll explain. Izuku sighed. Stupid classmates and crossing into the need-to-know category for being observant. My quirk isn't meant to be used to hurt people, but it has an offensive mode. Sunlight will consume me, and I'll have no control. Sunlight reaches out and I'll incinerate whole buildings. Izuku raised his arm that had a useless gold hand attached to it. The first time it happened, I killed 12 innocent people. Izuku then fell silent, and held out a hand towards Katsuki, who wrapped an arm around his waist again. Izuku didn't really need the support, but he wanted it anyway. The doors burst open, and Izuku looked up to see the pros had finally arrived. He then remembered the other hero, and realized All Might was scooping up an unconscious Aizawa and carrying him easily, headed for the pros who had entered. Chaos followed, present MIC, Snipe, and Ectoplasm getting to work and the others spilling into the facility on the lookout for more villains. Izuku watched as All Might handed a very BLD-covered Aizawa to Vlad King, and he separated from Katsuki to step forward. I've healed him completely. Izuku piped up before Vlad could ask about all the BLD. I also shot him with a tranquilizer to prevent him from fighting. He needs rest. I see. Nezu said, popping up on Vlad's shoulder. Marvelous. Izuku smiled tiredly, and then rounded on All Might. You. Izuku raised an accusing finger and pointed it at All Might. If you hadn't been off gallivanting in Hosu, this wouldn't have happened. He glared, and All Might laughed nervously. Healer Midoriya. Izuku pulled out his gun and shot All Might in the thigh with no hesitation. It was his last bullet, but it was worth it. All Might grunted, pulling the sharp and slightly barbed dart out. It was tinged with BLD, which would have made a less exhausted Izuku smile. Be grateful I didn't aim a little to the left. Izuku seethed, and was satisfied by the wince he received. It's not enough to make you pass out, but I'd sit down if I were you. Your body isn't exactly in peak condition right now. Izuku then reached for Katsuki again, and sighed as a supporting hand went around his waist. Come on, let's get out of here.